Welcome to the GunChallenge.com lobby chat. What's up, Squib?
Not much. Just a nice, easy Saturday evening.
Yeah, I'll be going to work here pretty soon. So
I was just wondering that. What'd you end up doing about the Tommy gun?
I'm still thinking about getting it. I've been trying to talk myself out of it, but that's kind of hard.
Yeah. It could be one of those things where you're there going, right after you buy it, your car breaks and you're going, I really could have used that money. But then later you'll be going, you'll pass one up at a gun show and it'll be a lot more money and you'll be going, man, I should have bought it then. You can't ever really win. I mean, unless you got oodles and oodles of money, but I imagine you work all the time because you don't have oodles and oodles of money.
Yeah.
That's why I'm always working. I mean, it pays, but you got to be at work all the time to make it happen.
Yeah. That's why I'm always happy to see overtime because it always helps out.
Yes, it does. I got some gun money set aside for the gun show next weekend. I'm going to meet Dusty up at the show in Lansing. Going to probably get some reload supplies up there. I get powder without having to pay for hazmat fees.
Yeah. Yeah, I never have to worry about powder. If ever I start reloading, I'd never have to worry about powder because the one place pretty local here, it's got a huge stockpile.
I can go to Bass Pro Shop. It's 15 minutes away, and they've got about 15, 20 different kinds, but they don't always have it in stock, or they don't have what I want, or, 1 week you go there and they're flush with primers, and next week they ain't got shit. So there's a place up north I go to a couple times a year. They got everything. You got to drive 3.5 miles into northern Michigan to get reload supplies. That's just weird. I was in at work today for 3.5 hours, so that was all overtime. That was good. Some Saturdays are 8 or 11 hours, after a full week. So 3.5 hours isn't bad. You work the night shift though. That sucks.
Yep. I really don't have weekends.
What do you mean?
Everybody else's weekend is not my weekend. Usually my weekend is middle of the week or something like that.
So you can run errands while everybody's at work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like taking a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday to go run off and take a few days and just get out of town, because those are the best days for traveling, best days for shopping. Not so many people. Everybody's at work, so you get to kind of have free reign of the world. I was the first person at a public range on a Tuesday. I got there pretty early. It was after sunrise, but it was so awesome. I'd never been to that place before where I was the first fucking person. It's a huge range. And I got my own bay, and I set up targets and set up a camera and was shooting. It was totally quiet except for my gunfire. It was awesome.
Yeah, I've only been able to do that on a really bad winter day where it's so cold. nobody wants to go out there because the weather's bad.
Yeah, it's springtime, but it still feels like winter in the west. We got some weather moving through, and there's snow in the mountains. But next week looks like it should be nice, and I'm looking forward to getting out next week, taking a few days off. But yeah, I mean, I'm doing all my work inside right now, so I don't really care if it's cold or rainy, because I got tons of work to do inside, finishing and stuff. So um, when I'm done with that, it'll be summertime, and I'll be gone. And I'll be roaming the hillsides. I can't wait, man.
Yeah, we get a day where it's cold, where we'll get some snow, or it'll have frost in the morning or something like that. And then the next day it'll be warm, and then we'll get rain. So it's just a lot of stuff thawing out and getting muddy. So it's just crappy for a while. So it might be nice enough to roll your window down when you're driving, but then the next day you're scraping the window. It just I watch a channel called Deuce and Guns, and he does some, amongst other things, reloading, and he calls wintertime reload season. He's down in Tennessee, so his reload season must be short. But I see what he means by calling wintertime reload season. It's a good time to build up a stock of things. That way, when the summer comes, can go out and shoot it. My kids don't like being out at the range in the cold. I'll go out there. I've been out there as low as negative 26 degrees shooting, and I mean it's just me and one range master and nobody. And I mean, you don't have to, go pull targets whenever, and you don't have to anything. I mean, it's really nice, but it's freezing. I like shooting so much it doesn't bother me. And I was kind of trying to test out my M1 Garand to see how it would work in really cold weather, and it did great. But that was about the only time I ever got the range to myself is to go in really, really bad weather.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of bad weather, a lot of wind. I can do freezing. And this last time I was at the range for the first person at the range in the morning, it was just about freezing. As soon as the sun came up, though, it started warming up. But yeah, it was the first time I'd been there when it's just a dirt range, and my brass was bouncing off of the dirt because it was frozen solid, like concrete, you know. And I didn't even realize it until I went back and watched the video. And that's a cool thing about taking video of yourself. You can see, how you move and how you draw and maybe how you can improve. But just to hearing the gunshots, bang, bang, and then bing, 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 the brass bouncing off the frozen clay. It's like, oh, it's different.
I don't prefer the cold weather. I prefer the hot weather. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't like getting sunburned. I don't like having the sweat come down on my eyes, that sort of thing. And I'm going to wear, pants and steel-toed boots at the range. I'm not wearing flip-flops and shorts. But despite the fact that the heat can be kind of a pain, I'd prefer that over the cold. But if it means I get the range to myself, or that one time I just wanted to see how well it would perform in the cold, or if I was testing some powder, different powder maybe in some reloads, and I wanted to see how well it would work in the cold and under extreme circumstances, because maybe it's something I might use down the road for hunting on a cold day or something like that. absolutely. I'll be out on a wet day, a cold day, something like that. Yeah, windy day is not so good. If it's rainy, if the rain rolls in and rolls out, no big deal. You just wait underneath the shelter and then you go back to shooting. But yeah, if it's raining all day, yeah, it's just kind of crappy. And I mean, you need to be able to I shouldn't say you need to be able to shoot in every condition. Some people, it's good to train or practice in any condition because you might have a situation where you have to hunt or use a firearm defensively in that position or compete in those conditions. Other people say, no, I'll never. And if you're never going to be in bad weather, then don't worry about it, I guess. But it is a good way to get the range to yourself. But yeah, you do experience stuff like, or how about, have you had to dig your brass out of the snow? You go to pick up your brass for your reloads later and you realize all your brass ended up in the snowbank and you lose half of it.
So the one time that I went to the public range this winter and it was closed was when there was like 2 inches of snow on the ground. So I don't think that's even a possibility. I did go hunting in the snow, but I didn't bother trying to pick up my brass. So yeah, I never had that experience of trying to dig brass out of the snow. I guess a lot of the ranges have a canopy, so even if I was able to get onto the range, there wouldn't be snow where my brass is landing. And I have a brass catcher for my AR-15, so that takes care of that. Hey, Dano, what's up?
Hey.
Dano, I thought about something today, and it involved you.
Uh-oh.
So
What did I do?
Brownells did a video where they had the American Suppressor Association on there, and I think it was just a really big commercial for silencers. But I downloaded it, just the audio portion of it, and I listened to it while I was at work today. And by the time I got to the end of it, I realized, I said, okay, Smeggy's done some of the tactical pop quiz in Dano's absence, and it's been noted that Dano's clap is much louder. And then it suddenly occurred to me, oh, Smeggy must be using a suppressor when he claps. That must be it. So I hope he's got a tax stamp for that.
Yeah. That'd be an unusual looking suppressor.
Yeah.
I think Dano just has bigger hands.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's about my.
I was going to say they're in the side squib. That's what that store looked like on their powder when everybody was having a crunch a couple years ago. Couldn't find powder.
Oh, wow. I got to go to this place.
What? That looks better than my current place now.
That looks better than a place I go to up north.
Yeah, I took a picture of that when when Caleb and everybody was couldn't find powder anywhere and everything like that. I took that picture there. I was like, showed it to him.
So
What,
I took a picture of the
state?
sporting goods section of the local Walmart a week before the election and a week after the election.
Oh,
Because I wanted to show, everybody panic buying ammo right before they thought Hillary was going to get elected, and then how much ammo was there after Trump got elected. I did a before and after on that. But that picture there shows a lot of powder. I mean, that's where it all went.
Where's that located?
Columbus.
Okay.
Let's see. I could make Columbus in probably 4 hours. Yeah.
Well, I could do it in maybe 7 hours.
I would go to Columbus though, not just for powder. I'd probably go to pick up beer because my wife's favorite beer, we can get it in Ohio, but we can't get it in Michigan.
Was it Yingling?
Yeah.
Yep.
Indian Head?
What was that?
Did you say Indian Head?
No, Yingling.
There used to be the spear. I don't know if it was out of Ohio or not, where it had like the profile of an Indian chief. I mean, they stopped making it. I'm talking about, I saw it like back in the 70s.
Oh, that's possible. I mean, there's all kinds of microbreweries and everything else around there.
Well, this was long before the whole micromania thing. When it was just,
And then,
you know,
then I think here recently they raised the alcohol content limit to, you know, like those specialty beers that have like, I don't know, 14, 16, 20% alcohol or whatever. Now everybody's going to start making that stuff.
Yeah, but once you start getting into that higher content, that it starts tasting really bad. It doesn't taste like beer anymore. At least not American beer.
That you know, percentage limitation by law thing never made any sense to me, because it should, once you're of age, it should simply be by taste, period, and let the consumer decide what they want. If they want grain alcohol, let them buy grain alcohol.
Yeah, I know back in the 80s and 90s when I was down in Florida, they had what, 2-3 beer or something like that. It was on like 2.3%.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you want tea, then I'll pass.
Well, if I had to go to Ohio for other things, I'd have to bring back beer. So because I couldn't get away with it. It'd be like, how do you justify the cost of the gas money? Well, I bought smokeless powder and Yingling Light. So
They've got a couple different ones now. I know they've got a dark and.
she likes the light. So
Okay.
if I say I'm gonna go pick you up some beer and I just happen to buy reload supplies on the way, she'd be like, cool.
Well, that one's
See,
at Vance's.
I'm not originally from Michigan, even though I've lived here longer than anywhere I've lived. I'm not originally from Michigan, so I don't have this Ohio hate. So I'm fine with Ohio.
Yeah, that one's at Vance's Outdoors. That's their new store, the one that has the range in it on the south end.
So would you call it a mom and pop, or is it a small local chain?
It's kind of like a local chain. They've got 3 locations, 2 in Columbus and 1 in Hilliard, or was it Heath? Newark and Heath, yeah.
You should take some more pictures and submit it for the Daily Gun Show, or have you already done that?
Nah, it's been a while since I've been up there. I should take pictures there because they got that fancy indoor range there, and I know that they were putting in an archery range also.
I took some pictures of probably the closest gun store to my work a couple weeks ago, and I haven't emailed it yet. Dano, I made sure I took a picture of the coffee pot for you.
Thanks.
So I told the guy, I said, this is going on, this, you know, he's an older guy, so you could tell he wasn't internet savvy. And I'm like, there's this show that comes on every day. It's called The Daily Gun Show. And they asked, you know, the people who watch, you know, to submit. And I said, I went down to Tennessee and I submitted some pictures, and it took them 3 months, but they got them on there. So I said, if I do take these pictures, they might not be on for 3 months. And he's like, okay. And he goes, what the hell are you taking a picture of the coffee pot for? I said, well, there's this guy from Illinois that says that every gun store's got to have like a coffee pot and a picnic table. He goes, we don't have a table, but we do get a crowd in every Saturday for coffee and donuts. And it was a Saturday. It was in the afternoon. And he points over at the counter and he goes, help yourself. So I went over and I took a picture of the donuts. And then the people that were shopping for a gun that were closest to the donuts said, why are you taking a picture of the donuts? I said, well, there's another guy on the show who kind of likes donuts. So, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, I think G-Webs has talked about donuts, or the donut loophole patch, or the glutens in donuts or something before. So
Yeah.
Donuts?
The reason I always beat that kind of drum is, for me, is gun stores can, if they choose to, and sense kind of a sense of community, by having, whether it, and it doesn't have to be a coffee pot, but just something that says, you're welcome here, stay a few extra minutes.
They can, and if that's the proprietor's business model, great. If it's not, great, because you could have a coffee spill, you could have somebody get sticky stuff all over the guns or the counters, and it's a pain in the ass. On the other hand, it might bring in people. You also get the guy who hangs around the gun store. He's like the gun store owner's friend, or just like the guy who, he knows everything about guns, but he never buys anything.
Right.
There's a store in Waterford, Michigan that I've gone to a couple times for some transfers. And it's this tiny little store. It's been there forever. And you could tell by the owners that they've been there forever. And maybe they've got it and maybe they don't. But there's a guy that hangs out in there. And all he wants to do is give you advice and talk to you about stuff. But he's just, and he is there for the free coffee too. It's one of those gun stores where, okay, add this to my list of experiences going to gun stores. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but and I certainly don't. I've never indicated that or meant that it's a requirement at all. I'm just saying that it's
no.
You just be a comment that most gun stores did it, not out of any obligations. They just kind of a tradition.
No, you just listed it as a possible characteristic, and I totally agree. It is a possible characteristic. It depends if it's a small store, if it's an older store, if it's just if they've got a, I mean, I haven't seen one with a Keurig yet, so but yeah, you've got to cater to your customers. And some gun store owners want to bring in everybody off the street, so they got to have big signs and lights and ladies' night at the range and whatever it is. And other gun store owners, they act like they don't care if they sell a gun today or they sell 100 guns today. So it really depends on for the small places what their business model is, or just what their what the proprietor is willing to do to get customers in. Sure. I mean, if you're the only game in town, you can do whatever you want, right?
I mean,
well, here's the thing about gun shops is that it's part of a community. And so what I've seen is that people in the community will bring in food to the gun shop and hang out with the proprietor on a Saturday. And because, it's the weekend, but he's got to be there to run his business. And I remember walking in, and there were like half a dozen people there all yucking it up, eating and drinking. And I was like, what the hell? Normally this place is kind of dead. But they had like a whole bunch of cookies and cake on the counter. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm here to pick up my gun. And they're all like, yeah, you should hang out for a while. And, just walk right up and do it.
Well, it's another one of those positive aspects about firearms that the general public just doesn't know. They don't understand. Because
if you went to any other place and started talking to people about firearms, 90% of the people would say, whoa, stay away from that guy. It's the one place we're safe from that sort of crap.
But just like these chats, you could strike up conversations about other things. I mean, I try to avoid politics. I do dabble in it a little here or there, but for the most part, I try to stay out of that. But other things, you can kind of talk to people and bring up and things like that. But I mean, it is kind of, it's good to network. It is good to, you get maybe some advice. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, maybe it just gets you thinking. Maybe you start appreciating something you didn't appreciate before, or I mean, whatever. I mean, you could sit there and talk about guns, but you never know. The conversation could change to fixing cars, or how to invest your money, or vacation spots, or whatever. I can sit and talk with anybody about going to Las Vegas anytime.
But like these chats, it's something that you have something in common with the people in there right from the get-go.
Yeah, I listen to the different shows and chats and some stuff that isn't even on gun channels for a little bit more than a year before I started, sticking my neck out there and talking myself, before I felt comfortable enough. But I almost felt like I knew some of the people, like you, Dano. I was like, I already know this guy from listening to him, even though I really don't know you. I've never met you or,
right.
Anything like that. But it's just kind of like, I guess, listening for a while, it started to make me feel comfortable where it's like, you know what, screw it. If these guys just chase me right off the thing, I won't, I'll just listen. I'll just shut up. But, being able to jump in is kind of fun. I mean, being on Heavy's chat yesterday, it went from, just a couple people and we weren't really sure if the show was going to last to everybody just jumped in. And then as soon as somebody popped out, somebody popped in. And the show just kept going, and we were joking it up and just having a good time. And I'm like, this is fun. This is, or when G-Webs invited me on to talk about ordnance.
Right.
What a blast. What a blast. I mean, that was so much fun to be a part of the show and to be able to talk about something that just, I mean, it's old memories for me, but it just geeks me up to talk about it. And if anybody is ever listening, I mean, and you're thinking, man, I don't know, it's being recorded and it's on YouTube and other people might hear it. No, jump in, talk. You never know. I mean, Dano, how long did you listen before you jumped into a chat?
Let's see. This was back when we were just YouTube, no gun channels. I would say somewhere between 3 and 6 months.
Oh, so you must be really outgoing then, because you just jumped right in.
Well, I don't know if that's really jumping right in, but yeah, I do tend to be. I have no problem talking to strangers.
3 to 6 months, though. I mean, I don't think that's very long at all.
It's like, I talk to the cashier when I go to the grocery store. I mean, I also, because of what I do for money, I'm constantly talking to strangers.
Kind of like a bartender.
Yeah.
Pour me another, Dano.
Dano, if you do the tactical pop quiz with the opening of the show, it's long overdue. You were talking about it, and the guys, I don't know if they were. I mean, I wouldn't do it next week. I'd wait until nobody suspected it. But doing the tactical pop quiz either while the intro was going on or before the intro, or right somewhere at the beginning where nobody was expecting it, that's something that needs to be done at somewhere down the road.
Yeah, it's one thing that's really kind of limited the as far as when it's going to be is because now everybody knows that because of the change in the show hours that I'm only there from the top of the hour, whether we go live or not. If we start 10 minutes late, then I'm only there for 50 minutes. We start 20 minutes late, now I'm only there for 40 minutes.
Check
so
this
that they
out.
know, that the top of the hour from whenever we start, I'm going to be gone.
You could have Smeggy do one at the beginning of the show and you do one at the end and call it the Daily Double, like Jeopardy.
That's a good idea.
That would throw people. They'd be like, "Wait, didn't we just have the what?" I mean, like I said, not next week, but later on down the road when people become complacent.
You never know. That's just like something that hasn't happened in a while. It was Z Island or Island Z. I always forget which way it is. Had kind of created a little thing for like a tactical hand grenade sort of a thing, like out of nowhere, no particular day, no particular time, sort of a thing. And he hasn't really, kept that going. It was there for maybe about 10 days, and then it kind of faded out a little bit. So I'd like to see it come back, but then again, he also has limited time because he can't be there for that first hour.
But if it did come back and it came out of nowhere, even when you weren't expecting it, wouldn't that be kind of cool?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
there's always time for an extra 5 minutes for him to do that.
Since he's in Hawaii, if he throws a tactical hand grenade, it's got to be an old pineapple hand grenade, just on principle.
Like a SpongeBob hand grenade.
Well, I was thinking of the old, I can't remember the military designation, the old pineapple fragmentation ones from World War II.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah.
Well, I'm going to transition over to my phone here. I got a couple things I need to do, and I need to start working my way towards making the donuts. So I just wanted to stop in for a few minutes and say, hey.
Well, thanks for stopping in. I just jumped on to listen. I didn't really jump on to talk, but
Yeah,
Donuts? I don't eat ethnic food.
exactly. Tactical donuts.
donuts are law enforcement rations.
Exactly. At least once a shift. All right, we'll see you guys in a bit.
All righty.
Well, I don't know if I can handle that much lime, Clay.
It's really not that bad. You don't notice the lime too much at all.
Lime?
It's kind of just an aftertaste. Yeah. Have you ever had Bud Light lime?
No, I see it at the store all the time, but I just
Yeah,
well, they
this-
got the tomato juice one too, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Stay away from that stuff. But the the Bud Light lime is actually supposed to be real lime flavor, and so is this Citradelic. They have other ones with lemon, and but yeah, I mean this is like the upper crust Bud Light lime.
Dude, if I'm at a Mexican restaurant and they put a jam of lime in my beer bottle, I pitch it. So I want beer to
What?
taste like beer, not taste like fruit. If I want a fruity drink, I'll make a mixer. I'll get some schnapps or something and add lemon juice or lime juice or both or whatever. If I want a fruity tasting drink, I will have a cocktail. If I want beer, I want beer flavored beer.
Yeah, they got so many beers out right now. I mean, some of the names just crack me up. They got like Raging Bitch and all kinds of different. beer.
You know what? If somebody wants beer that tastes like fruit, or beer that tastes like coffee, or beer that tastes like whiskey, or beer, go ahead. But if I don't want to drink it when I come over, please don't be upset when I bring my own beer. Okay? So I have no problem with somebody liking that stuff. It just isn't for me. When I want a beer, I want it to taste like a Pilsner or a lager. And some people say, you're so boring. Okay, fine, I'm boring. That's fine. But I have no problem. I mean, if somebody wants to make that stuff or somebody really likes it, all right, cool. But
Yeah, I think in October I sent Hashinashi like 25 pictures of different pumpkin ales and pumpkin flavored beers and everything else. I mean, you'd be amazed at how many they had out there.
see, I like pumpkin pie, but I just don't want to taste it in my beer. I could have a beer with a piece of pie,
Yeah.
you know. And I do think wine complements steaks, seafood, and pasta really well, but I wouldn't want, say, I don't know, fish flavored wine either. But I have had flavored wines before. I will say that wine that tastes like chili peppers, I didn't think would taste good, and it does.
Oh, no.
So,
See,
yeah.
you can flavor beer, but not wine, for God's sake.
Yeah, see, you see the difference? You like
fish
one thing,
flavored
and
wine?
I don't. Yeah,
You
I
should
would.
have
No,
your
no, no,
brain scrubbed for
not
coming
no,
up
no,
with
no,
that.
not no. I said chili flavored wine.
When you said fish flavored wine.
No, I was using that as an example. Yeah, I was using that as I would never want my wine or beer to taste like fish, right? But I could drink
flavored anything.
no, because I could have a white wine with a fish dinner, right? But the first time I had chili pepper flavored wine, I thought this is going to taste awful, and I took a sip and I'm like, hey, this isn't bad. So I can understand or appreciate where somebody could want pumpkin spice ale. I think it tastes awful, but somebody else might think it, you know.
Look at sangria. Sangria is wine flavored with citrus. So that's really not much different.
Is it really wine flavored with citrus, or is it wine made of different fruits? Because I've had cherry wine, blueberry wine. I've had I think wine made with apples, wine with honey, mead is honey wine. Sake is rice wine.
You're kind of going off on a tangent because none of what you just said is actually wine.
Okay, fine. I'm fooled into believing it is.
Sake is sake. What's the other ones? Mead is mead.
Mead is honey.
Mead is not wine. Mead is mead.
You're
Wine is
hair.
made from grapes. Okay, let's be clear on that.
Okay, well now if that's your definition, then sure.
Cider is made from apples.
Okay.
Listen, I know a little bit about alcoholic beverages.
No. I'm not debating you. I'm saying, okay, if you look at it from that standpoint, then yes. Yeah. So what I'm saying is there are flavored liqueurs or flavored beverages that are more appealing to me. But when you flavor something and call it a beer, it just doesn't, I don't know, for some reason or other, it doesn't set well with me. I don't care for any ales, flavored or not. I think there was one Belgian pale ale that I like, but for the most part, I don't. I think it's just a matter of taste. What you like may not be something I like, and what I like may not be something you like. It's kind of like the difference between 9mm and 45. So,
well, let's all just admit right now, 45 is better than 9. And then as we move back to wine, and specifically sangria, the origins of the name came from the Spanish sangre, blood.
Yes, okay.
The red color of the drink.
Okay.
And then so ingredients are recipes vary widely. Traditional recipes feature red wine mixed with fruits such as pineapple, peaches, nectarines, berries, apples, pears, or melon, sweetened with sugar and orange juice. So it's not necessarily citrus fruits, but all kinds of fruits.
But those fruits aren't fermented?
You're
saying it's red wine
Blanca, more recent innovation. No, you don't need to. You don't need to. If you fermented those fruits, it would taste like piss and vinegar.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
you don't want to go fermenting nectarines, bro. Trust me on
Hey,
this.
dude, I don't know. I thought you could ferment any fruit and make it into alcohol. I've never tried. I'm not that smart.
I've seen squirrels get drunk off of fermented pumpkins.
Fermented pineapple? No thanks.
Pumpkins.
Yeah. Listen. If I can't find it in the store, I'm pretty sure I don't want to try and ferment it.
They actually took pumpkins and used them in my mash and made a beer with them. It is a fermentable fruit. And I won't offer some squib any.
Dusty, if I show up to your place with a case of beer, just don't be insulted, okay? You drink yours, I'll drink mine.
Yeah, you'll have to bring your own beer because I don't drink any of that stuff.
Now
I want a beer made with barley.
What if I bring some wine though?
I drink some wine, yes.
Would you drink Hatch red chili wine?
Okay, I'll drink that if you try my habanero beer.
Oh, I would.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm not a wine. I'll drink champagne, but I won't drink wine.
Champagne?
Yeah. Yeah, I've never been a wine drinker.
I didn't really care for it until I went over to Europe one time, and I had some, and I said, "Oh, this isn't too bad." So, it just is an acquired taste. I mean, I know people that like hard liquor that I can't stand. It tastes like paint thinner, and they think beer tastes awful. So everybody's got different tastes. Habanero beer, though.
It's good. It burns all the way down.
Well, I believe it, and I would love to try a bottle of that stuff. But just to give you an idea of what's in this lime flavored ale, um, bursting with juicy Parisian lime, fresh ground coriander, and a hint of cracked black pepper. So those other spices really do cut that lime bit sharpness, and it's in the finish. It's a little bit in the after, but it's right. It's a very crisp finish, and I'm telling you, if you see this new Belgium Citradelic Exotic Lime Ale, pick up a 6-pack. It's phenomenal. And this would be a cool thing, was to try one of Dusty's habanero beers chased with an exotic lime ale. Oh, you'd be in heaven.
I wouldn't be opposed to trying it, but if I didn't like it, I just wouldn't want somebody to be insulted that I didn't like, whether it be something they bought or something that they made. I've given people muscadine wine from North Carolina before, and I've had people who say they absolutely hate wine say they love it. I've had other people spit it out and say this is cough syrup.
You're talking about Muscat.
Sure. I don't know. We always called it muscadine wine because that's what. And then I don't know. Years later, I went down there and somebody said muscadine, and I said, no, I'm from here, and we always said muscadine.
That's a dessert wine, right?
Yeah, it's sweet. It
comes in the little bottles.
It's not. No, I get it in a regular sized bottle. Duplin Winery makes it, and Childress Winery makes it, and a few others. But it is sweet. It's not like a port where it's thick and it's syrupy, but it is, for some people, they go, you know what, I hate wine, but this don't taste bad. And other people just say it's way too sweet.
Okay,
so I warn people.
I've got this on Wikipedia. The Muscat family of grapes includes over 200 grape varieties that have been in wine production and as a resin, table grapes around the globe for many centuries.
Okay. I've only seen it available down south. And the winery I get my stuff from is in North Carolina. And I suppose I would be more likely to call North Carolina home than Michigan, even though I've lived in Michigan longer than anywhere else. But if you don't expect your wine to be sweet, you won't like it.
Are we talking about the same thing here, Dusty?
What's that?
Muscat wines and muscadine?
Or muscadine, I guess.
I'm not real big on wines, so I don't know a lot of the names of them.
He's more of a beer guy.
I'm more of a beer drinker.
Okay, here we go. Synonyms. While each individual Muscat variety has its own set of synonyms, the general prefix of Muscat has its own unique translation around the globe. In Greece, Moscato, Moscachidu, Choduia.
What are you trying to say it in Greek?
Chodia, Moschudia. That's close to what you were saying, right? Moscodia? Moscato, Moscatello.
It's not like a Moscato. No, Moscato wine is
Muscateller, Muscat.
Moscato wine is carbonated.
Muscatoli. Is that what you were saying?
Muscadine. Yeah. I don't know.
African
and all I know is at the end of the day, different people have
musky.
different tastes. Just at the end of the day, different people have different tastes.
It's funny because I'd never heard that word before, but I knew because of the prefix. And I'm sure it's all
Latin. Yeah. Yeah, I discovered that when I was stationed down there. I grew up down there, and then I got my orders changed when I was in the military to get stationed down the not very far from where I grew up, and we'd go down to the store. We wouldn't have crap for money, and we'd get case of ramen noodles and a $3 bottle of wine, and we'd be set. Maybe that's why I like it. So.
Was that the night train?
What's that?
Bill.
Oh, the Boons, right.
No. That's just it, though. Back in those days, okay, that was 25 years ago. I'm an old guy. So 25 years ago, it was $3 a bottle. Now it's $9 a bottle. So, you know what? If somebody wanted to have a drink and they didn't like the taste of beer or hard liquor or whatever, Boone's would be just fine, because Strawberry Hill is not. It doesn't taste bad. It tastes like pop, soda. Yeah.
Now there's one I haven't had in years. Is Boone's Farm.
Yeah.
That or Mad Dog 2020 or
Yeah. Tequila Rose. Tastes like strawberry quick.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yep.
Boone's Farm's what we bought in high school because that's what we could afford.
Did you have the store that you went to in high school that didn't ever card you? Because that's what we had. We had the one store in town that never carded anybody.
So far, and for the most part. And then when I turned 18, I was legal to buy alcohol. When I turned 19, I wasn't legal, but so I kind of fell into that loophole.
The Boons loophole.
We could go to Canada without a passport back in the day, and Canada is only 30 minutes away. So you could drive across the bridge to Canada and you could drink at 19. Cool. And also, if you're in the military and you're 18 years of older, 18 years of age, let me say it right, 18 years of age or older, you can drink on base if the base commander says you can. You don't have to be 21 to drink on base. So it's
So did you spend your time at Cheetah's or $1 Million Saloon?
Cheetah's. But if you're 18, 19, 20 years old and your base commander, the general in charge of your base, says you can drink, you can go to the enlisted club and buy dollar beers all night long. You don't have to wait till you turn 21. So for those people that are thinking, oh, what's a good military benefit? Well, you don't get carded. So
I know back in the day they used to have wine coolers that came in 2-liter bottles too. I forget the name of those.
the reason that they let the people under the age of 21 drink on base was they figured you would walk to the enlisted club from the barracks, you would get drunk, whatever, you would walk back to the barracks, you'd never drive because it was so close, or you couldn't afford a car or whatever, you'd never go out in town, you'd never risk a DUI, you'd never get in a wreck, and that's what most of the guys I knew did. And there's a situation where you take some stupid law and you throw it away and you do what you want to do, and people are going to break that law anyhow, and you keep people from doing anything that hurts anybody. You know, it's kind of like some of these silly gun laws that don't do anything to stop crime, but they turn an honest person into a criminal because they go, F this law, I'm just going to do what I want to do. You know, they're not actually using a gun in the commission of a crime or anything, but because they own it or because they buy it or because they moved it from one place to another, they're suddenly a criminal. Nothing that actually hurts anybody. So... Who's driving?
That's me,
Oh,
Dano.
Clay, I dare you.
Dude, I'm gonna set you back.
I dare you.
I don't know what's going on. I'm not upstairs.
I was joking on the chat because, you know, Clay was complaining the other day about people reposting his stuff. He doesn't want anybody reposting his Instagram posts.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and I was just
I don't know.
messing around saying, I'm totally going to repost some of Clay's stuff.
Hey, Clay.
So all of this is being taken out of context, mind you.
Well, it's okay, Clay. We know you're a snowflake. Okay, it's okay.
No. Wait, I want to know, Clay. Are you a FUD?
Listen, I'm really just trying to help out our friend Heavy B because he seems to have a problem correctly reposting other people's Instagram photos.
Oh, crap. This goes back to that. Never mind.
A likely story.
I don't really want to be associated with a community that isn't properly giving credit to where credit is due.
Then you need to use Photo Bucket where you have some control. No one can follow you if they don't know who you are.
There you go.
Take it from Dano. He's a pro.
Well, no, I'm just saying, Photo Bucket gives you a limited amount of anonymity, and yet you can enjoy the photos that you've taken. And because it's not under your name or your line name, whatever, it just gives you a greater amount of control. I mean, if you want to control your product, that makes sense. It's like controlling your work output. If you're an artist or you're working in a factory making tires, you deserve to have some amount of control or remuneration for your work output, even if it's a hobby. Now, if you choose to share it, that's one thing. But if you don't want to, then there are other avenues to do that. And Photo Bucket is just an example.
So I liken the reposting with a link to the original creator on Instagram to walking into your local gun shop and having coffee, donuts, and a picnic table there so you can be friendly and hang out and be part of the community.
Now, one thing that G-Webs has done, unrelated to that, but I know that he's done, is instead of using watermarks, he uses his patch in all of his photos. Not that you want to use a patch, I'm just saying it's the concept.
The clay patch.
If you wanted to put some sort of emblem, whether it's a watermark or actually put a patch in there, they use the same patch every time. And it's a way of, and there's no photoshopping, well, not easily, that patch out of it, especially if it touches the object.
But doesn't this come down to the whole imitation as a form of flattery kind of thing?
But not everybody feels that way. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Fucking snowflakes.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the reasons that I don't repost is because I don't know how to repost.
There's an app for it.
Well, if I was interested in posting other people's works on my page, then I would investigate and do it right. Because, yeah, I mean, you're basically stepping into a different realm when you become a reposter. So
here's the thing, though. It's not about money. Okay,
no, I think it's
different
about
if he
content.
Well, yeah, but if he was stealing it and making money off of your hard work, then...
Well, fuck, the least he could do is type in there, hey, go check out this guy and throw his @ link in there. But he doesn't even type anything.
But are you generating revenue off of that?
It doesn't matter. There's artistic credit. That's a long-standing tradition.
Oh, crap. This is like the flavored beer. Okay. I'll just say I don't understand, but okay.
I mean, I'm making a case for both sides.
Yeah, no, you are.
And if I suddenly drop out, it's not because I got pissed. It's I'm in the area of possibly changing from one cellular system to another in my drive.
Are we going to hear you interact with your customers at all?
Oh no, I'll
no, we want to hear that.
Because I want to hear Dano go. So, you guys ever go on YouTube? You ever heard of something called Gun Channels? You ever watch the Daily Gun Show? Really? What do you think of Dano? You think he's a jerk or? You just slam on the brakes. Get out now. You know.
Yeah.
The ride is over.
Yeah. It's kind of like when the Big Lebowski was in the back of that taxi and he was going, "Man, I hate the Eagles," and the guy slams on the brakes and throws him out. So.
No, but seriously, what is the motivation of a reposter? Let's just pose that question for the panel.
Okay, well, I have no idea because I don't IG because I suck.
I can give you a broad statement if you want.
Within 30 words or less.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's to share an interest that you have with others who may not be aware of that artistic content that's out on the internet. Period.
Okay.
Clay?
Okay.
Wait, Clay, why don't you send Heavy a message and say, "Dude, I understand why you did it, but in the future, could you reference me?"
No, he doesn't repost my stuff. He reposts some random stuff that he finds on the internet. To be honest with you, I don't even know what it is because I can barely
Oh.
see whatever watermark is on the photo, and I can't click on any link to go to their page and look at their stuff and subscribe to them. So I'm not sure what his motivation is, other than maybe he doesn't feel like he's capable of taking good photos himself, and he just figures he's going to
Oh,
try.
come on,
reposting.
man. That's a low blow.
Why don't you just stop following him?
Hey, I'm
Just
just
stop-
trying to delve into.
Just stop following him, and then you won't see that feed, and
I'm
the
not
problem
following
solved.
him. First of all, I'm not following him. I'm not following you.
Oh.
But
Okay.
the point is,
Then how are
like,
you?
I
how are you
end
And how the hell did you get here?
up. Listen,
Who are you?
the internet is wide open. Anybody can walk in and browse.
I disagree.
Okay, why doesn't he just make his channel private then?
That is actually a good point. I don't know. Guys,
Because-
what do you think?
Because the owner of that platform allows him to do what he's doing. And it's a private platform, and they can make the rules because they own it.
So you're saying if I report him to Instagram, they won't shut down his site?
I would need to read into the rules of Instagram, but just like YouTube. I mean, if there's a problem, you flag a video and you state your reasons, and they either agree and say yes, or they disagree, and then nothing happens.
But there's nothing to flag other than my stuff, so
Well, I could just simply say he's not crediting the creators.
Well, I mean,
oh, so I have to go and credit myself every video I make, or every
but
I'm talking about you, Nice Strike. I don't know what your
But-
side is. I'm talking about Heavy B.
if anything is to be done, I would seriously suggest that you directly contact the individual rather than taking it to the organization first. There's step one, then there's step two. You don't go to step two first. Go to step one first. Contact them, see what they have to say.
Yeah, so this thing came up once. I was just kind of browsing, and I came across one of G-Webs' images, but his watermark had been cropped out. And along with that watermark was some other key information part of this diagram. I'm like, wait a second, that's G-Webs'. Why is this company? It was a company, and a lot of Instagram is people for profit. They're posting this and advertising one of their classes, and I'm like, and I linked him. I'm like, have you seen this? Da da da. And G-Webs is like, why don't you credit me, or why crop out my name? And the person came back all defensive, like, oh, we just picked this up off the internet and it was like this, and if you do a lot better if you're nice to people, all this shit. And I was like, you fucking people stole that shit, and you damn well know it.
Yeah, well, companies unfortunately do that, and it's because there's so many millions of photographs out there. It's almost beyond the point of manageable, or it is beyond the point. But if you know the person, just like anything else, if I say something to you in the chat, before you go to complain to me to whatever organization, is hosting the discussion that I said something that offended you, I would hope that you would contact me directly and say, Dano, when you said such and such, it bothered me. I wish you wouldn't say something, or whatever it is. You know, just like two adults would do too.
Dusty's out there making zombie dust. This looks insane.
If he's trying to make zombies, I think we need to take him out.
It depends on the reposting app too. Some of those apps don't repost the creditor's information. Some do.
The one I do, you know, copies everything, and it also links back to the original post. So
Yeah, I know here lately. I just checked Heavy's page, and he's been the pictures that he's reposting has their info in the bottom corner, and I know he's posting their info too. So it's just like any other app. You just gotta figure out how to use it and get used to it and stuff.
Hey, Clay, what picture did you take of?
Hey,
Wait.
Marvin, I didn't know you were here.
Yep, I'm here, Dano.
he lives.
Nice to hear from you.
Same here, my friend. Clay,
What?
what did you take a picture of?
Nothing. There's nothing. What have you been doing all day?
Some people can't stay on here all day. I mean, I logged in, but I can't be sitting and listening all day. So the reason why I'm saying that, did you give credit to the page? If you take a picture of a building, you're saying that the person needs to give credit. Did you give credit to the building? Did you get permission from the building that you took a picture of?
Yeah, that's a good point. If I take a picture of a building, I should credit the architect, right?
Correct. Or the owner, or the leasing company. I mean, it becomes then ridiculous. So there's a
Yeah.
point where you say to
Unfortunately, I
yourself,
took that picture with my camera from the public domain, and that's perfectly legal to do. And I
yes,
do it all day, every day, by the way.
correct. But what I'm just saying to you, do you give credit of that public domain where you're saying, oh, I took a picture of this camera? And then there's a point where you say to yourself, you know what?
Listen,
I feel, you know.
listen, photography is an art, okay? So every time you press that button and the shutter opens and closes, you're an artist. And it doesn't matter what you're taking a picture of as long as it's within the public domain. If you kick in somebody's door and take a picture of their living room while they're sitting there watching, Ghostbusters, then yeah.
Wait. This is important. Which one? Clay, this is important. Which one?
So there's multiple infringements if you're taking a picture of a movie. Okay.
No, Clay, you're skipping the question. Which Ghostbusters movie?
Listen, I haven't seen the second one, and I don't advise anybody else go watch that either, from what I've heard. So we'll just assume it's the original, Dan Aykroyd.
I thought
Actually, that'd be the third one because there was 1 and 2 of the original actors.
Yeah.
if I take a picture of my firearm, which I did the other day or yesterday, do I have to go to the gun manufacturer and get permission from them? I mean, there's a point where you need to say, you know what, I'm not a photographer for the sense of, you know, making money from it. I'm taking pictures of something, I'm just sharing it, and if somebody shares my picture, I am overwhelmed when somebody shares my picture, because that means that they found the same
that's
interest
you
that
and
I
I.
found.
But a lot of people on Instagram are professional photographers or running a business for profit, and have some liability in what they put out on the internet and how it should be shared.
And I agree. There are some people that make this is where their bread and butter is made, and they need to make it very clear this is their bread and butter, or they need to put a watermark on it. I know many photographers, of matter of fact, that they put actually their watermark on it. It works for them. But if I see a picture on the internet and I Google something and I see a picture on the internet, I'm not going to spend 10 minutes or 20 minutes looking for the person that took that picture on the internet and ask them, find an email to send them an email to say, can I get a permission to post that picture of a meme or something? It's not worth it. I have all the time. And more likely, they got the picture from somebody else too. So, if you choose to do that, that's, good on you. But I don't have the time. Let them sue me. I have no problem with that.
So what is that gun with all the camouflage on it?
It's a Huawei HCR. They just came out to a SHOT Show about 4 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago. They came out on the road with it, or to the distributors. It was displayed at SHOT Show 2017, and I have one.
You won the gun as a prize?
Pardon me?
Did you say you won the gun?
No. I bought the gun. It came out in SHOT Show in 2017.
Okay, so it's a brand new gun. It's a what is it chambered in?
Creedmoor 6.5.
Is that the same caliber as the other rifle you have?
All my rifles are, well, not all, but majority of my rifles are Creedmoor 6.5.
Cool.
The one that I had showed before, that was a Bergara. They just came out on SHOT Show 2017, and I just got that one too.
That must be a quarter MOA gun.
Yep. Both of them.
As long as the user is.
I'm an average shooter, so quarter MOA I can make. Anything other than that is
Excellent. Now, is that just through your self-training over the years, or did you get some help training?
a lot of reading. I believe that any hobby that I do or I'm involved in, I think it's essential for me to learn it. Let's put it this way. If I'm going to play golf, I'm going to learn it. I'm going to be good at it. If I'm going to swim, I'm going to be good at it. I'm just not going to just do it for the fun of it. And that's my internal personal way. So I shoot bullseye, I shoot rifle, and I think because I shoot bullseye competitively, it has made me a better rifle shooter, because then the fundamentals are almost the same. A trigger is a trigger is a trigger. It's how you address that trigger in terms of a bullseye, a pistol, and a rifle is kind of different. But the breathing, the slowing down, it's just kind of almost, to me, it's the same. Some people may call it differently, but to me, it's the same. So I have the ability to, I'm an average shooter, a little above average, but average. So, like for instance, my kids go to school in Cincinnati, or one of my sons go to school in University of Cincinnati, and I came here and I shot in a bullseye tournament, the nationals for bullseye, and I'm in the top 10 for the nationals. So, if you want to call that average, then that's average. I won for me, I won for Cincinnati, Ohio, but for the nationals, I came in the top 10. So,
well, I gotta go, guys. We'll catch you later.
Yep. See you, Dana.
All right, Daniel.
Long live the vest.
I was just going to ask if he was able to keep that going when he picks up a donut.
Well, he must have his phone mounted right there to his dashboard the whole time. So I don't know why he can't take us along when he starts to pick up fares.
A lot of them use their phones for their app.
But can it run in the background? Maybe not.
Yeah. A lot of them. I've seen some have like two phones, one running their Uber app and the other running navigation and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I would do. 2 phones.
Now, when I was out there in Vegas, the one guy that picked us up, his navigation was his dash. I forget what car it was, but like the speedometer and where the speedometer and the gas gauge and everything else is, that whole thing lit up as his navigation,
Wow.
which is pretty sweet.
But was it integrated with the phone and the Uber app? Because don't they have to kind of run off of where the next person is and where the last person was? Or...
Yeah, I know when I was out there on the Uber app, you sat there and you saw like 20 cars circling around,
Okay, so that's a typical cab driver setup where there's a place where they pick people up and then they just take them wherever and then come back to the strip. But I
or
feel like
they could,
around
while they're
here
in
they're
that
just
area,
cruising
up
like
another ferry.
constantly. Like they go from one house to another house and like they look who's closest to me, and then they go to that house, pick up that person and take them to this place, and they're just constantly pinballing. Pingballing?
Yeah, I think that's what they do.
Ping ponging. That's what I meant to say. They're constantly ping ponging around off of the app, which if you could connect it onto a dash display right behind the steering wheel would be almost autonomous. I mean, you could almost just turn your brain off at that point.
A lot of vehicles have built-in screens now. My pickup truck has a built-in screen where my phone connects into the truck and I just touch the buttons on the steering wheel. And there's a screen on the dash that prints out my text messages and all that.
But is it in the center or is it behind the steering wheel?
Mine is actually in the center of the truck.
Right. And so they've had screens in the center for a lot longer than you'd think. But to have it where like the speedometer is behind the steering wheel, I mean, that's you at that point, you almost want a heads-up display, I think.
Now, my wife's car brings up messages on her, which I haven't drove it enough, so I really can't contest to this, but I think her car brings up messages behind this, right in the speedometer.
Yep, technology is pretty neat now.
But I stay out of her car, so I really can't attest to that.
Yep. I got to go, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later, Frank.
Thanks. So who thinks we're going to get a night shoot live video from Biker Bob?
Ah,
I don't know. Last night it was really late when they popped in. I think it was 1 or 2 o'clock before he ever got on last night.
yep.
Yeah, on the West Coast it was only 10, so that was perfect timing for me. But yeah, the shoot starts at like 9 Pacific Coast, Pacific Standard. So that would be midnight. Yes, yeah. That's what, 3.5 hours from now. So what is that zombie dust all about?
That is probably one of the number one craft beers in the United States right now. It's only available, well, it's actually made in Dano's area, Munster, Indiana, which is right near the Illinois border right there. And it's only sold in Indiana and Ohio. Considered the number one craft beer. It's an IPA. I don't know if you're familiar with that term.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's an IPA.
Well, it says style is a pale ale.
Yes, it's a pale ale, but it's also an IPA. It has a little, which Squib kind of chime in and tease. It has some fruity taste to it. It has a little bit of grapefruit taste, a little bit of mango. All those tastes that you guys are talking about on the beers, they actually come from the hops.
Right.
Different hops add different taste characteristics to beers.
And it has 6.2% alcoholic content. Is that right? ABV, alcoholic beverage volume. What does that stand for?
That's your alcohol content. ABV is your alcohol. Your IBUs is your bitterness, which I don't remember what the bitterness was on that
this
one.
This is 50 IBU.
So it's a medium.
So it's 1 to 100?
Yep. You get into the 70 and 80, and those beers, which some of them I don't really care for, just like your Piney Elder's another big craft beer. To me, that tastes like a pine tree. I really don't want to drink a pine tree.
Yeah, I've had a couple of those. They're all right. I mean, I'm all right, but I can't put them back night after night. Like one 6-pack is enough for me. I think it's called Pine Drops.
Oh, Pine Drop. That's a beer I want to make. I have a recipe, a clone. I call them clone recipes. They're a recipe of the original that I can brew myself. And I have a clone of Pine Drops that I want to try to make. Which I think the hops in it, we just looked that up this afternoon, and now I can't remember the hop that's in that beer. I'll have to look it up again and I just looked it up this afternoon, but I didn't have the hop, so I'll have to order it to try it.
So this website is a little bit out there. What exactly are they selling on this website?
That's the brewery. That's where they make that beer.
So I can buy the actual bottles of beer from them here somewhere, supposedly.
Oh, they do sell them there now?
Oh, no, is this just merchandise, like hats and stuff? What is this? Shirts, T-shirts?
It's probably just merchandise.
Okay.
For the most part, that beer is...
Here we go. Beers to go. Watch this page for an ever-changing, up-to-date list of beers available for carry-out. Carry-out beer is available 7 days a week, including Sundays. Seasonal releases and pub-only batches will be announced through our Facebook, Twitter page. 6-packs for $10 and cases for $40. Yum Yum Gumball Head Alpha King 22-ounce bomber.
Which I like the Gumball Head.
That sounds yummy.
And I like the Alpha King. But for the most part, that is just that's their brewery.
I give them credit for coming up with good names for these things. The 22-ounce bombers come in 3 Floyds, the Brewery Rue de Floyd, Molten Mirrors, Sicario Pina, Necron, Floyd, Rabid Rapid, and Arctic Panzer Wolf.
Well, and that's just like that. That's their brewery. And like I said, they have a very limited distribution. So like you're not going to find their beers in the store very often. So their bar one day. We went in there for lunch. They served good food, but they played this headbanger music, and I could not stand being in there.
Yeah, I can
I
imagine.
drank one beer. I ate my sandwich I bought, and I said, the clone beer I make at home is a lot more peaceful to drink. And we walked right out of there.
So this was in Indiana. Let's see here.
Yeah,
Is
it's
this
in Munster, Indiana.
Am I looking at the right place here? Where the hell? Oh, there it is. Yeah.
It's right on the
9750
Indiana-Illinois line.
Indiana Parkway. Yeah. Cool. That's right near one of
The
these
neat thing
fragrant-
was there's a Cabela's right down the road from that brewery. So
What
we
lake
went
is
to
that?
Cabela's.
Lake Erie.
Yep.
No.
Lake Michigan, isn't it? Yeah,
Do
Lake
I know my
Michigan
Great
would be
Lake?
on that side.
Michigan. There it is. Yep. Lake Michigan. Wow, these are huge lakes. So wow, that's right near Chicago, basically just due south of Chicago.
Yep.
Wow. Right on the border. A lot of people live here. Headbanger music.
Yeah, it wasn't my kind. Of course, I'm getting old, I guess. When I was a kid, I probably could have handled that, but at my age now,
Well, for
too.
what I've just discovered, it really comes down to volume. Like headbanger music is great.
Oh, and it was loud.
Yeah.
It
If
was
you're going
loud.
deaf while you're having your lunch, then there's you could have a headache afterwards. But that's what the youngins like. I was in a club in Reno a few years back, and holy shit, we walked in and they had like PA size speakers hanging from an 8-foot ceiling, like right in front of your head, full volume, blasting Snoop Dogg and other assorted 90s garbage. And I'm just like, wow, I'm going deaf. Okay, 10 minutes here, and then I find an escape, and there was like a roof deck up on top, so I went up there. It was freezing out, but yeah, I was like, what the fuck are they playing that music so fucking loud for? I'm not.
What I get a kick out is some of the cars that come down the road. I'll hear them a half mile away. I'll hear this thumping noise.
Yeah, how is that fun?
Yeah, I wonder how they can stand to be in that car. It can't be banging that bad if I can hear them a mile away. And like I said, when I was young, we played our music loud, but nothing like some of the music nowadays.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't have an 18-inch or a pair of 18-inch subwoofers in the trunk. I had like a 6-inch driver, a couple of 6-inch drivers, and it was loud. And I'm sure I had hearing. It wasn't like this whole like boom, like a subsonic, infrasonic noise just going straight through building walls. Shit that people get away with today. But I actually live right across from a building that used to be a church and was converted into music studios, and they've got some loud stuff too. But it's like at least it's behind walls indoors. That's when it's just going through glass in the car, driving like you say, driving down the street a block away. Like this is crazy. Like this is not a good sign for a healthy society. That we need to pride ourselves on how much noise we can make as we drive.
Well, and that's like myself. I still listen to my motor to make sure it's running right. If I had music playing that loud, how would I ever know if my car was running right?
A lot of music is kind of crafted after engine sounds, but you'll hear buzzsaw guitars and a lot of the distorted guitars. You kind of mimic the sound an engine makes revving up and revving down in melody. So yeah, it's basically white noise, with tone behind it. So I like listening to the engine noise when I drive my manual transmission Jeep. It's just got a really steady power curve, and I can just hear it, ramp up and hum along. But in my truck, it's pretty much just like it's pretty quiet, and just automatic transmission does all the work, and just it hums along at freeway speeds effortlessly until I hit some hills. But yeah, I mean, you definitely want to listen to your engine. If it's making some weird squeaky rattling noise, then you want to be on top of that.
Well, and that's like, I farm for a living. My combine, I very seldom turn the radio up very loud in it, because I know by the sounds that combine makes when something's broken. And, so I listen to every shaft turning, and I just kind of know when something's not turning. I know it's time to stop, because I'm probably dumping grain on the ground.
So that's an interesting term for a piece of equipment, a combine. I've heard of a harvester, and I can figure out what a harvester is for. But it's
Well, it's the same thing. In my area, we call them combines.
Oh, it's the same exact piece of equipment.
Pretty much, yes.
So why is it called a combine?
I guess I really don't know the answer to that question.
Is there like multiple?
But it's basically what? Probably because you're separating the grain with it, and you're putting the grain in the bin and the trash out the back end, I would assume is why they call it a combine. You sort all the weed seed out, and you basically put clean grain in the hopper, and you put all the trash out the back end.
Interesting. If you Google combine, it comes with for a verb, unite, merge. Noun, a group of people or companies acting together for a commercial purpose. And then there's the NFL scouting combine. So yeah, it definitely describes like a set of, or a series of things, a couple different things coming together or separating. Oh, here we go. The largest combine harvester
there you go,
in the
separator.
World. But when I think of combine, I think of putting together, not separating, right?
Right, but with my situation, you're actually separating the grain,
Yeah,
from the stems and the stalks and all the trash of the grain.
yeah, I can see that, and I'm watching this video now. I suppose I could link it, but it's the largest combine harvester. And okay, oh, I get it. So you actually call it both things, combine harvester. So it combines separating and sorting, or whatever you just said.
Separating the grain. You're separating, basically.
It combines harvesting and separating. Right.
Yes.
You're pulling out of the ground, and then you're separating.
Right.
Whereas maybe just historically a harvester would just pull the grain out. Huh.
Well, years ago, you used like corn. We'll use corn for example. You used to leave the kernels on the cob, and you would sell the cob and the kernels together. Now you shell the kernels off, and you just sell the grain, and you let the cobs go on the ground. So I'm assuming that's probably where the difference in term may have came from somewhat.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly, I think, what we figured out here. I'm watching this other video, artificial turf sod installation, and there was a machine that I don't know what it was doing. There, it's amazing. If you just kind of like look online for some stuff, you'll find some amazing machines that will like cut down trees and debark trees, and they've got this machine that cuts the holes in the golf green, the putting holes, and like, oh wow, here it is tearing up sod. I guess sod, they grow it in a field, right? And then they use this machine and they lift it up and stack it, and then they deliver it to where it's going to be installed, and then they roll it out with another machine. I'm going to copy this link. How
Yeah, we have a sod farm
really?
about 20 miles from us, and it's really neat to watch them harvest that sod. It's like they go in there and, like you say, they cut it, they roll it up like a piece of carpet, and then they load it on a truck and they go lay it on somebody's yard.
It's really amazing how we've learned how to manipulate plant life on this planet. And we do have a fascination with grass.
But yet, my sister built a new house a while back, and she had her yard sodded, and within 2 or 3 weeks after her house was done, they had a yard that they had to mow already. Whereas if you planted seeds, you might work all summer getting that yard started.
Yeah, seeds take a couple seasons, I think, because they can grow in the first season kind of spotty, and they need to reseed.
And then you get weed competition, and you have to weed or spend money on weed and feed or something to try to get the weeds out of your yard.
But like sod is already into its first season, or it's past its first season, I imagine. I don't know exactly, but it seems like it's a seasoned.
Oh yeah, it's established. I don't know if you've ever went out in your yard and just took a shovel full of the top layer of the dirt off of your yard.
Sure.
You get a big ball of sod first. That's basically what they're hauling in and putting in onto people's yard. Is they're bringing all that root mass and everything right in with it.
Yeah. It's the blades and a root mass.
Yep.
And like billions of billions of blades of grass. But I just found this video. I'm not even listening to it, but I posted it in the external of all these crazy huge pieces of equipment, and there's one that looks like it's in a sludge pond, and it just is like it's got these four huge tires, and it just drove into a sludge pond, and it looks like it's recycling and aerating the sludge. Wow, who comes up with these ideas?
No, there's a lot of stuff on YouTube like that that's fun to watch. Some of the biggest
This is like
equipment and some of the
12
biggest tractors even.
Yeah, it's like you should. I mean, maybe I'll post this in the side chat for you, but this is crazy. There's like a backhoe with a pump in in a harbor shooting up a rooster tail. Like I don't even know what the purpose. I mean, I'm sure people make their careers and just coming up with new machinery that hasn't even been invented yet. Some of this stuff is like the wave generation, uh, or what are they called? Wave turbines or wave generators. So they'll take the
Okay.
rising and falling of an ocean wave and generate electricity from it. Yeah, I mean, I remember when a lot of this stuff was very theoretical. It looks like they have some actually in production using the kinetic motion of waves. And they have this other vehicle that goes and I suppose I could screen share this. It's got like torches coming out of the bottom of it. Oh, let me see if I can screen share this. Oh, shit. Excuse me. Where's my screen share? Oh, there it is. Okay, share. Here we go. Play. This is halfway through. That's a Vector truck. I don't know what that is. That's something in the Philippines, I believe. All right, I cut off the music. I don't want any copyright infringements. This is like a rail cutter. It like undermines the the railroad ties.
They
What is
put
it?
new rail ties in.
Yeah, but were they just kind of excavating right under the ties, and then those ties look fine. I don't know why they're fucking around with them. That's weird. That's really odd. Maybe they need to lower the rails. Wow.
But I would assume they're trying to level the track or something.
Wow. I should have been a mechanical engineer. Could have come up with some crazy shit. Yeah, I suppose it's for fair use. I think we should probably shut it off here. So I'm going to cut out. This is just to give the proper credit. This is world amazing, modern, latest, intelligent technology. Heavy equipment, mega machines, construction video, epic machines. These cranes they have nowadays are just enormous. They come in sections and they have to build them on site. And they take like a month to build just the crane. Wait a second, I gotta see this. Or is this a wind turbine? What is this? Holy Moses.
That's a big crane. They're setting a big tank.
Yeah, some kind of pressure vessel with this tube. This pipe coming out of the top. And then back to the Philippines. I don't know why they keep on going back to the Philippine truck.
That'd be a fun site to go to sometime. just to play and watch.
I gotta go put on a sweatshirt. It's getting chilly.
Okay. So did we chase you off, Squib?
So it's just about dinner time. I'm gonna throw together some food. I'll just keep this up and running. I'll be listening. Breaking news! Breaking news! A scuffle broke out on a Southern California beach where supporters of President Donald Trump were marching when counter-protesters doused organizers with pepper spray, authorities said. The violence erupted when the march of about 2,000 people at Bolsa Chica State Beach reached a group of about 30 counter-protesters, some of whom began spraying the irritant, said Captain Kevin Persall of the California State Parks Police. 3 people were arrested on suspicion of illegal use of pepper spray, he said. There were several other arrests and 2 people suffered minor injuries, but Persall said he did not immediately have further details. The Los Angeles Times reported that an anti-Trump protester who allegedly used the eye irritant was kicked and punched in the sand by a group of Trump supporters. Counter-protesters said before the march began that they planned to try to stop the march's progress of the human wall. Really? Really? Human wall? Okay, the irony is not lost on us Trump supporters.
It's crazy, all the things that are going on right now. And a lot of it's aggravating to me.
Well, who the hell sprays protesters with pepper spray other than the police? And these are the people, same people that are saying that the police are overstepping their bounds and they don't like the police. They think it's a police state, and yet they're using the same tactics. That, I mean, maybe that's smart. I don't know. It seems ironic and what's the term I'm looking for? Hypocritical for somebody who despises the police to use their same tactics against people who are in favor of our current government.
Well, their whole motive is to disrupt everything, and they're gonna really hurt us by, I mean, it'd be better to have them behind us and have everybody working for the same goal, but that's never going to happen. Right now is just to disrupt our government.
I wonder what kind of penalty or what kind of punishment you get when you illegally spray pepper spray in public. What do they call it? They're using these really like soft terms in this article that I don't understand why they can't just come out and say like maced the people, the peaceful ralliers. But yeah, they call it an eye irritant.
and this shit blinds you. So,
Oh yeah.
suspicion of illegal use of pepper spray. Yeah, suspicion. Yeah.
And I don't know what it's classified as. I don't know if it's something you can buy over the counter. Now I know my wife carries it, but I don't know. I don't know if she has to do anything to buy it or not.
No, I think you may have to be 18, but I bought lots and lots of this stuff over the counter through the internet, the internet loophole for pepper spray. And it's basically just capsicum from what is the name of that pepper? It's cayenne pepper. It's a very small, very hot pepper that grows in tropical climates, and they just grind that up and mix it with some propellant liquid, and then it just it burns like fuck when you get it in your mucous membranes. But yeah, I mean you're down and out if you get that shit in your eyes. You're done. You're screaming. You're yelling. You want water. The only thing that's going to help it is water. Lots and lots and lots of water. You basically want to stick your head in a bucket of water for 10 minutes.
So by spraying that on to another person, you've just by causing him discomfort. So it should be a pretty good penalty, I would say.
Well, I'm going to Google it now. I'm in the middle of making dinner, but I think I can pull this off. Man, you can't beat Google, I'll tell you what. Okay. It is absolutely legal to carry pepper spray and use it to protect your personal safety without having any special state or federal permits. California laws do regulate the size and weight. The legal container size must be equal to or below 2.5 ounces of active products. And there's a link here. I'm sure they're just trying to sell you stuff on the site, but they're not going to tell you what the. Okay, wait a second. Illegal use of pepper spray products, perhaps dispensing them. Fucking ad. Perhaps dispensing them out of anger or as non-self-defense violence against another person can bring fines of $1,000 and up and or 3 years in prison. So it's $1,000 fine and a slap on the wrist. They're not going to put you in jail for that shit. And that's $1,000 is nothing to scoff at. But
I know, but today it's really not a major deal. I guess to me, the 3 years in prison would be worth more than $1,000.
I'd rather see that be $1,000 and a mandatory 6 months in prison.
Okay, 6 months. Ma'am. Impose that fine, it would be good. But the problem is we're not even imposing, fines or judgments on people right now. They probably will get off and just with a slap on the wrist, like you said. Now, are you in California then?
Yeah, right now I'm in California. But as far as I know, like throughout the West, you can carry pepper spray. It's not a big deal. if this shit continues, like, and this is the kind of liberal bullshit that gets fucking people to want to pass laws. And a bunch of fucking douchebags out there who bought a $10 can of pepper spray and sprayed a bunch of fucking peaceful people. And then some fucking lawmaker gets a wild hair up his ass and says, "Oh shit, we need to ban pepper spray because the cucks can't handle it." And then you can't carry pepper spray, you can't get a taser. You're basically New York City. So yeah, in California you can have a pepper spray, you can have a taser. That's about it. Um,
Well, and I know California is struggling right now with their laws, especially their gun laws, getting screwed all over the place as far as I'm concerned.
yeah, they've kind of gone past their tipping point. So at this point, like, they can't even enforce the laws because there's too many of them, and they're losing revenue because of them, and the crime is only going to increase because of restricting arms to law-abiding citizens. So they're enacting a big experiment, a big public experiment, and they're going to get to see how fouled up things can be when you vote for big government. So yeah, I mean, they've got lawsuits against them, and there's many issues in California that you see on the news every day. I mean, I'm just reading one story today. Some people walking on the beach getting attacked, and there's like 40 million people in the state. So, yeah, I think they're really at a tipping point where the size of government has gotten too large, and it will start to collapse on itself. What with the federal government restricting funding and just an inability to self-govern and manage the bureaucracy. So what I want to know is, why are these Trump supporters, who number in 2,000 people, why are none of them carrying pepper spray? Or when they only reach 30 counter protesters, why aren't they just squashing these people?
I guess I don't know the answer to that. Right. You should fight back.
Now, there was a guy in the Berkeley Trump rally. It was the first 100 days of Trump rally, where there was supporters that went to People's Park and stood right in the middle and held up American flags, and then were surrounded by scumbags, and they got attacked. And there was this one guy, and I don't know all the details, but one guy who was carrying like a shield and a stick, and wore a respirator, and he was defending these Trump supporters, and there's videos of him on YouTube, like swinging the stick at people and hitting people in the head with the stick. But apparently he got arrested and charged with some 20 felonies. So I can understand if people don't want to fight back, but they could definitely like grab an individual and like hold an individual, or I don't want to advocate violence. I certainly don't. But if somebody attacks you, you have every right to defend yourself and hold that person accountable.
And I agree with that also. All right. Which I think that article said they did hold the guy that sprayed the pepper spray to the stand, didn't they? So the article made it sound like they attacked him.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You're right. It says the anti-Trump protester who allegedly used the hydrant was kicked and punched in the sand. Okay. Well, hey, that's good. And I suppose that's why the police were able to take him into custody. So yeah, good. Well, that makes sense. 2,000 against 30. Yeah, 2,000. I would go into one of those rallies, but I feel like I don't need to. I did my thing. I voted. I'm a fervent supporter of the Second Amendment, and that was one of his big campaign promises. And most of America is in favor of the Second Amendment. And the more people that realize just how essential it is to our freedom will become fervent supporters. And it is really hypocritical for a lot of these protesters and anti-fa people is to criticize the police and not take responsibility for their own rights, to just fucking want to give it all away, and yet not like any of the establishment. It's just very hypocritical to me.
And I agree with you. To me, being a police officer right now would be the worst job that you could possibly have. That's why I respect them all. I'm never gonna give them any trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically blue collar workers and interacting with whoever they need to at any given time. And it's got to be one of the most demanding jobs, if not the most demanding job. I mean, there's no other job where you walk around and talk to anybody that happens to be having a problem with a gun on your hip. So yeah, I ran across a few police officers today. I waved to one of them. I saw him, improving my neighborhood, and then there's a couple other who were helping this other woman out. And I mean, I when people ask me for help, I just say, hey, I call the police. I don't know. I don't know how to help you. But the police, they've got it figured out, man.
Well, if you really look at it, they're going to work just like any of the rest of us. They're going to work, they're putting their 8 hours in, and I'm sure they hope to come home at night.
Yeah, and they may not do as much heavy lifting as a laborer might, but they're definitely on call. And if something goes south, they've got to run towards that situation and interject themselves into a chaotic situation without any reservations. And I'm sure that happens in the big cities. I'm sure that happens every shift for some of these guys.
Oh, I'm sure you're right. Like I said, it's a job I wouldn't want to do.
I think I'd be pretty good at it. I actually applied to a police department, and I went and I took the post exam, and of course passed with flying colors. Then I went for the interview, and it was like a panel interview, and there was 2 cops and a community member, and they were asking me all these questions. And I'm just like, I don't know. Well, I don't really know. Just like giving a lot of my opinions and stuff. And, if I had had some background in law enforcement, some type of schooling, training, something, night school, something, I would have been able to probably address that. And of course, I actually already had a career at the time, so they probably didn't think I was committed enough. But yeah, I think it would be cool to be a cop. Like maybe not so much as you get older, but you can retire at 50. So if you get in at 20, 30 years, you got a killer pension. You may have a lot of trauma. But yeah, I mean, if you're of the certain mentality and you're a people person, like you can do a lot of good as a cop.
Now, does Good Samaritan laws like Michigan does?
For first aid, they do.
Okay, that's kind of what I was asking. So if somebody's in trouble, you have to offer them assistance in California also.
Oh, no. Is that what that means? No. So I have first aid CPR certification, and in the classes they told us that you're not required to render first aid, and I guess you're also can't be held liable if you render first aid and the person dies or has debilitating injury because of what you do. But I'm pretty sure you don't have to respond. That's not required. I mean, if I was a public servant and working as a paramedic or whatever, then yeah, I'd probably have to respond if I was on duty or on call or whatever. But just as a regular citizen, you don't have to. Is that what a Good Samaritan law is? You have to respond if someone's in need?
Basically, that's what it is here in Michigan. If you are trained and you don't respond, then you are, what would I say, negligent or whatever, and you could be charged. But yes, if you have the ability to help somebody, like in my situation, my wife's an RN, and I'm trained as a first responder. On an accident, by law, we are required to offer assistance.
Okay, so I thought this was kind of like a like an inside joke kind of thing, because when I saw the Seinfeld episode, I guess it was like the last Seinfeld episode, where, anyways, Google that. But it sounds like what you were talking about. But when I Google Good Samaritan law, it says Good Samaritan laws generally provide basic legal protection for those who assist a person who is injured or in danger. In essence, these laws protect the Good Samaritan from liability if unintended consequences result from their assistance. And that was what I was describing. So what you're describing, I thought was just kind of an urban legend. I didn't actually know
Well,
you
and
could
we
get
have
prosecuted.
that. But no, if you are capable, you are actually required to respond also.
Yeah, I'm looking this up. Good Samaritan laws may vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Common features, implied consent, laws for first responders only. Comparison with duty to rescue. Now that's what you're talking about. You're talking about duty to rescue. Now, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Right.
Good Samaritan laws may be confused with the duty to rescue. U.S. and Canadian approaches to this issue differ. Under common law, Good Samaritan, blah, blah, blah. Such, da-da-da. Wow. To illustrate a very, I'm not going to read this. This looks like foreign shit, man. They're talking about German and Quebec and French courts, and I don't, maybe because you're close to the Canadian border, you have that, but this looks like, just, I don't think this is a U.S. thing. Duty to rescue. Maybe I have to actually Wikipedia the actual, here we go. It's a concept in tort law that arises from a number of cases describing circumstance in which a party can be held liable. There is, okay, in the common law of most English-speaking countries, there is no general duty to come to the rescue of another, period. Okay, however, such a duty may arise in two situations. A duty to rescue arises where a person creates a hazardous situation. If another person then falls into peril because of this hazardous situation, the creator of the hazard, who may not necessarily have been negligent, tortfeasor has duty to rescue individual peril. Such a duty may also arise where a special relationship exists. For example, parents have a duty to rescue minor children. Common carriers have a duty to rescue their patrons. Employers have an obligation to rescue employees. In some U.S. jurisdictions, real property owners have a duty to rescue invitees, but not trespassers. Spouses have a duty to rescue each other in all U.S. jurisdictions. So, I mean, that's obvious. If you're going to marry somebody, you're going to want to save them. In the United States, as of 2009, 10 states had laws on the books requiring that people at least notify law enforcement of and or seek aid for strangers in peril under certain conditions. These laws are also referred to as Good Samaritan laws, despite their difference from the laws of the same name that protect individuals who try and help another person. These laws are rarely applied and generally ignored by citizens and lawmakers. So those states are California, Florida, Hawaii, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Ohio, Rhode Island, Vermont, Washington, and Wisconsin.
Yeah, maybe mine discontinued it then. Maybe I don't have to worry about that anymore.
So yeah, when I was driving down the freeway at 6 in the morning and the sun was just coming up enough so that I could see there's some guy standing right next to the travel lane waving his arm, I should have and did call 911 to notify law enforcement to seek aid for strangers in peril, and I'm glad I did that. It makes perfect sense. But yeah, no, I mean, there was 100 people that drove by that guy and didn't do anything. So they're not going to get prosecuted, right?
Of course, see, I have the other problem. If I walked up to somebody and they were bleeding all over the place, I would be the one laying on the ground passed out rather than the person that was suffering. I have what it is. It doesn't matter if it's my blood or somebody else's blood. I pass out when I see blood. That's why I didn't make it as a first responder.
Yeah, I get squeamish, but I mean, I'll just like walk away. I'm not going to pass out.
All right.
How was your show last night, Edge?
It was good. That's a good participation. Haven't had Finn out in the chat in a while, and he was in there. We talked about his shop, and talked about gun shop etiquette, a little this, a little that. It was interesting, and it was fluid.
Actually, it was a very good show.
Thank you. So I'm waiting for Brownells to call me tomorrow to bow down to my feet. But I'm still waiting. We love you.
What, are they paying you royalties for mentioning them in one of your videos?
Shit. I've actually had a couple people contact me, try to buy a couple of my videos in the past. I'm like, you know what? I know they'll make a little money, but not enough to sit there and feel comfortable about giving it away, just to make a little money. when down the road, I'm not saying I'm going to ever get huge or anything, but as far as the channel growth, but I at least want to keep my property, my intellectual property. Usually when companies call you to buy a video, they don't want you to talk shit about them anymore. But it's all good. I got some Tumblr videos I got to work on tomorrow, and some water bottle videos I'll be doing. Yeti versus Arctic and Titan bottles. They're 64 ounce.
Titan is titanium.
No, they're just aluminum like everybody else, or stainless steel. I'm sorry, on the outside. Just basic. Yeti hit the market with that big bottle, and some people love it. Some people think it's too big. I have 32 ounce and a 64 ounce. So one company sent me a 32 ounce and 64 ounce and one of their 30 ounce tumblers to review. So I had to make a little bit of investment even though I have a bunch of cups already, get some more name brand competitive cups to go side by side to do reviews against them. But the Yeti.
The steel bottles are all the rage. I've seen the Yetis. They're expensive. I just noticed I follow Pelican on Instagram, and they just introduced their line of vacuum bottles and tumblers, and they're also expensive. I looked at those, and like a 14-ounce bottle is what, $40, and I'm just like, I don't need to keep something hot for 7 hours. So, sorry.
Well, Yetis is $64 for their 64 ounce. It's almost like $70 or whatever. Arctic right now, because that lawsuit they settled with Yeti, they're selling their bottles for $20 if you buy for the same bottle, mind you. Not the same bottle, their version of the bottle. The Yeti bottles are a little heavy. Yeti does put a little more emphasis on the finished product than anybody else. So, if you want to get a hold of the whole Louis Vuitton, Gucci, they are them. But at the same time, realistically, do you want a similar product that can do almost identical performance and might not have all the same exact, because you can't clone them anyway or you're going to get sued, which Arctic did. So Arctic has the same 64-ounce bottle and sold for $20. The only thing is you have to spend $35 to get free shipping. So you have to buy a couple of things, or you're going to pay $9 shipping on the bottle, which makes the bottle $30. Titans are on the same price, about $30, and they're on Amazon store. You go to look up Titan tumblers or Titan.
Yeah, I'm sure it's all great, but the fact of the matter is all this stuff's made in China now. So why not just buy the lowest common denominator? I buy Stanley, and they're great. They have some great designs. And I was actually just looking at my large thermos. It's actually not a thermos brand, but it's a Aladdin Stanley. And I got it right here. And I was looking on the bottom. I was like, where does it say made in the USA on this? I bought this thing like 16 or 17 years ago. And I'm looking at this thing, and it's like, oh, yeah, well, look at that. Manufactured by Aladdin Industries Incorporated, Nashville, Tennessee, 37210, USA. I'm like, oh, my God, look at this thing. I've hardly used this over the better part of 2 decades, and it's still brand new. What a fucking wonderful piece. I should put this in a museum.
Well, all the cups, even Yeti, all Yeti from the get-go, they're out of Austin, and they very boldly say, Texas company, but all the cups were made. The only thing is they were first to market with them, and when I found to understand, Arctic either was a relative of the original, the Yeti guy that brought it to market, or one of the core designers, engineers, and so when they had their fallout, he said, well, I'll just do my own shit, out of Houston. And again, everything's made in China. I had one company contact me once, says, hey, we saw you're doing this, you're doing that with cups. We'll send you some prototypes, and then we'll this one Chinese company we'll see some prototypes. You like the cups? We'll make you some cups if you can, well, start your own business. I'm like, I don't sell cups. I just review them. But thank you for the offer. And but because that one video I did, I was one of the first people to review the Arctic cups, and that video ended up blowing. As far as my numbers, it was the first video I had to go over 100,000 views, and it gained a lot of popularity. Maybe quite a little bit of money there for a while, but as far as the revenue off the AdSense, but they're all made in China. The difference is the finish. Realistically, the details of the cup, the finished product, and most importantly are the lids. When you're seeing like I have some, I bought Ozark Trail because Ozark Trail cups were what, $9.94 when they first came out. They're an identical clone to Yeti minus the lid. The gaskets on those Ozark Trail suck. They're problematic. They're brittle and have issues. But if you were to go buy a Yeti lid for $5, at some local retailer, you can find them like Academy. Boom, you got a $15 Yeti for the most part because everything else is identical. The finish isn't as nice, but for the most part, functionality wise, there you go, $15. And when Arctic hit the market, they were doing the same thing for $20. Now their lids again weren't as dense or as heavy as the Yetis, but their gaskets were just fine. I had one of the first runs that I bought my kids when I bought them. What's funny is that the way trends go, like even in like technology altogether, like in cell phones, I remember must have been around 2004, where everybody wanted the little micro flip phones. They wanted them as small as you could make them. The Razr, and there was that. And that was a new trend, and you'd carry them on, on your belt, stuff in your pocket, whatever, and so on. And it was like, that was a new trend, the new flip phones, and getting more techie and, have more options, camera and so on, this and that. And
yeah, I remember I had a Sliver.
Yep. Motorola Razr is one of the hottest phones, on the market at that time. And everybody's trying to make similar phones and so on and so on. And I even in 07 when I bought a Samsung with a little more bells and whistles flip phone, and then my sister bought an iPhone, and I was like, "That's kind of big. Is that in your pocket?" And she bought one. She was one of the first people to buy the first iPhone. And I was like, "Cool, whatever." And the way the trends go, again, my point, what I'm trying to relate to is cups. People always wanted smaller cups, less to carry, less hassle, and then all of a sudden, there's this big trend to have this big 30-ounce cup, in your hand. You're gonna tug around all day till you eat without a handle, and it was the biggest thing ever. It was like the hottest Father's Day birthday gift you can give anybody. I got it for my birthday.
Well, I think the linchpin in the design of stainless steel tumbler or mug or cup or whatever you want to call it is the lid, and I have two criteria. One you touched on, it's got a seal, so if it tips over, it doesn't leak out. And then the other criteria I like to have is like a covered mouthpiece. So where you put your lips, when it's normally closed, I don't want that to be able to come in contact with anything. And so I've had a number of these mugs and cups and tumblers, and I finally found one that satisfied those two criteria, and it's a Stanley, and it has a really nice lid with a nice thick rubber gasket, and it's what is it? It's like let me just measure this here. It's a half-turn seal, and then the opening orients 90 degrees to a nice plastic handle. It's actually got a really solid steel clip that you could clip onto something if you wanted to. And then the lid is plastic, but it's got this rubber grommet thing that cinches down into the lid, and it hinges over. And so, yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to clean. That's the third criteria, right? It's got to be fairly easy to clean and maintain.
I saw one company, but again, everybody's I'm almost certain. Again, I don't know definitely, but I'm almost certain that there's at least 1 to 2 companies that are making all these cups for all these manufacturers. It's the criteria of how they want them, what quality and what design and how good the finish is going to be is. But it's just like, for instance, LCD screens. This I do know for a fact. LCD screens all come from one manufacturer. The screens are cut, and they're all bought from one place, and they're cut, and then the thing about them is the quality components behind that LCD screen that make it, the longevity of it and the quality of the appearance as far as the finish of the product. You can buy one you can buy like a 24-inch for like $150, or you can buy one for $400. That is way different when you put them next to each other. And I think I'm almost certain that a lot of these cups are coming from probably a handful of manufacturers in China that are making them, and it's just their quality control of what they expect. When they turn them around, it's like AR lowers. A good deal of them are made from Aero Precision. There are now several manufacturers that aren't custom that are making their own, but a lot of them are coming out of Aero Precision.
Yeah, as far as the Stanley Company today, it's owned by PMI, which is Pacific Market International. We will revolutionize the way people enjoy food and beverage everywhere. They offer Stanley, Aladdin, and also Migo. So this is one company that is making 3 different products under 3 different names. So maybe they're using similar factories or the same factories. It's possible they're doing factory sharing. But I think that there are individual companies, that are competing out there. And I can only imagine what it's like to be in business and have your product made in China. I mean, you must have to go to these plants and walk through this and have a team of experts just overseeing the manufacturer and quality control and safety. And who the hell knows how many thousands of plants they have there in China that are cranking this shit out for us, who we talk about every day.
Sorry about that.
It's almost like all these websites of these companies kind of look the same too. I'm sure there's a number of people that make these big corporate websites, and there's a couple different themes they use.
Oh, I mean, when you got a popular product, everybody's gonna clone it. And that's just it. So what's going on tonight?
Dusty and I were just hanging out, talking trash, and I'm having some dinner, and hopefully Bob will give us some live feed for the night shoot at Big Sandy.
Oh yeah, that's this weekend. I don't know. Bob might get G-Webs kicked out. Sir, your friend has had too much. He's inebriated. Well, he's not shooting, I know, but either way.
G was on earlier. Sean had a chat going from the morning, and just shooting the shit on that. But I don't know. I don't know who's around. I haven't been.
Talking about Sean. We Like Guns.
No, Sean Connery.
Askjobata Peter Schmeicher Trebek, which really might just my Peter Schmappen. Is Vin Diesel still doing this chat?
Who?
Jimmy.
Yeah, he's doing it on at least Wednesdays and Fridays. He went shooting with Mika and Bob and G-Webs yesterday, and
Oh, really? Yeah, so he made it out there.
yeah, they all met up in Phoenix, and then drove out to a range and shot. And then Mika and Bob went out to Big Sandy, and apparently Mika is now back in Texas. He hopped on a flight and headed back. It's like, wow, a lot of traveling for that guy. But
I gave him. He was asking me. I gave him my contact information. He never did get a hold of me. And it's cool. It's he's busy and he's having fun, so it's all good.
yeah, I have no idea what he was doing in
It would
Texas.
be cool if they have any video. Well, I don't know. He said a buddy of his was coming down to Texas for whatever thing that his buddy had to do, or some family friend or something, and he tagged along. So he kind of had to roll with them as far as their agenda. But I would have liked to hang out with them, and, do some shooting and get some lunch. But I never got a contact. He never contacted me. But yeah, they're probably pressure time. It's all good. But is there any video of that shit, or did they shoot any video? I'm sure Mika probably did.
Yeah, G was editing a video in the chat earlier today, and pretty sure he posted it to gun websites.
Well, he would have posted on YouTube as well. I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah, he posted it to the gun websites channel on YouTube. Right.
Take a look. Let's see if. No, maybe he hasn't posted just yet. It might be rendering or something, but I'll look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, he definitely rendered it because we watched it. I don't know what it takes post, but yeah, I don't see it here either. So maybe he's going to do some final editing on it, because there was an issue with one of the photos that he included, and it was going upside down. It was glitching out or something. So Sounded like they were kind of rushed for time anyways, and they didn't get to shoot nearly as much guns as they wanted, and they didn't get to film as much as they wanted to. So
it never really works out the way you want to unless you really got your game plan. I mean, because you can have a game plan, yeah, you can have, even then you can sit there and I'm going to do this and do that, and you get there and you get sidetracked, and then you get excited. So people start shooting, you get into it, you start shooting, and then you're like, shit, I didn't film it. Or I didn't film as much as I wanted to.
I feel like you got to get up early, be the first person at the range, and have all your shit together. Yeah, but I feel like getting there early is really the biggest part of it. And they got there at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon or something, and then they wanted Bob and Mika wanted to get out to Big Sandy for the night shoot. So, I mean, you can't lollygag around, and it's a job. Basically the way I look at it is, if I'm going to get something on video, it's a job for that day, and I'm going to work at it.
I hear you. I've had to tell my cameraman, look, you little shit, you're not going to get a McDonald's. You don't film this thing goddamn right the first time. But Daddy, shut up. You're a cameraman. You're a professional. Somebody's going to take her to SHOT Show. Like, sir, you can't bring your daughter. She's only 13 years old. That's my cameraman. She don't take no lip either. It's my cinematographer.
I'd like to see you interview Tom from Weapons Education at SHOT Show.
I tell him, okay. So Tom, you've been around here for, this is why I interview. This is me talking to him. So Tom, I've been around for a while. You're pretty popular channel. I've been doing well. So Tom, what happened to your fortune and your wife? Why'd you lose it all? What? I'm sorry. Repeat the question again. So what happened to all the cars and all the money you had and everything, and the wife? It all disappear in one shot like that. Well, time to go back to the drawing board. Yeah, okay, Tom. I'll buy them pythons off you if you haven't sold them yet. $50 each.
I can see you saying, yeah, Tom, now why are you wearing jeans today, Tom? What's up with the blue jeans? I don't get it. You used to have money. You used to wear some nice fancy slacks with the pleats. Now all I see you wearing is jeans.
I don't follow his channel. I don't subscribe to it, but I also I haven't even watched one video in over a year or so. And right around SHOT Show, I started looking at his channel again, and yeah, it was really dumbed down. As far as him, like, basically look at me kind of thing, like look at me, and he was more he was like in one room instead of like outside showing off his estate and or his rec room that he had all the guns at. And again, I don't know his business. I don't care. I don't grudge people for having money, because I imagine he earned it, but it was very humbling to see him, like, very kind of rice and beans looking kind of guy. Now, Van Camp's Franks and beans kind of guy looking, compared to the caviar appearance he had in the past.
Yeah, but Tammy's Life channel, Tammy's Life put out a video 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. And then 2 other videos also 2 years. She's put out 3 videos that happened to be 2 years ago. And that channel had potential. So I'm not sure if you've seen that channel.
I saw where he was trying to transition, people to trying to get people to transition over there and view her channel, and she's a very attractive woman, and so on. But I kind of felt like he was also like, putting her on blast, like, this is me, again, another thing I got this, and so on. I don't think I've ever put my wife on any of my. No, I've never had put my wife on any camera videos, and she's not an ugly woman, but you know, I don't tell her as beautiful as she is, but nevertheless, I didn't. I just saw her doing modeling kind of stuff with like bathing suits and stuff that she was doing at one time. But no, it just seemed like, you know, last time I saw him, he was at some car show, and he was, you know, and he was looking at these very expensive cars, and he's talking about this dealer, and it looked like he was working with that dealer, like they were paying him to be there, like that was like a source of income for him, which is odd because, again, you know, he's a money manager, and you know, in the past, unless again his company fell through or whatever, don't know, not saying, but the appearance just kind of seemed like he was there because they were paying him to be there to get some promotion.
Well, you got to admit, Tammy does look pretty damn good in a bikini, and her handbags were really classy. But I mean, this is his latest video right here. Let's see if you can hear it. It's about the new Ruger GP 100 44 Special.
Again, that's probably a fine gun, but I would think that would be a little under the radar for him as far
Can
as.
Can you hear the volume on that at all?
No.
Okay.
Barely.
Good. He's I could probably change that, but let's see here. He's got this what does it look like, a 3-inch barrel 44 Special, and the title of his video is Ruger GP 100 44 Special, or buy a 44 mag. Let's see if I can just get a quick little audio on this for us.
Have a video because a lot of people.
Yeah.
Just
can barely hear it.
So he's going to teach us basically the difference between a 44 Special and a 44 Magnum in this video.
I've seen some channels, man. You would think, like, when you watch them as an experienced gun person, you'd be like, who the fuck would watch this shit? This is so rudimentary, you know, 101, you know, minus or whatever. But there are people. I've seen some channels. You know, one guy I saw that he would do videos all the time. You know, he's a disabled vet, and he would do and terrible time with the English, but you murder it. But he would use videos, and I was like, okay, and he was persistent, consistent, and his channel did do well. It probably still is. I don't follow him anymore, but and he would do those videos like, okay, what's the difference between a Glock 19 and a Glock 17? Let me tell you guys, and so on and he would do his video and like, okay, that's retarded. Everybody knows what the fucking difference between a Glock 19 and a Glock 17 is. But he would just show you the features and not do a good job, in my opinion. But he got a following, man. You don't have to be the best at it. You just got to find your little niche of people that'll follow you. You know, I have a decent little following, nothing much. I got like 2,500 subs, you know, something like that. But you know, it is what it is. I tell people it's not so much as subs. It's like when, you know, people contact me like, you know, what's your viewer count? I go, the thing with me is the people that watch my videos, they don't watch it because I'm a popular channel. They watch it because they like the channel. And when I do a product review and I give it a thumbs up and say I like it, they take an interest in it. They do more research on it, and they're not tire kickers. They typically will buy something because they know how old I am and, you know, my weight, my size, and whatnot, and they take that into account. And usually people tell me, "Thank you for your review. Appreciate it. Help me make my decision." Or, "I thank you for your review. I'm definitely not buying this product." I'm like, well, it's not for everybody, and so on. And instead of some channel says I got 100,000 subs, and I get all this shit sent to me. But they don't do a review that helps their followers, and then even then, half the majority of people are watching are just watching because they have 100,000 subs. They're not gonna buy shit. They're window shopping at best.
Well, Tom has over 100,000 subs, and he gets a few thousand views on every video. Not 10,000, but under 10. There was one I saw in the last few months that he got tens of thousands of views, but most of them are like 3,000, 5,000, whatever.
And there's some channels I think are, I mean, that not have new guns, realistically, some other channels where the person's fucking out of their goddamn mind, but they have that niche following. Those people that agree with them, conspiracy kind of people that are all, oh yeah, man, this person's on point. Then they got their shit together. That's why I watch it. And I'm like, okay, why don't you do your own research, buddy, and you'll find out the truth. That's what this person in particular is doing. And I don't want to say a channel's name because it's just been a fucking headache in the past dealing with that particular person. But if it was a channel that a lot of people followed and observed them and either more people liked them than hated it, but at the same time I was like, yeah, if you did your own research, you find out this person's full of shit too. And without saying that name, I think you can figure out who that is.
Actually, I have no idea who you're talking about. Yeah, I haven't heard from that channel in a while. I mean, there's so many people on the internet. I don't have time to follow or even listen to or watch. It's the smallest fraction of them.
That's why you got to clean out your subs every now and then. You go through your list and just, filter out people that you just really haven't seen activity from, and or you're not that much interested in what they're doing now. And that's probably happened to me as well. So it's all good.
Yeah, I only have like 3 subs, so I don't get like a whole stream of bullshit. I just get the videos I want to see, and then I can search out the rest of them.
You gotta do your first giveaway. 5 subs. You gotta do your first giveaway. I got 5 subs. We're doing a giveaway.
No, I mean, I don't even subscribe to 5 people. And that, I know that's ridiculous, but I get notifications, so when they come in, I just want it to be something that I know I want to watch.
Sure.
And I feel like a lot of people who subscribe to a lot of stuff never watch any of it, because you see people with 100,000 subscribers, and yet their videos only get 300 views. So go figure.
Yeah, that was my point about people talking when they contact you. Well, you don't have a large viewership. And I go, no, but I'm not saying I did. But the people that view this shit, that do watch it and continue to subscribe and watch it and share, the comments I get are people that are interested in the products, not saying cool holster, cool knife, cool gun. I wish I could buy one these days. And they're like, no, all right, thanks for the advice. Just look at Hickok. I don't even watch his videos that much anymore, and I used to love watching his videos when I first saw his channel. I was like, oh man, you got another guy, can't wait to see. But then, after watching, a year or so of his videos, and he was making me sponsored by Bud's Guns and so on, I know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to talk, he's going to, introduction, shoot the gun, blah, 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 bing, 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 bam, 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 talk about it, go up some mags, shoot the cowboy and the fucking his targets. Then he's gonna start talking about the gun a little more. Then he's gonna, tell you who sponsored who paid for the bullets in that particular show or that particular episode or whatever video. And then he's gonna shoot some more. But he's never really. There was one video where he had like this. I forget what that shotgun was. It was one of the semi-auto shotguns.
The KSG.
The Utahs. I forget which one it was, but it wasn't a KSG. It was this other.
Was it the double barrel shotgun?
No, it was one that was single barrel with. It was expensive. It was like almost like a $1,400.
See, that's the thing though. Hickok has done a video on just about every gun, so he's basically an encyclopedia of guns. And if you want to see somebody go through a gun and shoot it really well, you're going to go to his channel. But yeah, I agree. I don't like his whole like, oh, I'm going to make a funny joke and, talk about this gun for 10 minutes and then shoot a couple, 20 rounds and then pull it apart and tell you, just kind of just like, I mean, maybe it was better. Maybe he was a little bit more on point when he first started and he was still teaching. But now it just seems like he just kind of meanders through his videos and just kind of like, blah, 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 like I see him as like this, like a slack-jawed dog or something, just like blah blah blah. This is, I don't know if I like it or not, but yeah, you might like it. It's a gun and this and that. Dude, I'm on a schedule here. I can't just sit around like waiting for you to tell me the finer points of this gun. And that goes for a bunch of other channels too. I found they go out and they just show video of them shooting and shooting. I'm going to put this ammo through it, and we'll see if this ammo works, because this ammo worked in the gun before, and I used this ammo before, and this is great ammo. It's like, dude, I already bored. You're talking to the fucking ammo.
I mean, most gun videos I watch, seen it. This is a very new product or something, innovation, some new innovation that they've come up with. Other than that, I feel that way. But with Hickok, he had this one shotgun. It was very expensive because I remember it was like the KFG went for a lot of money because they were limited to how many were out there, so people were paying way over retail for them initially. But this, I forget what, I think it's called Utahs or whatever it was, and it was a semi-auto shotgun, and it looked cool. It really looked cool. But he was having problems with it from the get-go, and he was like, well, you never know when you're running these issues, but that happens. It's not something unusual, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, well, thankfully they sent me more than one. So okay, manufacturer sends you more than one, and they're the same exact gun, rifle or shotgun. Yeah, that tells you it. And he was having issues, and he kept trying to sugarcoat it, like, oh well, this isn't something that's unexpected. This happens every now and then. Just kept going like, again, you don't want to dog the product, but don't make a fucking video if the thing sucks. Tell the manufacturer, hey, sorry, I couldn't produce a video that could competently show that this gun is holds water,
Well, I feel like this comes back around to what you mentioned earlier, in that you could sell a video to somebody if it's a negative video. And so if you're going to make a negative video and then that person doesn't buy the video from you, then you have no other alternative but to air it and post it and let them know that you will post negative videos. And it sounds a little bit like blackmailing from that's impression.
My agreement with any vendor is, okay, the worst case scenario is if I don't like the product, I won't make a video about it. And if you want the shit back, I'll send it back to you, and that's it. But I'm not out to burn people, but I'm not also to put bullshit in people's hands. Like, this is a good product. Like, again, that one video was a atrocity of that particular gun or shotgun. It was just falling apart in his hands, and I don't think that was his angle. I think he was just trying to save face. Like, that's the best I can do with this particular product, and they sent it to him obviously for R&D. I don't know if they gave it to him, but they sent it to him. That was a big thing many years ago, is be on the R&D list where they'll send you a gun to test for like maybe a month, and then you send it back to them. And I was like, you were like an exclusive channel if you had that privilege.
With some of the shows on YouTube, it just seems to be more about the sponsors than the actual viewers. It's like, and we're brought to you by this sponsor that sells $3,000 guns. How many of you viewing right now would spend $3,000 on a gun? 95% of you wouldn't, or that sort of thing.
If the 5% does, then that company's doing well, right?
Yeah, I guess so. But it's not about, if you can afford $3,000 for a gun, or $5,000 or $8,000 or $18,000, go for it. But most of us can't. That doesn't mean we're all buying high points either. But yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, but some of these shows, some of their sponsors are not the average man's source for guns and accessories. I mean, you know, Hickok with the Bud's Gun Shop. I've been to Bud's Gun, or one of the locations, but I've gone online. Their prices are kind of ridiculous and that sort of thing. They're high price, and some of these other shows, and I'm not going to mention, have got some sponsors that have higher end stuff. And I don't understand why these sponsors would even sponsor them, because I don't think that most of their viewers are willing to pay this much or give them that much business. Or the fact that they go, and I've got one of these custom tactical rifles by Joe Blow Company, you know, oh yeah, I'm sure you bought that with your big internet money. You were given that, and they're telling you, we're going to give you this $5,000 sniper rifle, and you're going to talk about how great it is. And, you know, I guess they make sales off of it. I don't know. I don't get it. I mean,
Well,
I'm
that's
not
one of the
jealous.
things-
It's capitalism. I mean, that's something that's
Yeah,
it's totally
and that's
legal.
one of the things I do respect Hickok about is he's very forthright. He tells you where he gets the gun. It's going back to them, and you know.
Well, no,
but
it's not
the
that.
thing I don't like about him is this kind of like off-putting man's best friend routine, where oh yeah, you know, it could be a problem, but maybe you like it, and I'm just a guy who's out here shooting, and I don't really have a real opinion.
I would rather somebody be sponsored by somebody selling something that most of us not only want to buy, but we can afford to buy, or by a company that doesn't auction off something to the highest bidder, but that they've got 500 units in stock, and go ahead, you can log on today or you can log on next week, it'll be there, or something like that. I don't, or you know, if you have a show that has a guest on, and they're doing something that ain't cool, and they kiss up to this guest because they need them, and then a month later they talk about the kind of people that do X, and it's like, well, dude, that guy, that sponsor you were kissing up to a month ago does X. How can you kiss up to them because they're paying you, and a month later talk about how bad that behavior is, but yet that's what your sponsor does? You know, and it's just, I mean, I don't have a show. I don't have sponsors, so I don't live in that. But I mean, ideally, I think what people are trying to get to is where their sponsors pay their bills and they can do 3 videos a week and live a decent life and not have anything to. So they're doing the American dream. But in the end, how many people are your average YouTube viewers that are going, oh, okay, this is, you know, and they're buying a bad product, or they're striving for a product they can never really afford, or how many of these people have end up at some point selling their soul and saying, normally I wouldn't do this, but this pays my bills, you know, like the rest of us do for our 9-to-5 jobs. We sell our souls for our 9-to-5 jobs. I don't know. It's just kind of tough.
I think you got to be a salesman. If you're trying to make a living on YouTube, you got to be a salesman. And that entitles you to selling products with your videos. And however you do that.
At what point do you tell your sponsor, look, you make a great product, but most of my viewers could never afford this, so this isn't a good idea? Or do you go, crap, I need a sponsor? Yeah, sure. I'll tell them to buy your $5,000 rifle, even though nobody can afford it. I mean,
well, I can tell you of one account that I know of, and I won't say again the person's name, but they told me off chat that, yeah, you know, they made a comment about one particular gun. It's a shitty gun, inexpensive shitty gun, and he was being honest. He said what it was in his heart, what he thought about the trigger, and so on. And then he got a little sit down. Man, this organization they hang out at, and told, you don't talk shit about this, you know, online. You know, you don't make this kind of videos. You come to us and then we work it out. But if you want out of the loop, you're on the right path. If you want to stay in the loop and get access, then you need to think about what you're doing.
and at that point, that person has quit their regular day job, and their mortgage is dependent on the sponsor, and then being able to provide health insurance for their families on the sponsor, and being able to keep the lights on the sponsor. And at that point, they they're still doing the same thing they were doing at their day job. They're doing something that they don't really like, but this is how they pay their bills. Unfortunately, you've got the people who watch YouTube who have the same mentality as the people who watch TV that believe that everything they see and hear is real, and it isn't. And it's like when a politician lies. Unfortunately, though, once again, it's not illegal, and it's kind of capitalism. It just kind of sucks. That's all.
Well, I mean, he still got his own gig. He obviously, because very few people can live off of sponsorship unless they're retired and whatnot. I think the only person I've heard that like quit their day job was 22 Plinkster when he made an announcement.
Yeah, but I read on a blog what Hickok gets paid for every episode he does, and if he does 3 a week, he makes more than I do.
Yeah, he probably makes about $4,000 a week.
So, I mean, if I made 3 videos that were 10 minutes to an hour long a week, I realize there's some production involved and blah, blah, blah. But overall, the amount of work involved, I could pay, my rent, my car payment, my groceries, my utilities. I could buy my own health insurance, and I'd still have money left over.
Well,
So-
let's not forget that he's using his son as his cameraman, so that's the salary of 2 people, really.
Well, no, what he's doing is getting his son a job because his son dropped out of college and stuff and needs a job. And that's not to say that they do a bad job at their show. They do a great job at their show. I mean, I love it when Big John has Derek on. I mean, those are some of the best episodes he does and stuff like that. It's entertaining. It's good. And some of the products that they're sponsored by Federal Ammunition. Hey, Federal Ammunition makes great ammunition. So does a bunch of other companies. I buy them and other stuff.
Federal Ammunition.
I've looked into that Sonoran Desert Institution, and I don't think that they're a bad school per se, but unless you pay for it with the GI Bill, like if you try to pay for it out of your own pocket, forget it. And I got, for what you pay to get the gunsmithing license, and you end up with some tools at the end and whatnot, and you better hope that there's a demand for a gunsmith. I mean, it's kind of like real estate agents. Not everybody, it's easy for everybody to get a real estate license or a massage therapist. It's really easy for everybody to get, but there's tens of thousands of them out there. You get into the job market and you find out it's flooded. So I just have a feeling that gunsmithing might end up flooded with places like SDI.
Yeah, but it's better that he's advertising for a gunsmithing school than a real estate agent school, right?
But what I'm saying though is you're going to pay $30,000 to be a licensed gunsmith. Okay, I don't know about you, but I ain't got $30,000. So you're going to pay $30,000 to become a licensed gunsmith. And then you're going to find out that there's no opening for it.
Here's the deal being a gunsmith is, even if it's like, say you did graduate, again, my opinion, not saying this is this fucking grand poobah knowledge, but you say you do graduate and you have that license and you have that accolade, you're a licensed gunsmith and graduate from college, it's reputable. If you were to like go to outside of working for a big company that's going to hire you to I don't know, do something perhaps. If you were to go to your local gun shop, we're like, yeah, you're fucking crazy. You're going to pay you, $40 grand, $50 grand, or barely $30 grand, $15 an hour to do this fucking shit. When I got this guy's been doing it for 30 years that helps our shop out or is our resident gunsmith. And then trust also that bond when people bringing these very expensive guns and they get worked on. They're like, yeah, this guy's a graduate from college. He's our gunsmith. Not gonna happen. And that was my dream because I love machining and all kinds of stuff. I'm not a machinist by any means, and I do my own work on as much as I can on my guns. I'd love to do it for a living, but the reality is I don't think I could earn a living doing it.
Right. And if you look at their terms, they unless you've got the GI Bill, their terms are not doable for the average person who's working a job. And if you look at the way they have their classes set up, you have their classes online, but you can't stop and start like you could. At least I've looked into it twice, and some of the stuff is pretty expensive because you've got to buy their lathe or their whatever it is, their receiver blank or whatever it is. They're more or less they're selling you the tools to do your job. That's true, but they're more or less almost like a store. So you have to do their class, but you have to buy their tools. And there's nothing wrong with it if that's what you want to do and you can afford it or you have the means to afford it. What I'm saying is there's a reason they can pay to sponsor Hickok and a bunch of these other channels, SCI, because of what they charge. Holy crap.
I thought I heard that's, if I remember, I didn't remember the name now that you mentioned it, that 22 Points, the reason he was able to quit his job is because of his sponsorship from that particular institution.
SCI charges an arm and a leg, and whether they help you afterward or not to look for a job, gunsmithing is the kind of thing that you either have to get hired in by a big gun store, or you've got to open up your own FFL, and that's not something you just sign an application and do. It's not. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm not saying there isn't a chance that you might be in an area where there's a demand and blah 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 blah. All I'm saying is, for some of the fees they charge and the amount of time it takes and the fact that you can't put your education on hold with them and things like that, in my opinion, it's not practical. And for what they charge, they're charging that much because they're paying several sponsors a lot of money to get people to put money into the school. It's almost, like it feeds on itself. And, maybe if they had less sponsors or they didn't pay their sponsors so much and they charge less for the school, and then if you went and put all this money into getting your gunsmithing degree from them, and then you found out you either didn't like gunsmithing or there's no market for it, or, you were able to buy your own tools, you didn't have to buy the stuff from them, or you could stop and start your education or something like that. And it maybe take a little bit longer, but you could also live your life a little bit. Then maybe, but just from what I've figured out looking into it and these sorts of things, I'm like, there's a reason they charge this much for this gunsmithing degree that doesn't necessarily guarantee you that you're going to make electrician wages. You know what I mean?
But I mean, to be fair, that's the reality in any education institution right now, or higher education.
That's why I say, not everybody's going to be a real estate agent or a massage therapist. You can get your real estate license pretty easy, and for $10,000 or less, you can become a licensed massage therapist. Go down the street. There are tons of realty places. There are tons of massage places. And then it's like, oh crap, I remember when I went to school for automotive technician, they weren't paying crap. Today, it pays a lot. 10 years from now, it may not pay a lot again. It kind of, it just depends. So for the Sonoran Desert Institute to be able to sponsor these people, there's a reason they charge what they charge for their education. And it's just, without it being a guarantee of you being able to definitely provide for your family or have job security like crazy, I just don't know.
That's the possibility with any higher education you seek, and the outcome you get when you hit the job market. I mean, one of the biggest things is again, not talking about gun people, but another thing is these flippers that the market soured up, so now they're selling their techniques. And they offer you a free class. Come to my free class. It's a limited edition. And the first thing they tell you is, hey, they inspire you, tell you how well they're doing, and blah blah blah, and they're millionaires many times over. And if you want to really join, you got to drop $7,000 or whatever it is, or $6,000 on their education course, so you can learn all the insights to become like them. And then you got to drop that money and then hit the market trying to hustle like they did, if you could even do it.
Yeah. Well, that's how they make their living, is they tell you how to get rich like them, but really they got rich by telling other people how to get rich.
Well, they got rich when the market was hot. When they were
okay, that's just it. Let's just say you inherited a bunch of money right about the time housing was way low, and you took that inheritance. You didn't work for the money, you just got the money, okay? And you took the inheritance, you bought some property, and then the housing market went way up, and then you flipped them, and you made a ton of money off that. You took the money you made, you bought more property, you flipped it, and then you go exponential. You just happen to be in the right place at the right time with a lot of good fortune. there, and that's how things work out for some people. Some people just they buy a property, they sell it high, they take the money, they flip it, they inherit money, or they win money in a lawsuit or something like that, and they're able to, just flip. I had a buddy who got into real estate, and the very first property he sold was a parking structure, and he made a $17,000 commission off that. And he turned around, he took that money, and he paid off all his debt right away with it, and that sort of thing. Okay, not everybody gets a big fat chunk of change up front like that. I mean, he didn't sell a lot of things for a while, but what he was able to do was he was able to take charge of his life by being able to pay off a bunch of debt by getting this big fat check. And that's what some of these people do, but then they go, look, I'm successful, and then what does their real business be? It isn't about going out there and fighting to flip these houses and all this, or property or whatever. It's about selling their system. What if their system doesn't work for you because you're not in the right place at the right time? It doesn't matter. They've taken your money, and you're left there going, oh, crap, I paid for an education, like what you're saying. It's not a guarantee that it's going to.
One guy here locally, I don't know if he's still in the San Antonio market. I'm Magic Brothers in Austin with his lifestyle. It's Montalongo. He was on the A&E, flipped his house and shit, and him and his brother. And it got to the point where because he was like buying these houses in shitty parts of town, or not necessarily shitty, but not the best parts of town, and he was flipping them and making them look new, but he was just sugarcoating, everything he could. He was just like, new paint, new this, new that, cheap faucets, not redoing the stuff you need in the house when you buy a house, or try to sell one with integrity. Like plumbing is, everything's top notch. The house is good to go. Basically, he was just patching everything and putting coats of paint and bright colors and, oh my God, look at this, and knocking down a wall or so to make things look much nicer. And his brother eventually said, I can't, he didn't say, he said publicly, me and my brother had some differences that I just couldn't continue business with them. And basically said I couldn't, with my whole heart, steadily continue with them fucking over people. Well, these houses were selling, at a like 40-50% profit, and knowing very well that these houses aren't really fixed. They're just patched. And that dude also, he was actually on what's that show? A Boss Undercover, or what is it?
Undercover Boss.
Undercover Boss. Yeah, he's on Undercover Boss too. About his business. It was stupid, man. I was like, okay, dude, everybody knows that you fat fuck who you are, and you look like fucking Jim Morrison, before he died.
Well, there's nothing wrong with making money. That's the American way, and there's nothing wrong with doing stuff that is not illegal. But I just sometimes, I don't know. Sometimes I have trouble with people sponsoring something that they don't do themselves, or they wouldn't do themselves if it wasn't for the fact that they were getting paid. I just, I mean, it's kind of like Hickok's son's always talking about SDI. Why doesn't he have an associate's degree in firearms technology from them? That sort of thing. If you were sponsored by Federal Ammunition, and then one day you were seen shooting Remington, wouldn't that violate the terms of your, that sort of thing? I don't know.
I would assume so, but I've never heard him talk about STI. Maybe once I can remember, but
his son?
Yeah.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I like Big John. Don't get me. I mean, I was talking on a chat a couple days ago about how, I remember a couple episodes where he was complaining that everybody was copying him and his dad because they were the first two to come online and shoot guns online. And then somebody's like, no, there were people before him and stuff like that. And, that sort of thing. And it's like, I don't do that for a living. I don't YouTube for a living and pay my bills with YouTube. So I have never walked a mile in their shoes. But it's just kind of weird that, he talks about the Sonoran Desert Institute, or has his buddy Zeke from the Sonoran Desert Institute on his show all the time, but yet he doesn't have a degree in firearms technology. Well, why not? You did drop out of college, so it wouldn't be anything for you to jump back into it. I mean, you've got all kinds of free time because you don't work a 9 to 5 like the rest of us, so
Well, I
Why not do
misunderstood.
that? And
I heard STI, not SDI.
oh no, yeah, Sonoran Desert Institute. And you know what? If my wife ever said, those lottery tickets I keep buying, well, one of them finally paid off. We're rich. I would quit my job and I probably would go to, do the STI thing and get a gunsmithing, but it would just be more for personal interest but I would have the money. I would have tens and tens of thousands of dollars to spend on an associate's degree in firearms technology and have it for myself, not necessarily as a business. I'm not saying I would do it under certain circumstances. Yeah, if I had lottery money, but I'd also be buying $3,000 handguns without thinking about it too. So I mean, it's just for most people that stuff just isn't in the realm of possibility.
I mean, look at another channel, for instance. I don't follow him anymore, and I used to. What was it? Was it? What the fuck's it? I can't remember the name of his channel. The TNP Project. What the hell's his name? I can't remember. The guy out of Utah.
Don't know.
He was really big he was bigger than Hickok for long. He's like one of the first huge YouTube gun channels. The None Fancy. And again, his channel is usually him running and gunning. For a while, initially it was a lot of gun reviews and so on, this and that, and knife reviews and product reviews. He's the next military pilot in the Air Force, and his videos were always like 25 minutes minimum, and and he would do that because he got that kind of attention where he could rake it in, putting ads on his channel or AdSense. But that dude for long, and then when he does a video, man, I have to like try to cut to the middle of it because he just talks so much.
Wait a second. You forgot None Fancy's YouTube channel name?
Yeah, because I haven't watched it forever.
Okay, I don't like his videos anymore either. I'll agree with you there. But hey, I just wanted to bring you up to speed with G-Web's video. It's up. I put it in the side chat. It's also in the external chat, and he's advertising it as International Gun Channel's Day at the Range.
All right now.
You might want to check that out because he really is the best YouTube channel going. Gee, where did you take this picture of the cop car in the mural? Look at this. You got Phoenix rising in the desert, the heat of the day on one side and the cool of the night on the other side. This is crazy. Look at these cars. They're like, fuck. The fenders are like the scales of a serpent. Whoa. That is some cool ass fucking murals right there. The windows are some kind of reflection, a skyline reflection. And I bet you there's two serpents here, right? This is the head of another serpent behind the cop car. And they're like meeting together at the Phoenix. And like your car, the way you've taken this photo, your car is like the head of this white serpent on the left. That's really fucking cool. And look, there's a black car over on this side where the black serpent is. Are these like 57 Chevys here? Black and white. This is a whole yin yang thing going on right here. Look at this. Fucking cool mural, man. Somebody spent some time on this one.
Yeah, just been seeing it at school. It was nice, man. It's cool to see them all get together and congregate. Say, Clay, you don't have a friend in Texas or relative in Texas named Dave, do you?
The only people I know in Texas are Gun Channels members.
All right. That's one of my old bosses had that same last name. Mm-hmm. I still got a reckoning I have to settle with him.
I think that was a pretty good album.
No, sir.
Come again?
Talking about my old boss had that same last name.
No, you said he's got a reckoning, and I was thinking of the REM album by the same name.
Ah.
Yeah, REM from Athens, Georgia. Beautiful place. If you ever have a chance, visit Athens, Georgia. Skip Atlanta and just head straight south to Athens.
College pukes. I've never been to Georgia. I've driven through, all the way to Florida, going to Orlando, so I hit Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Alabama, and Florida. I've been to DC. Had a layover once in St. Louis. But I'm just fine right here in Texas.
Yeah, I think Gun Channels has a majority of members from Texas. It may just be because of the sheer vastness of the state, or maybe because of the exceptional gun friendliness of the state. But I feel like, yeah, if you want opportunity and you're pretty much open to live in a big flat place, then Texas is a good option.
Yeah, well, I was born and raised, so.
Well, it is flat, right? I mean, and there are like some good jobs there too.
Well, I mean, yeah, for sure. It's a thriving economy.
Do you ever make it down to near El Paso, down by the Rio Grande, place called Hueco Tanks?
Well, the first time I went to El Paso, I was around 18, about to be 19, when we drove to California. We just kind of filled up the gas because Texas is a big ass state. So from Laredo to Texas to El Paso is 11 hours. And a second time was coming back, but actually the real time I ever spent in El Paso was my wife's from there, and we went to go to a wake or funeral for her grandmother when she passed away, and we were there it was right before Osama bin Laden got killed, and we had to go over there and spend a week over there, and I liked it. El Paso is nice. It just doesn't have much of a Texas vibe because they're so close to New Mexico. They kind of have more of a New Mexico thing kind of going on, but it's a nice town for sure. Nice city. I would rather live in El Paso than Laredo, which I lived there for 9 years.
Yeah, Hueco Tanks is a state park and historic site. It must be right outside El Paso. Sacred desert sanctuary. For thousands of years, people have trekked to these rock hills in far west Texas. In earlier times, they came for the rainwater pooled in natural rock basins or huecos. Visitors today marvel at the imagery left by those ancient peoples.
I wanted to go shooting when we were there, but there were some. We had stuff going on with the funeral as well, and there was one of the worst desert storms that they've had, or sandstorms had in a long ass time. That kind of shook things around, because that's what a lot of people do in El Paso. They just like drive off to the highway, head to the edge of town, and pull over and just go walk in the dunes and start shooting. Put targets and shooting and so on. And then they have the Franklin Mountains, which are the starting part of the Rockies. And here in San Antonio, we have a lot of hills. Like I remember we had this guy from North Carolina that was working with us once on some training, software training. I'm an IT guy, and he's like, "Oh, you guys got mountains?" I go, "They're called hills, but they're pretty. You see them from a distance; they're pretty tall, and they're not just like a little slope in the background. They're significantly large hills, but they're not, 3,600 feet mountains, but they're significantly tall in the hill country we have on the edge of San Antonio."
That's cool. I didn't realize the Rocky Mountains started in Texas.
The Franklin Mountains. I mean, there's these huge mountains that are out there. That's one thing when I was leaving El Paso, I got caught daydreaming because I'd be looking at the mountains as I'm driving, and you start having these, it'd be cool to hike up there, this and that, so on, this and that, and I'd be like, shit, I get distracted and almost lose control of my vehicle sometimes, just fucking on the way back. Because on the way home, we couldn't see shit because of that fucking sandstorm that almost knocked our car off the road and disabled it for about 5 minutes. But on the way back, it was clear as day, and that's a long ass drive. See, the funny part between San Antonio and El Paso, that's how big Texas is. El Paso is pretty much the same distance as going to New Orleans. I can go to New Orleans or El Paso. Take your pick. I went to New Orleans last year.
Is it New Orleans or is it New Orleans?
New Orleans, whatever it's called.
I'd rather go to New Orleans than El Paso if I had to make a choice.
I've been to New Orleans. I loved it, man. Honestly, it was kind of spooky initially. There's so many people to catch your attention that you're just always staring. After a while, you kind of let it go. But once I did that, I felt really at home. It was really weird. It was almost like I'd been there before, and I came home. It was really, really interesting and spooky at the same time. Like I felt very at home there.
Did you get yourself some gumbo?
Oh, damn right. I went to Mother's. If you look it up in New Orleans, it's a very famous restaurant where I got the combination plate, some gumbo, shrimp etouffee, potato salad. It was a combination plate, had everything on it. It's a big ass plate, man. It's fucking delicious. They just opened a new restaurant here down the road from me called the Lost Cajun, and that is some pretty good food too.
Yeah, I was in New Orleans, just passing through. We pulled in at night, got a room, and had dinner up on one of those balconies, second-story balcony, and I think we got some jambalaya and some black voodoo beer. It was pretty cool. Like after a long day's drive, just like hanging out, watching people on the street. It wasn't very crowded. It was midweek, and but the the food was all right. It was just kind of like you could definitely tell you were below sea level when you're in the French Quarter. I guess the French Quarter isn't as low as some of the other parts of New Orleans, but just like the streets just had that sense like they were had been filled with swamp water at some point in the not too distant past. But yeah, I got the same sense. We got there, we just kind of like strolled in. It wasn't Mardi Gras or anything, so it was kind of dead, but we just kind of like strolled in. You just kind of like getting, you're basically getting eyeballed by everybody who's there every night and looking for, it's a tourist spot, so it has that whole like cruise ship vibe to it.
We were staying in Slidell, which is technically a different city. It's about 8 miles away because we didn't have much money to spend on a hotel, and I was like, we're going to be all day on the street during spring break, so we're not gonna be staying at the hotel and resorting or whatever. So I just got this not a Fleabag hotel, but something close to it that we stayed at. We drove in there every morning when we went to go eat and so on. But after like the first concept of getting past all the things that kind of strike you, is like, oh wow, it's kind of different. You just kind of, it blends in, and by the second or third day, man, I was just like, wow. I felt like I was just, again, at ease with myself, completely at home. The only time I ever had an issue was we were on Canal Street one time, and there's these dudes there were two dudes definitely had to look in their eye that they're gonna rob somebody. You know what I'm talking about? You've been to see those people that got that look in their eye that they're looking for a mark, and they're eyeballing me, and I had my 511 pouch at the time. I didn't have my new one that I carried. I had a 511 push, I think that's what it's called, and I had my gun. I had my Glock 26, not my Glock 19 in there, and the whole time we were all over Bourbon Street and all around the French Quarter, and I reached in, unzipped the pouch where I had the gun because I thought I was going to use it perhaps, and these guys, looked at me and gave me a hard stare, and I gave them a hard one back, and they saw me reach in that bag, and they're like, yeah, okay. They fucked off. All right. It's not what I came to do here. So we're all good.
Yeah, I'm checking out these Franklin Mountains. It really is right in the corner of Texas. It's right up here by Mexico and what is this other state here? Arizona and New Mexico. Mm-hmm. And it's just right at this tip where El Paso is. I didn't realize it was so close to the edge of Texas. But yeah, you got the Franklin Mountains that turn into the San Andreas Mountains, and that's right on the edge of the Colorado Plateau, which forms the Rocky Mountains. And this is there it is, the Colorado Plateau. This is cool. And this is why, I remember when we drove across Texas and then drove up through New Mexico, and we're like, Texas seemed kind of boring, but then New Mexico, we drove up through Carlsbad, and there's some canyons there, and then did the White Sands, and
it just all of a sudden it seemed like we were in the West once we got into New Mexico. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get back to Texas. I've only been there twice, and I think we actually stayed right here. This place called I don't want to say it was Big Bend because that's right near the border, but we stayed at some park and camped out there. I don't remember where. Where the hell? Such a big fucking state. Where is Austin?
Austin, a little bit. Go to San Antonio.
San Antonio.
You're okay. Let's see here.
That's
Okay.
Louisiana. There it is. There's Austin. Okay, I got it. I'm right here.
50 miles north of San Antonio.
We were driving through, and you know where we stayed? We went through Austin. We stayed there, and then we went up, kept on another whole day. It took us 2 days to get through Texas, and on the second day, the end of the second day, we camped up here by New Mexico, and this was where there was some state park up here. Might have been right here, Guadalupe National Park, right here on the. Yeah, here's some more mountains. Guadalupe Mountains National Park, right by the border of New Mexico. Was that the one we were just talking about? Sacramento. That's a different county. What is that? About a few hours from El Paso, an hour or so from El Paso, we'll say.
Well, El Paso's a long ass drive, so from San Antonio, you just go up I-10 basically and go straight through it. And good time from San Antonio to El Paso is about 8.5 hours.
Yeah, so we stayed at this Guadalupe Mountains National Park camp. There's a great campsite there. And then we just drove straight into Carlsbad Cavern, which is right across the border. Very cool part of the country. This is New Mexico here.
Mm-hmm.
It's all right here. New Mexico is a nice little compact western state. They've got so much cool shit. They got mountains and caverns and sand dunes and basin and range and the whole rivers. Pecos River goes through there. Everybody should go to New Mexico, I think. And that's where the Rocky Mountains actually start. Such a cool country we have.
Yeah, I mean, I saw them. My buddy, best friend, he actually drove up there once to do a bike ride trail. He's big into, trail hiking or trail biking, and he had a blast there, man. It's pretty difficult because again, it's a challenge.
Yeah, it's a challenge, but the more you do it, the easier it gets. So it's like anything, really. So who we got in here now? Moon Food?
Yo.
What is G-Web's talking about out in the chat? Something about rat poison? What is that?
I don't know. I'm not reading it.
Was he referring to New Orleans cuisine? I hope not.
I don't know. Is that what you guys were talking about?
A little bit.
I don't like nothing with the word fish after it. Catfish, crawfish, whatever fish.
Not even silverfish?
No. Isn't that a bug?
It's a delicacy.
They got fried chicken. I'll eat that.
Yeah, there's some people that just don't like fish. I have one of those in my family, but myself, I'll pretty much eat anything that doesn't make me throw up.
Same here. Fish happens to make me throw up. Or want to. I don't know.
I can't say I've ever tried cat, horse, or dog, but I suppose if they were prepared correctly.
Even like a tuna steak, I can like, or a salmon steak, I mean. I can like eat one, but I take it in small bites. I can't really like, take a mouthful of food and enjoy it. It feels like big salty seawater. I don't even know. Nasty. Tastes like fucking fish, man.
The best fish is raw fish, and the best raw fish is mackerel.
Holy mackerel?
No, fresh mackerel. And the reason that mackerel is the best raw fish is because you can tell when it's not fresh. It has a very distinct flavor, and then if it goes bad, it's going to be inedible, completely inedible.
When I tried, we were in Cancun on our honeymoon. We had like a setup where everything was inclusive, and part of it was the honeymoon dinner or whatever. And I had to order between several meals that were on the menu that we were afforded. And I got a tuna steak, and I decided to give it a try. Man, I only took like 4 bites out of that thing. Just couldn't appreciate it. It wasn't probably most people that like tuna steak might be into it, but I couldn't do it, man. I'm a shrimp guy. I love fried shrimp, fried fish, and so on. But yeah.
So tuna steak, is that like an ahi tuna?
I also remember it was about at least about half an inch thick, maybe a little more, and this large piece of fish they put, and it looked delicious. When I bit into it, started biting it, I was like, because of me, I put lime on my fish and hot sauce, and that just didn't do anything for me.
So is it raw in the middle?
No, it was cooked.
See, that's the problem there. It should be raw in the middle. Is it like covered in peppercorns?
See if I can get a picture. No, I don't remember what it was, but let's see if I can image it. Maybe it was, perhaps. I don't
See,
remember.
that's the other problem. Like, good tuna steak should just be, and I don't even know if it's really supposed to be called a tuna steak, but what you're describing should be just like a big slab of tuna that's just been seared on either side for 15 or 30 seconds.
That's what all the pictures look like I'm looking at right now. That it's
And
very
then, yeah, and then just like lightly seasoned, but you don't want all this fucking peppercorn encrusted, like well done fucking tuna can bullshit that you can probably get at a lot of
I mean, I
restaurants.
don't know. Maybe if I try it again with a clearer conscience, you know, as far as you're not so objective, as far as my, you know, what I'm used to. And I just didn't have much of it. I ate like maybe a third of it again, and I was like, okay, I'm good. I'll just eat chips or later and drink some more beer and get filled up.
I was first introduced to raw fish when I was living on an island in the Western Pacific Ocean, and we went spearfishing at night and picked up a whole bunch of fish and camped out in hammocks in the palm trees on a sandy island, outer island on the reef. And then the next day we woke up and like some of those fish that we had just caught just by like cutting into them and just eating them right off the fucking bone. And it was pretty awesome. Yeah, there. I mean, if you live in a coastal city, you'll get really good fresh sushi and sashimi, and it's not cheap. But I mean, I don't have it very often, but when I do, it's really good stuff.
There's a sushi shop up the road next to that Cajun place I was telling you about. It's really good, and I don't really care for raw fish, so I usually get the ones like fried California roll or something else, or last time I got the Alamo roll, which was shrimp in the middle with avocado and so on, fried.
Yeah, if you're talking about fried, you're probably talking about unagi. It's the eel, fried eel. Because California roll is just avocado.
You got the eel sauce they give you with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the place. If you want to experiment with seafood, that you do it at a sushi restaurant, because they'll put all kinds of weird shit on there, like stuff that's got tentacles and all kinds of fish eggs, orange fish eggs, and like weird, slimy, smelly stuff. And you're just like, brr, okay, I go for that. There's this one theme they have. It's like a sushi boat, where it's a bar, and then the sushi plates are put on little boats that are chained together and float around a little moat that's got some jets in the water. You've probably never seen this, but maybe some of you. But like the boats come by, and you're like, "Oh, that looks good," and it goes around. Someone else will take it, and then the chef is in the middle putting the plates out on the boats, and you know, when you see it come around a second time, you're like, yeah, I'm going to take that. I'm going to, you know, experiment here and try it. And I mean, some of the really weird, like seaweed and other weird stuff you can't even identify. And if you ask the guy, you know, what is this? He'll say like, oh, like, good, yeah, I'll try it.
Right on. I'm back a little bit, guys.
And I'm hungry for sushi now. I've been talking about it. Oh shit! I can't remember the last time I had sushi. I think I probably got some at a grocery store last time.
Oops. I was muted the whole time. What's that fish that they use for fake crab meat?
Monkfish?
Yeah, that's all right. I
Well,
don't mind
I think they
crabs.
dye it orange. I don't think it's naturally an orange color. I think that's food coloring they put in there.
Well, I don't know what they do. They like paint it and then they chop it up. It's like they make a processed block of it, paint it red, and then chop it up. So it looks like pulled crab meat. I haven't had it in a long time. 'Cause I don't go out of my way to buy seafood.
Well, the Wikipedia says it's a crab stick.
Yeah.
Sometimes pronounced KRAB stick.
Yeah.
As a form of kamaboko, a processed seafood made of starch and finely pulverized whitefish, surimi, shaped and cured to resemble the leg meat of snow crab or Japanese spider crab.
Yeah.
Whoa, check this out. First patented imitation crab meat, 1973. In 1976, the Burleson Company of San Francisco, working with Tsujio, introduced them internationally. Kanikama is their common name in Japan. Ocean sticks, sea legs, imitation crab sticks. I thought it was monkfish. Maybe I'm thinking of something different. Maybe I'm thinking of imitation lobster meat.
I don't mind crab salad when it's real or it uses that fake crab meat. I don't mind shrimp so much as long as it's cleaned real good. I get that turd shit out of there.
Yeah, it's important to devein shrimp when you shell them.
Yeah. That's about it besides tuna fish. In a can.
All right, so here's the question for you about canned tuna. In water or in oil?
Water.
Yeah, I'm totally the same way. Why do they bother putting them in oil? Like, who eats that stuff? I go to my local corner store, and that's all they have. It's disgusting.
I don't know, but my girlfriend used to buy it by accident all the time. I'd be like, I'm not eating it. It's that simple. You just bought a bunch of tuna that I'm not gonna eat. Make sure you look at the label next time. Just did it a couple times.
Well, if I throw it in some noodles and a pot of boiling water at the end of the noodles, like, it doesn't so much matter. But it's just gross, like trying to drain that shit out into the sink and clogging up my pipes, and for what? You know?
Yeah.
So does it preserve it better, maybe?
Maybe.
So I guess we have to ask Harry whether he likes seafood and or why or why not.
No, seafood is disgusting.
See. Finally, another person.
I don't eat seafood. I don't eat eggs, and I don't drink milk.
Well, eggs I can understand. And the yolks are full of cholesterol. Milk, yeah, I'm not a big fan. But seafood, I feel like it's a delicacy. I mean, I feel like it's really something we should appreciate and be thankful for, because it takes a lot of effort to get food from the ocean.
Yeah, maybe that's because we're not supposed to eat food from the ocean. Because we're land animals.
So you think it's like taboo for us to venture into the oceans
No,
to
not really.
seek sustenance?
Not really. I think it's natural for you coastal people that have like nothing but 50% seafood restaurants. But
Well, what about Harry? He's a coastal person.
Yeah, I'm in Portland, and I'm not. I mean, you can get all the salmon you want, and I'm not eating it. You know.
yeah,
That's line caught salmon that he's refusing to consume. That, I mean, you can't tell me that line caught salmon is any worse than a harvested venison.
I don't know. I only eat cow meat and chicken meat, and turkey sometimes.
Salmon is one of the best things you can possibly eat. It's got all those good vitamin E. What is it called?
Mercury.
Yeah, it's got the good heavy metals, and no, the good omega-3s. But yeah, I mean, you get yourself a big old fillet of salmon, and you just slather that with some mustard mixed with mayonnaise, and just throw it on the grill, skin side down, and just let that fucking cook for 20 minutes. And man, you are in heaven. You can throw some chives on that thing. Oh my God.
Chives.
You know what part of the fish the bear eats, right?
No.
The skin. They eat the skin and throw everything else on the ground.
That's weird.
Because it's where all the fat is.
Yeah, it's like a natural silicone. You just throw that right on a hot grill, and it'll sear up, burn up the skin, and it doesn't burn the meat. And then you can just take a spatula and just, after 20 minutes, you just slice that fillet right off the grill, leaving that charred skin on the grill. It's. I mean, you got to clean the grill afterwards, but that's the way to go. That's, man. I want it to be summer, and I want to have a grill, and I want to do that right now. I'm really hungry. Why does gun channels always turn into food channels, people?
Because food's good.
I blame Edge. Starts talking about gumbo and jambalaya in New Orleans. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
228.
I bet Marvin eats a lot of seafood.
I don't. I'm allergic to crustacean, anything crustacean.
That's not
That is-
allergic. That's just how it's supposed to be.
And even if I wasn't allergic to it, I have an issue with eating things from the bottom. Crab, lobster, shrimp, they are bottom feeders. They're the lowest level. Eat at the bottom of the sea. They scavenge. So anything that shit that floats to the bottom, they eat it. So
Well, what about oysters?
nope. Anything that has a shell, crustacean, anything that has a shell, I'm allergic to. But I don't eat crabs.
That's all bivalves do is filter, right? Or am I thinking of jellyfish? I think all they do is open their shell and filter water.
Well, anything that's on the bottom, see crabs. If you put a shrimp inside of the fish tank, and the fish poos, they clean the bottom of your tank. They eat the poo. So call it what you want. I'm allergic to it, and I just don't eat it. So that's just not me. All right, that's cool.
Any word from Bob?
Just that he let me know whenever Catch left, but nothing else. Right about now, he's probably sleeping through the night shoot.
Yeah, it should be starting up here any moment.
Is anybody broadcasting live from there?
I don't know if anybody, but Bob said it was super crowded, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if there's somebody out there trying it. I don't know if there's anybody
Probably
like
maybe on Facebook. You'll probably run into maybe somebody.
I don't know if it's the kind of thing that anybody major has like figured out yet to go there and do it. But what's his face made a shit ton of money doing making videos.
Seems like a simple enough thing to do on Facebook. Whoa. I never went live on Facebook. No reason to go live.
I don't like it.
Not even Instagram either.
Well, Instagram is easy because you just use your phone. With Facebook, the way I know how to do it, you have to launch another app, like doing the YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
One, the difficult one. It's like you have to use that same app. Looks like Brennan's going live to fuck with his lightsaber, one of his lightsabers.
Yeah. He's sick of guns. He sold them all for lightsabers. Next, he's gonna get into Harry Potter wands. They make some pretty expensive ones. So many peeps up in here, so quiet. That's kind of like shaming all you people.
Topic shaming.
Yeah. Silence shaming. It's like nothing in the news today.
So this Instagram says, take a blue pill and restart your life at age 10 with all the knowledge you have now, or take a red pill and jump to 45 years old with $50 million in the bank. Which would you take?
What was the first one?
You go back to 10 with all your knowledge, or you go forward to, well, some people would go forward to 45 with 50 million.
That's a tough one. Go back to 10. Well, I guess I'd pick the 45 and 50 million.
Does that mean you got to forget everything?
No, I'd just be losing 7 years. If you go back to 10, it says you remember everything, right?
Yeah. You still have all your knowledge. You're just 10 years old and have to start all over again. You have to do everything again.
I guess if you,
But if you do it all, 40, then you just test out of all school and immediately start making money.
if you just jump into 45, then I guess you're just selling some of your years away for $50 million, depending on how old you are.
See, but when you're older than 45, then it's like, oh, you're saying I get to go backwards and get 50 million? Let's do this. Well, I guess there's also the like assumption that you're going to die sooner. So if you go back to 10 right now, you get like basically 30, 40 years back. Or you get to go 30 or 40 years future more.
Yeah. Unless you go back to like the 80s or whatever. 70s. Whenever you were 10. I think I was in the 80s. I guess if you go back to 10 with all the knowledge, you can just you know, bet money and win things. become like a Nostradamus. 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 You can tell the future. Everything you say comes true. People start to believe you. And the money just starts rolling in. And you're 11 years old by then.
You see this guy that shoots a flare gun into his own crotch?
Yeah. That dude's always doing dumb shit.
Yeah, he needs to like have run out in front of that car and got hit and then be dead already.
Final stunt.
You think he's really that dumbass? Like they're just abusing a retarded kid?
No, I think he's a dumbass for sure, but not. No one's taking advantage of him. Well, maybe they are. It's probably his friend's YouTube channel. Don't worry, I'll monetize it, buddy. What else did he do? He did like firecrackers all over himself.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anybody wants to get burnt. Like the worst. What the hell do you do when your pants are burnt to your leg?
Just be burned, I guess.
Just let it stay there until it falls off. Keep putting Neosporin on it. he get to pick his next stunt in the comment section?
Is that what he does?
I don't know. That'd be cool.
Damn, this is pretty fucking neat. Somebody takes and makes a robot arm out of a bunch of syringes and cardboard. Pretty fucking cool. Pick up camera. Seen that far? Starts cutting up the cardboard, makes it into an arm. Uses toothpicks and stuff to make all the hinges. Puts a little clipper together. Uses all these syringes to make the hydraulics. And then he sticks it on a battery for a pivot. Makes another one, make the thing pivot, and then he puts different color water in the different syringes. I guess there's 4. 1 for the pincher, 2 for the arm, and 1 for the movement. Then he makes this little setup to run it. Right, connects it all up. Now you can just do that. How fucking cool is that?
Got way too much time on his hands.
Yeah, now he doesn't pick up that fucking soda like a chump. You use that shit, yeah. 27 million. Total income, 0. Because it's fucking Facebook. It's like watching somebody's trash. Like, oh, there's a bunch of shit.
Yeah. Facebook is horrible.
Yeah, I don't know how people dig this shit. And they continue to like go, oh yeah, we gotta watch it live. Let's watch it live. You can't even, is there even a place to go look at what's just fucking live, or do you have to depend on it to tell you what you should watch?
No, I go to live things and it's like, this just ended and you can't watch it.
Where is live things?
I think it's at the top. The play button.
Play button.
Oh. You're on the desktop.
Here we go. So I saw live video. What are you doing? What did you do? Why you look guilty? You did something. What? What did you do? Tell me what you did. All right, let's even more guiltier. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Oh yeah, just what I'm looking for. So you have to fucking ask where you want to fucking. Oh, this chick's bored and high. You know.
Oh, she should whip out them twins.
So what the fuck? Is this what's happening in Tucson? Is that why I'm seeing it? There's nothing in Wikia.
It's weird that there's not more live things going on.
Well, it's not. It makes sense because YouTube, or I mean, Facebook sucks ass. You don't ever want to fucking go use it or anything, unless you're bored and high, I guess. So I scroll through here. Yeah, look at all this stuff. Just is all for me. Hey, I know what all this stuff is. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, there's somebody live in Philly.
Is this the hacking systems that are happening? This is garbage. Something down by Matt. Matt's probably going online. Why am I seeing this? Why do I have to watch that? Why don't I, when I click on shit, nothing fucking happens at all? I have to click on one of these. All right, watching this chick get ready for fucking going out. That's what I want to fucking do, is watch a chick get ready for something.
Horrible.
Oh my God, what's wrong with people? Watch what's going on and smiling. Oh shit. What's she touching down there? What the hell? It's strange.
Yeah.
It all seems to be porn. I don't know what the hell's going to happen on my Facebook now that I looked at that shit. Yeah, garbage. People deserve what they want if they get over on Facebook, I guess. That's the world you want, then that's the world you get.
I'm still scrolling through Facebook.
I can't do it. For a while there, I would like be able to scroll through it and then find some things funny or amusing, but I don't know what the hell happened. I either subscribe to assholes or it's garbage. It's always like, here's like some boring ass crap about like crap nobody gives a shit about. Nobody's like using it to like actually say anything of any import. Like, here's a thing I seen that was cute or funny.
Make your own nut butter.
I go to Instagram.
Nut butter is so good. What?
I go to Instagram if I want nut butter.
Macadamia and cashew butters.
Looks like Bob's back from the night shoot now. He woke up.
Can't believe no one went live from there. Can't believe
He couldn't be bothered. He's like, this is my entertainment, not for you.
My Facebook feed is like dead anyway. It's been the same shit all day.
I imagine they got to, maybe they don't know. If they have to worry about resources, they would give up on people who don't use it and only concentrate on people that are using it. But I don't know if they need to worry about resources like that or not.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because you can't even delete your profile. So they're not going to delete it.
Yeah, but I'm saying they could just say devotes, server attention or whatever, script attention to accounts that meet this threshold of use. If you haven't logged on in 3 days, fuck you. It's not the first yet. Good.
I love how Bob's out in the chat bragging how he's been at a machine gun shoot all night. Doesn't bother to give us any live feed.
It's like, you should have seen it. No, I didn't film it, but you should have seen it.
Yeah, here I am talking about sushi and sashimi, and Bob's out there watching dual 50 calibers blasting at incendiary targets and high explosive rounds going off, and doesn't even bother to bring us in.
These are weird.
The videos you're watching?
360 video. You can like spin it around while the video's going.
Oh yeah, that's kind of weird. The camera looks like a ball.
It's on the National Geographic page, I think.
Makes sense because a big ass camera is just like 8 cameras pointed out in the same direction, and they just each take a section of what they're looking at. So they just expanded on that and went all the way around in a circle.
Yeah.
Well, on the globe, I guess, a sphere.
You can just move your phone around and look at all the video while it's playing. It's creepy.
It's stressful.
Look up at the sky.
Synthetic society of iOS updates, and we have to have the new one of everything. Stress, right?
It's funny as they use like the latest technology. Talking about how they need to get away from it. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
Bob is all out in the chat like, yeah, camera ran out of data. Sorry, no live stream.
That's not even how it works, Bob.
I mean, phone ran out of data.
Oh, and maybe he means data plan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's understandable because my phone was burning up the minutes too with all the real estate tours I was giving today.
Yeah, you can go live, but you don't need data to take some video with your phone.
I wonder if it costs more to transmit the data through Canada back to the U.S. servers.
Yeah, whatever. Canada's stupid. Everybody knows it.
Yeah, you should just get a Mexican cell phone and transmit the data through Mexico and get a discount.
Canada is America's hat. And it's a bad hat, too. I don't want a new one. Sick of wearing this Canadian hat.
So wait, Bob is out of data, but he didn't film or stream 1 minute of Big Sandy. What is this? Shouldn't he have Wi-Fi at the trailer park when he's doing the Daily Gun Show? Shouldn't he have all of his data saved up for Big Sandy? I mean, this is a big fucking deal, man.
Yeah. Telling Bob how to live his life.
He's used to it, though, because he's a Canadian. So
Figure if Bob wasn't there, we wouldn't see Big Sandy. So what's the difference if Bob's there now?
take advantage of telling him how to live his life.
When he comes to America, he plays by our rules.
Oh. I like to make him think he's still in Canada. Without the health care.
Well, there's the reason. He spent all of his data on porn.
Of course.
At Big Sandy. That's the creepy part.
Probably walking around without a shirt on.
Yeah, top 10 signs you have a problem. Number 10, you spent all your data on porn.
Watch way too much porn if you waste all your data on porn. Chats I can see.
He thought they meant a metric gigabit also when he was ordering his plan, so he thought it was like Canadian, so it was gonna be all like, oh yeah, 1 megabyte? Sure. That's a lot, eh?
1,000 megabytes per month.
Yeah, he probably did the calculation and figured that's 1,000 Canadian megabytes.
Yeah, it's like a million thousand Canuckabytes.
That's like a half a gig of data per month. You can probably barely hear this chat then. Probably gotta go, guys. My data.
Hey.
The Fonz. Is the Fonz in here?
If the Fonz rides a mini bike.
Wasn't he on a mini bike when he tried to jump the sharks? Or was that a regular motorcycle?
That was a pair of water skis.
Oh. Water skis. What did he try to fucking do with a motorcycle?
Well, think of-
Oh, they shoot down RC airplanes. That's cool.
Well, if Bob had any data left over from his porn escapade, then he could jump in here and at least tell us about tonight's shoot.
Is someone jelly that you didn't go to Big Sandy?
Yeah. Well then. There's Bob. Bob.
Hey guys, how do I sound?
I can hear you.
Yeah, just low.
Yeah, well, it's generally this will work for chats if I keep everything turned right down on the throttled back data. But like, they give you 5 gigabytes at high speed, and I just ran out of that. And I was joking, I wasn't looking at porn. It's just every time I do a chat, it eats it up like crazy.
Funny joke.
Huh?
That was funny, Bob.
Oh yeah,
Funny.
I know. I knew you guys would get a kick out of it. No, Big Sandy's pretty cool, man. It's like really packed. Like trying to walk back down the gun line at night. There's people all congregate at the start of the gun line, which is kind of dumb because you get a way better view by going to the very end. But yeah, you get to, about maybe the last 8th mile of the gun line, and you can't hardly walk through it. There's that many people standing there watching.
What's everybody doing for hearing protection?
Bit of everything, but you see a lot of people are wearing the electronic ones now. Way more common.
Is there people like further away that just aren't using any of it because it's
No, you have to have it to be up there. They'll make you put earbuds if you don't have them.
That's good.
Because of safety.
That's right. You got to be safe when you're playing with machine guns.
So was it just a bunch of people sitting in chairs like last year?
Yep. And then just standing. Like, oh my God, it was like I say, the last half of the gun line probably was you could hardly squeeze your way through tonight anyway. It wasn't that bad last night, but tonight was just packed. Like there was pretty much from where you first come down and you can see Big Sandy, there were cars parked. So it was really busy this year, way busier than last year, I think. Heck of a lot more
So
campers.
you're saying more people showed up for the night even than was there Friday? But like more people showed up for just the night today?
Yeah. It seemed like a lot of people were just showing up for just tonight.
Do you think that it was enough to like change it, like it'll break and then they won't do it anymore?
I don't think so. No, they seem to be able to handling it real well. I mean, the shuttle driver was getting a little frayed near the end there.
What about the BMGs? What's going on with the BMGs? I never saw a live feed, nothing.
Well, yeah, I tried to go on the chat last night during the shoot, but I don't know. It said I was in the chat with you guys, in the Google Plus chat with you guys, but you couldn't hear me because, I mean, it was nothing but shooting. But yeah, for some reason you guys didn't see me or, didn't show up. So I don't know what happened.
Well, I'm talking about the guy who's selling the different specimen BMGs.
No, there was nobody there selling the 50 cals that I saw. There was a guy selling like tracer rounds, but it was in like pistol caliber and, but yeah, nobody selling 50 BMGs. And nobody selling flares this year like there was last year, at least not the ones that, fit in a flare pistol.
I need some 9mm tracers for my Beretta APX.
Well, there was a guy on the gun line. He had his pistol out. He was shooting with tracers trying to take out targets. They probably, I think they made more spots, but they had about 10 empty spots this year. So $250 if you want to shoot. You get to bring your trailer up there. Really, I mean, if you got 6 people in the.
Did you ask them stuff like how many people could show up and if they have $100 slots or anything?
Yeah, no, they don't have $100, but they got a $250 slots. So I mean, but the thing is, if they get somebody, if you got maybe the last slot and then they suddenly had people that showed up and said, "Oh, can I shoot my machine guns?" You might get your money given back to you.
So then do they say how many people can be in there?
I never actually asked that. I was too busy thinking of other things like, can I park my camper up here? Because it's nice and flat.
So what did they say?
Yeah. Yeah, if you've got a spot there, you get a spot for your camper up there. So
Just one or like 30 of them, like you guys were
No.
asking about last night?
no, I mean it's just one camper. It's like, you know, you can have like a camper and little trailer, like, you know, that you've got your stuff in. But yeah, it's kind of one of those within reason. Like if you brought a bunch of machine guns, they probably wouldn't care if you had 2 trailers. But if you're a bunch of guys showing up with bolt actions, they might be, you know, no, you can't all have your own camper up there.
Hey, so isn't it true that all of the bolt action and semi-auto guys are down? They're like segregated at the end of the line down far away from where all the action is?
No, it's just that their seniority. So the people that have been there the longest have got their slots, and the people that just showed up this time around get the end.
Right.
So yeah, let's not forget that canola oil stands for Canada oil, and that's just their way of disguising the fact that it's rapeseed oil.
What's wrong with rapeseed? I don't know why you guys have a problem with those little rape seeds.
Because in our country, that's the word for sexual assault.
Yeah, we call it an oil grain.
Rape is just a cost of doing business for the Canadian. Down here, we think a bit differently about it.
We're just a lot more understanding. Like,
Yeah,
haven't you
south
heard-
of the border, Bob, it's considered a violent crime.
Haven't you heard? We now made it against the law in Canada so that you can't say anything bad about Muhammad. Specific law, just that you can't say anything bad about Islam.
Fuck Muhammad.
Yeah. See, they'd arrest you in Canada for that. Oop. Thought crime. Actually, yeah, you can't even think bad things about him. In Ontario, they have a law that says you can't harbor ill will towards the Islamic religion. It's like, well, that's a thought crime. I don't want to go home.
Well, maybe you're good. G-Webs will adopt you.
Maybe I wonder if that would be refugee status if I said, well, I really hate this religion, and if I go home, they'll arrest me because I hate it. I wonder if that would be grounds for refugee status. I gotta look into that. What kind of rights do I get as a refugee? Can I get guns? I have to look into that.
I think as long as you call yourself a dreamer, then you'll be accepted into the system.
There you go. Because I think America can be great again.
Like when it used to be part of the crown?
No. Any part of the crown is not good. Well,
That was just a test, Bob. You passed with flying colors.
Yeah. But oh, it's hilarious having Mika here, but we sat up shooting the shit and talking about countries and politics and stuff until 4 a.m. I don't know how he did it because he hadn't slept for 20 hours already. And they said, okay, I'm going to sleep in past the shoot. So if you want to go in the morning, you go ahead. And I'm like, okay. Because he's never been here, right? So
He didn't even watch the shoot and he got all the way out there?
yeah, he did. He did because he had to. Because when the shoot started up, the trailer shakes, eh? When the explosions start. So, like, you know, you could just hear, okay, the shoot's about to start. And I can hear Mika snoring through the trailer window. And then all of a sudden you hear this, da-da-da-da-da-da, boom, 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 and the trailer shakes, eh? And about maybe 5 minutes later, he's coming out going, I think I'm going to go up and watch a shoot. I don't think I can sleep. No shit. It's hilarious. yeah, quite entertaining.
I just want to point out to anyone that may be listening that there may be some countryism occurring in the chat. There is someone by the name of, let me get this right here, Redneck Filipino. So I just want to make everyone aware there could be some countryism happening. That is all.
That's hilarious. See, there's rednecks everywhere. Actually, I seen a video of these French guys turning a, how was it, a weed eater or something like that, or not even a weed eater. No, it was something else, some kind of stupid gas motor. And they turned it into an outboard, and they went out in the lake, and it blew up, and it was hilarious. I thought, God, there's rednecks in France. Who'd have thunk?
Rednecks are people too.
Too true, man. Hey, some of my relatives are rednecks. Oh wait, I kind of am a redneck too, so yeah. You can't call me a hillbilly because where I come from, there ain't no damn hills.
We got hillbillies around here. Around here.
Yeah. There's got to be a lot of hillbillies in Arizona because there's lots of hills. Colorado must be just rife with them. Yeah, I was handed out gun channels cards to people, but unfortunately, I think I might have handed some out to people from California. But hey, you know, they're people too.
That's what we need, more Californians.
Why not? Hey, as long as they own guns. They're kind of like Canadians now, right? They got to jump through a bunch of hoops and they got all these restrictions. So
Speaking of which, have you ever been to California, Bob?
no, why would I want to go there? It's worse
Oh.
than Canada.
Hey, you know what? Forget I ever mentioned it.
Say it's worse than Canada, except without the health care.
There's this thing called the Pacific Ocean. I thought you might want to check it out.
Yeah, I've seen the Pacific Ocean. Not a big deal. I've been to Vancouver. The same ocean.
We're talking about the Canadian Ocean. Not the same.
Yeah. Same damn ocean, except our fish taste better.
No, your fish tastes Canadian.
A little hint of maple syrup. What's wrong with that?
I guess that would be better.
You're not supposed to tell Canadians about the nets we put up to keep all the good fish down here.
Friggin' Canadians.
Yeah.
I don't like fish. We talked about this already.
Yeah, fish is okay if it's fresh. I just don't like. Well, and I actually, strangely enough, I like canned tuna. It must be a dolphin.
I like that. Canned dolphin. Bumblebee? I don't like bumblebee. I find scales in
It's
bumblebee.
gonna be chicken of the sea or nothing. But hey, Bob, Are you going to go up to the shoot tomorrow morning and rent an AK-47? Tell us yes.
No, I can't afford it. I want money for that shit.
It's $25.
Yeah, it's $25. That's half a tank of gas.
Just dip into your pension.
I already have enough. Remember, I had to replace all the spark plugs in my stupid truck because one blew out. That put a big dent in my monthly pension payment.
Yeah, but you can rent a Tontal. Don't you want to rent a Tontal?
No.
Why didn't you just steal them from someone in Canada and then hop over the border?
If I was going to rent anything there, I would probably rent the Thompson.
Man, that thing kicks like a mule, bro. That's all over the place. You don't want to touch that thing.
Thompson? Oh, please. Thompsons are great. I've shot the semi-auto one, so, they're...
Yeah, well, the full auto will point you up about 45 degrees into the air after the first 5 rounds.
It weighs 20 pounds. How bad can it be?
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just like ripping off. But actually, the M16, the 20-inch barrel, that was the most precise gun I shot out of the three. But yeah, you go up there tomorrow morning at daybreak. Was it 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whenever it starts, and just get in line and just throw down your $25, and you'll never have a better time shooting full auto at explosive targets.
I've shot full auto before, so it's not like it's on my bucket list. I've done it. I've got different ones I want to shoot, but I'll do it next year if I got more money, if my truck doesn't blow up again. You gotta remember, like, I keep looking forward to, like, I know I'm going to come back here for the next 10 years just because it's the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, that is if you live that long. Come on, man. This could be your last chance. And he's gone. See? He just fucking... well, here he is.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. It's I think it's just now that this data's running slow, it somehow, it's working, but it kicks me out once in a while.
So what full auto guns have you shot?
The Sterling and the FN squad automatic weapon and FN. Because we used to have military days, and you could go to the military base, and they'd let you shoot their small arms, like you shoot the high power and the Sterling submachine gun, and you could shoot the FN full auto that we had, and then you could shoot the FN 308 squad automatic weapon. They wouldn't let you shoot the 50. I think it was just too expensive. But so I got to shoot that 4 or 5 times because I lived right next to the military base, so I used to go there all the time.
That's cool. Well, they got a whole bunch of other guns that you've never shot there, so I would recommend you shoot at least one of them. You just run 20 rounds through one of them, and the next time in the fall or this next spring, whenever you come back, you can run 20 rounds through another one and do that for 10 years, and you'll pretty much shoot every gun they have there.
Oh yeah, and they have different guns all the time too. But yeah, this year it was like was their first year they had the hats.
If you were going to do that, then you could just take that $50,000 you're going to spend renting and just buy an M60 or something.
That's true. Hey, I would love to. You know what? I was trying to figure out what I would buy if I was going to buy a machine gun, and I don't know, man. I saw a video about the AR-180. The A-180, that 22 caliber full auto that they made.
American 180? I don't really see those up there.
Didn't see any of those, no. But apparently there are a few around, and they'd be so cheap to shoot and so much fun. I mean,
Back to it's cheap to shoot, but this ain't fucking 10 years ago.
Yeah. But yeah. So I don't know. I'd be one of them maybe, or I think I would want to go for the iconic Thompson. You know, like the 1920s model with the drum and the pistol grip.
So the Thompson they have there that I shot has a 20-round stick mag, and it didn't have a forward vertical grip. It was just a wooden stock, and I think that made it more difficult to control the recoil.
That was would be like the GI model, the one that the World War II one.
I think you just went spaz on it. They're like some of the easiest ones to control. Like
Yeah, you gotta remember, like I could shoot a full auto real easy because the amount my hands shake from the coffee and the medication, it would just be like I'd be able to just
if Bob pulls the trigger at just the right time, his shakes counteract the recoil perfectly, and he's like, you can get them all into the size of like a dime. People are like, bullshit, you just shot one into the dime and then you shot them all in the air. He's like, nope, watch the slow motion.
There you go. No, it was pretty good, man. They're like the guys with the semi-autos looked like they were having fun.
Shooting explosives and dynamite, I would imagine.
Yeah. Because the machine gun to be ripping away, and it's got rounds are everywhere around the target, and then you just, you'll hear this one shot, and it'll go off.
Damn it! There was this site that had quite a few movies on it, and it went down. Sucks. It was a really good navigation and everything.
So were there ever a lot of cameras there this year, though? Holy shit!
Yeah, we were surprised nobody was filming live or anything.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to say I tried last night, but
Was there any TV channels or like what do you call them, like filmmakers?
I didn't see anything like that. I saw a couple of VIP vans show up with loads of people and like big fancy vans pulled up, and then these people would get out and get on the ratty old shuttle and go up the hill. But there's nobody I knew, so I don't know, probably just rich people.
Maybe somebody figured out that instead of having to drive up there, they could just gather a bunch of people up in Phoenix and drive them up there for some amount of money. It'd be cheaper for people driving. They don't have to worry about doing the actual driving, and then you're sure they make money doing that.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, that's the way to do it. Watch the show, right? Rent a big passenger van, like a 15-passenger van or one of them small buses. Figure out the gas, figure out the rental, throw a couple of bucks in there, and then divide that by how many people will fit in there and charge that much to go up there.
That's a good idea.
And then you could put a cooler of beer back there.
Yeah.
Tell them to drink.
Yeah.
Shut up. You alone.
Oh yeah, this thing was fancy. It had like a divider in between the driver and the rest of the van, and all smoked windows. So, somebody had the right idea. Sure, hell of a lot better than pulling their vehicle through here. Now my truck clutch is chattering like crazy. I'm like, that's all I need to blow the clutch out of it on the way out of the road. Mika was so worried about that little Hyundai about dragging it, eh? And yet when we're coming in down the road, he's just hot rodding it around the corners, through the washes. I'm like, you son of a bitch, eh? I'm trying to keep up to him.
You hear from him? Did he get back all right?
Haven't heard from him, but I think we figured it out. Is he can't get the texts I send back to him because, but he hasn't texted me. But I don't know if I was showing him like he was saying he didn't get any of the texts I sent him, so I was showing him that I sent him the texts. But I think it's because I don't have an international plan on my phone. Like I've just got, the AT&T plan, which I have because I have an American phone. It has free texting calling to Mexico and the U.S. and Canada, but not internationally. So I probably can't text him. But I'm sure he did because he actually left a little early. He left before the afternoon shoot.
So he only barely seen the night shoot and then the morning shoot and then left.
Yeah. Yeah, night shoot, morning shoot, and then yeah, he was gone. Left me some gifts, some Finland, a book of. It's called Finger Pore from Finland, and it's not what it sounds like. It's cartoons of. I don't know. I guess it's these cartoons that are really popular in Finland, and it's just got bizarre. It's weird cartoons, but you have to really think about them to get the joke. So kind of interesting.
So, what are the odds that he passed out on the way to the airport and drove off the road and sitting in his car in a ditch right now?
It shouldn't be that bad because he got probably 4 hours of sleep after I finally, at 4 in the morning said, "Oh, I gotta go to bed now. I gotta get up in the morning. I want to see the morning shoot." And he was like, "Oh, okay." So we crashed out, and then at 9 o'clock, I think I got up at 8:30 or whatever, and was making a cup of tea, trying to be quiet, and he goes, "I think I'm going to sleep in. I'll go to the afternoon shoot." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." I understand, right? And then of course, I was thinking, no, you're not going to be able to sleep. And then the shoot started, and it was like, I guess I'll watch the morning shoot. But then when he came back from the morning shoot, he laid down for another probably 2 or 3 hours until he left. So, and he took 6 cans of Coca-Cola.
Oh, so that's good. I'm glad he finally got some sleep. I'm sure he was a little hesitant at falling asleep, being in a trailer with a half-naked Canadian, but I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, no, we had a good time. We had a great, he's really interesting to talk to, and when you're sitting there in person, it's a lot easier to understand him because then you can get a lot more of the body language that comes with when you're talking. So, yeah, it was a really good time. Finland and Canada are great friends now. We talked about the winter war against the Russians. Finland kicked back, right? Sorry, dropped my mic. Finland
You
kicked Russia's
know
ass.
anybody from other times? Did you meet anybody that you'd met before?
No. Well, there's one lady that when I got on the shuttle bus, she was like, "Oh, sit on next to me. Sit on next to me." Okay. But I don't know. Other than I had to keep slapping her hand off my knee. I don't remember her from last year.
Bob can't keep track of every chick he dragged into one of them porta potties.
Hey, not my fault. They keep following me around. No, it was a really good shoot, though. But I don't think that anybody had a minigun there. Because I don't remember seeing one. There were some Gatling guns, but they weren't doing the night shoot thing. I would like to have seen those, but yeah, it was just, I don't know. There seemed to be the big popular thing this year was twin gun mounts, because I saw at least a couple of twin 50s mounted, lots of 30 Brownings mounted in twin mounts, some other maybe
Really?
stuff. Yeah.
Because when I was there in the fall, there was only one twin 50.
Oh yeah, no, it looked like there was 2 twin 50s and then probably 4 or 5 twin and 30 caliber or whatever.
Yeah, I noticed that because they're louder than the other guns, and
yeah, and you can feel them.
yeah, when you walk over, you can see. Oh yeah, that's twice as big as the other guns.
And when it fires, you can kind of feel this concussion through your chest, even if you're standing a ways away.
I feel like the twin 50 was on the back of some truck, and so it was higher up above the other stuff, and they were shooting a lot of incendiary rounds, like a lot later in the evening than everyone else.
Oh yeah. Well, I did see a lot of more incendiary rounds this year than last year. Like still lots of tracer, but then you'd see the incendiary rounds because you could hear the gun going, but then you'd see the rounds just like boom, boom, boom off the hillside on the other side, eh? And that's where you'd see them hitting and starting little fires. And one of the things Mika was concerned with, he was like, "There's no animals out on that hill, are there?" I'm like, "No, probably not." Because I saw all these little bunny rabbits when we were driving. Yeah, saw a dead javelina, a pig in the middle of the road too.
Yeah, this is what we call American barbecue.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and it wasn't squished or anything yet. I thought about stopping.
Jackrabbits on the side of that hillside. Can you imagine with all those incendiary rounds going off?
Well, on the upside, they wouldn't feel anything. It'd be the concussion. It'd probably kill them if it just landed near them.
Yeah.
What are people doing on that hill today? Did everybody stay or did people leave because the shoot's over?
Probably about half the cars that were here earlier are gone, but because I can hear them, they're still pulling out, eh? But a few more campers came in. A few more people came in that were, looking like they were going to stay Saturday night anyway. So we'll see if it gets a little rowdy tonight. It gets a little later. It's funny listening. I was up on the line earlier before the shooting, before they were shooting. I was just kind of walking by and kind of eavesdropping on the conversations of the shooters, right? As you walk by, you just hear what they're saying. And a couple of them were like, "Oh, I had bad indigestion today." Oh, really? What'd you have to eat? He said, "Oh, wasn't that with the brandy and the cigars?" Oh, so it sounds like the shooters, sit around the fire at night having a few drinks.
So we're talking about Big Sandy, which is, as the crow flies, about halfway between Phoenix and Vegas. So it's about 2 hours a drive outside of Phoenix. If you were to drive towards Vegas on, what is that? I forget what the name of that road is, but it goes through Wickenburg and then Wickiup and then Kingman and then Vegas. So between Wickenburg and Kingman is Wickiup and Kingman is that town.
Yeah, Wickiup.
Wickenburg and Kingman is Wickiup, and it's a little town. And just north of that little town, there's just the middle of the desert. And this guy owns some land out there, I guess, or this group owns some land. And they have this giant machine gun shoot for twice a year in March and then in October for about, 3 decades or something. They've been doing it. They've been doing it for a long, long time. So that's what Bob's talking about.
Yeah, and it's a great time. And it's funny. I want to promote it. On the other hand, I don't want to promote it because I don't want too many people to show up to where it gets too much for them to handle. Like right now, they have 4-H. Has a restaurant or like a kitchen going to feed people, and there's one thing I saw that was different is they had a coffee truck that did coffee, frappuccino, coffees and cold coffees and teas and all that shit was pulling up, and it was selling stuff, and so it was doing a booming business because there really isn't a lot of that kind of stuff. So
well, it was $150 to have a table there for the weekend, which is kind of expensive, but it's about 100. It's like 50, but it's like an expensive gun show. But there's that many people, I probably should have gone up there and tried to move some of the spam can patches or some of them decals.
Yeah, there were probably, I think, about maybe 10 vendor tents there. So
doing the same stuff as before or new stuff?
Some of it was new stuff. Like they had a guy up there with like targets, kind of like you'd see at a gun show, there was guys up there that were selling, some ammo, and I think there was a guy doing lights, and then a few others. There, like more showed up today that I didn't go and look at because it was like dark already. But yeah, so I'll check.
You eat up there at the 4-H?
No, I eat in the camper. I make my own food. I'm budgeting, man. I gotta have enough money to get to Tulsa.
Yeah, but I thought you'd like the ladies that serve the food for H.
No, it's little kids.
They're kids. Yeah.
Never mind.
I like the ladies that sell the T-shirts because they're like, my age.
Oh, those at the bottom at the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where Bob hangs out the whole time. Hey, ladies, can I get that for you? Can I mix your Ensure drink for you before you open it?
Let me give that a shake for you. The Parkinson's makes it way better. Yeah.
It's probably because you got that free Canadian health insurance. That's why you're so alluring, all these ladies.
That could be. They're probably looking at me going, "Oh, I can marry him, become a Canadian. I get free health insurance."
Yep, I got the hookup. Anytime between now and the next 13 years, I could get that appointment I need.
Imagine the money I could save on prescription drugs.
Yeah. There you go.
So where are you off to next, Bob? Are you gonna hit Colorado, Nevada, New Mexico?
Probably just going to go right through New Mexico to Tulsa. But I'll do it, slowly. I got 5 days. It's not that far.
Then that museum isn't opened every day, so start paying attention to hours in that museum.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, the thing is, I can.
And it's on the northeast end of Tulsa, so don't just hit Tulsa and find the first place you can stop on the west side, because you're nowhere near it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'll probably get.
There's plenty of parking at the museum, though. Even if they had a special event, there'd be plenty of parking for your camper. Just go to the side with the railroad tracks, and there's tons of parking over there.
Oh, okay, cool. I can just park there for a couple of days then. I'll bet the gun show. If I go to the gun show, they're probably just have parking for RVs.
Yeah, I mean it is the world's largest gun show after all.
Because I know they did that in the Phoenix gun show. I was driving in the parking lot thinking, I got to pay $8 to park, and then they just waved me over to the RV spots, which had full hookups. I was like, damn, this place is great.
So who else is going to be there? Pink, Marco?
No. Nobody, just P226 probably. And Bob.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I picked the wrong year to go. I should have been there last year. But oh well. I'll be back again. I mean, hey, this is what might do for for retirement, right? Is got to be down here in the winter anyway. So spend a couple of weeks here, a couple of weeks there.
Yeah, you can have the whole place to yourself. 226 Nut. I mean, if you can sweet talk them into shooting some machine guns, you can start checking those ones off your list.
Yeah, because he's got some of those, and he's at the gun show, so.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've been following his Instagram lately, and he's got a lot of guns that he posts.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Hold him. I gotta figure out that Instagram shit. Because yeah, now my phone's set up so that my microphone is set up that it'll post on Instagram, YouTube. It'll post on everything at once. Right? So if I just take a picture, whatever, it'll just post it to all those mediums. And now I just got to figure out how to make that work. It sucks being a technological caveman.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. It takes effort, and I was on my phone earlier tonight just trying to post a picture of a beer bottle I took, and the phone fucking kept on freezing up on me, and it may be because it's over 2 years old or whatever, but I had to go through the fucking app like 5 times, literally, before it stopped freezing up on me. I realized what function of the app I was using that was causing it to freeze up on me. I stopped using that function and just fucking uploaded the shit and was done with it. But, you know, there's no instruction manual for any of this shit. You got to figure it out by trial and error.
I know. And the thing is, you see the young people do it, and they don't even think about it. They're ding, 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 and they can do all that shit, and it's like, fuck, this isn't right. Old people should be smarter than young people when it comes to things that are complicated. But I guess it's not that they're complicated, it's just, it's not stuff we're intuitive about.
Yeah, I mean, I try to think like artificial intelligence, you know, trial, error, and then I start learning. I start thinking, okay, I've done it 3 times this way, it's not working. How do I do it a different way? You know, how do I learn? How do I evolve?
You ever watch the show Star Trek?
Yeah.
TV show?
Yeah.
You ever see like them walk into some new alien spaceship and go, "Oh, I don't know how to work it. We'll never figure it out. These aliens, oh, I don't understand." Or do they just figure it fucking out and just do it? Just act like Star Trek.
Yeah.
Just be like Star Trek.
Yeah. Like could be Captain Picard. Just shave my head and that'll make me smarter. Oh, let's do that. Maybe it'll work. Hats will fit.
All those hair roots got to take up some amount of space. That's brain space.
Well, and they're probably, you know, if your hair is growing, then that means it's like, it's taking energy and taking energy right from the top of your head. So it makes sense that it's like reducing your brain power.
I don't know. If you went with that logic, then people with the longest hair would be the dumbest.
Yeah. So the theory so far is standing up. Goddamn long-haired hippies. Out there smoking dope and listening to that Grateful Dead music and playing all kinds of rock and roll and riding motorcycles and riding around in VW vans painted
motorcycles.
Motorcycles. Them there motorcycle things, you know.
Popsicles.
In today's day and age, motorcycles run on batteries.
Mm-hmm. That's the newest thing is electric motorcycles. And when one rides up, you can just look at them and go, "Hey, what's up?" What's up? Yeah, so my trailer electrical system was all acting up last night too. So, but half the night we had no water pump. Fridge quit working. And then it all started work again this morning. So. And I really got to look into what's going on with that.
So what's the deal? You needed new batteries, so you bought some off of G. What happened?
Yes. And now I'm going to make them bring them to me because.
Yeah, and then he's like, "Well, I want to own them, but I don't want to have to drive them around the country with my own gas. So instead, don't you fucking drag them up here at my leisure.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't want to. You had a lot of shit on your plate right then. I wasn't gonna say, hey, give me those batteries now. Take them out of your truck. Come on now. Just being polite. But yeah, that'll be good. I want to do another solar system off the trailer, kind of as a backup system with its own inverter. Like got two systems with two separate inverters, and that way, redundancy.
So is that what the hitch rack is for? You're gonna load that up with batteries in the back of your trailer?
No, I'm actually I got to put a new bumper on the trailer, so I'm just gonna bring the bumper out a little bit and put a couple of battery trays back there. So that'll kind of balance all the batteries in the front too. So, because I mean, my trailer's not that heavy. Might be looking into a bigger truck though.
If you get enough batteries, you can just stack them all around the side, and it'll be like armor plating.
Yeah. Nice lead acid armor plating. That bullet does come through. If it hits you, it's gonna burn.
Yeah, the lead bullet will just be absorbed into the cells.
Oh, yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Well, I mean, the military is working on new electric-powered armored personnel carriers and even tanks because they can be so damn quiet. Well, especially an armored personnel carrier with rubber tires. Can you imagine how quiet like an 8-wheeled vehicle that's on electric, something that big and heavy would be? Like no longer are you going to hear the reinforcements coming or anything like that. They're just going to.
Yeah, that'll be the next thing. The Tesla APC, available for $500,000 at your local Tesla dealership.
Well, I mean, how much do you think 8-wheeled APC costs? Expensive. But they probably could use the same Tesla battery and motor technology. I mean, the neat thing is you'd put a motor on every wheel, so if you get a wheel blown off, you're still driving all the other wheels. Or if your motor gets destroyed or something, I guess if you got 8-wheel drive, you get a wheel blown off, it most likely will still keep driving.
Well, the cool thing about it is that you wouldn't even have to have somebody in there driving it. It could just be remote controlled or partially autonomous, and could just just carry technology to the battlefield.
Yeah, well, I know they've talked about that for like an ambulance and stuff that they can send into real heavy fighting and not have to worry about having a crew on it. And then you just load the wounded on and hopefully it makes it back out. But I mean, if that's a better chance than laying there bleeding to death, hey, I'd take it.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Like the door could just open and a bunch of IFAKs pop out at you, and you just throw on a tourniquet and throw the body in there and send it off on its way.
Yep. Well, hopefully it wouldn't be a body.
Well, the body of the human. When I say body, I mean, what do I mean? The victim?
Yeah, the yeah.
Casualty. The casualty.
That's the word. We made it to the right word eventually. Yeah, so hopefully it's a couple of people I talked to, because they'd be asking me, been here before and all that stuff, and I'd be, oh yeah, I was here last year, and then I'd talk to them about gun channels, and then give them a card, and they check us out. We do daily show. We're we're pretty much live 24/7, and People can answer your questions about guns and stuff like that, or it's just people you just want to hang out with for a bit, or talk guns if you happen to live in a terrible state like California where you can't have guns, or it's really shitty to have guns. And but no, just tell them how great Gun Channels is. Oh, man, I'm a little tired today.
Yeah, Gun Channels is turning into a support group for California gun owners.
That's a funny way to put it, but yeah.
You can come in here, do a live chat, and gripe and bicker and get all your frustrations out in the comfort of other consenting gun owners.
Yeah, and we'll console you on your loss of rights and privileges, and tell you that there's still hope, and we just got to keep fighting, which is true. I mean,
Unless somebody chimes in with "fuck that dude, fuck 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 that dude."
I kind of forgot about that. I don't know who would have said that. G-Web? Do you remember that? I don't remember that. I know it wouldn't be me because I'm a Canadian, so I'm polite. Have to have been one of you fellas from the U.S.
I just found a movie from the old days, 1979, called Meteor.
Oh, that's a good movie, actually. I think it's a zombie flick, isn't it?
No, I think so. It was about a fucking meteor.
Did it? Oh no, it was a comet. Sorry, the comet was the zombie one. Yeah, Meteor one. I think I've seen that. It's, I think, one of those ones that it's watchable. Yeah, it's got Sean Connery in it. It's got to be good.
There may be something being lost in translation, but the redneck Filipinos, he's making some interesting comments in the side chat there on Gun Channels.
Yeah, I caught that too. Lost in translation.
Well, different countries have different languages, Bob. I know you don't understand that being a Canadian, because it's only a matter of time until you become North America, USA. So.
Oh God, I can pray for that moment. We'd get real gun laws then, but of course, being Canadians, we'd still be proud Canadians. But now I can carry my gun.
Well, don't worry. I'm pretty sure we're going to invade before the permafrost thaws.
Yeah.
So that should be within a year.
You think about it though, you could probably make a compromise, and like one of your stars would just be like a red maple leaf on the flag. Like when you put on the extra star, it'd be just red maple leaves.
Well, that's brilliant. Yeah, I mean, we'd have to like discard one of the 50 states just to make it symmetrical, but I think we could probably, just forget about
Hawaii,
New York. No, maybe Massachusetts. Let's forget about Massachusetts. It's like the birthplace, but
yeah, Hawaii's really, yeah.
But I think Hawaii brings in a lot of tourism dollars. Massachusetts probably does too.
Yeah.
God, who did we forget?
Hawaii keeps it all for their leftist socialist programs.
I don't know what they're doing out there. To be honest with you, it's like 3 hours time distance from Pacific Standard, so it's really a big mystery for all of us.
Yeah. If only we knew people who lived there. Oh well. That'll never happen. There's no one owns guns in Hawaii. Why would they? I mean, what's the biggest thing they have to hunt?
You know what? I'm thinking Rhode Island might be the sacrificial lamb. So small, tiny.
Yeah, you could probably just absorb it into another state, and they wouldn't even notice
We'll
it.
just we'll pretend that their star doesn't exist, and we'll throw a maple leaf on there at the bottom right, and welcome Canada, aka North USA.
And if you make us all into just one state, you know, the state of Canada, because of the low population, it would make sense. We'd be able to say bigger than Texas and Alaska.
Okay, I think you just solved the problem for us. You'll just become part of Alaska then. Wasn't Alaska the 50th state anyways? I mean, that's just
No, can't make us part of Alaska.
Well, why not?
Because Alaska sucks, man. It's cold.
Yeah, but you're up there with Alaska, and you're next on the list. So assimilate and put a smile on your face.
Shit.
We don't need to change anything on the flag. It's blasphemy.
Believe for a minute.
It's blasphemy to think we're going to change anything on the flag. How dare you put that thought in my mind?
Well, you know, my brother used to say, like, he always wanted Canadian people to sell America, like, sell the country to America. And he said, like, you take, okay, we only got 30 million people. If America was to give us all $10 million each, that's not even that much money for America. That's like your budget for 1 year. And look at the resources you get. We got diamond mines, oil, iron, nickel, wheat, rapeseed.
Yeah, don't forget about the canola oil. We need that
Yeah.
canola.
We got, oh yeah, you could just make California and BC the same place because they're all a bunch of liberal, long-haired hippie freaks. Of course, Alberta would want to become part of Texas, and I'm not sure how that would work.
Well, we could truly have a left coast, and it would extend from, let's say, San Diego to Vancouver.
Well, through Alaska.
Well, I don't know. Alaska is like the holdout. You know, that's like our last frontier. We got to keep that red. But we'll stop at Vancouver. And I don't know if it's fair to include San Diego. Let's just say Hollywood. It goes from Hollywood.
Yeah. Hollywood to Vancouver. Yeah, that'd be the left coast. But only go about, you know, maybe 30 or 40 miles inland from the sea and just make that the left coast. Right? Because you don't want to give them too much land. And most people who don't live right on the coast, they would much rather live by, you know, the Constitution rather than Hollywood's idea of what it should be. Or Holly Weird.
Well, thanks for bringing us all that great live stream footage of the largest machine gun shoot in the country, Bob. We really appreciate this biannual event you're able to bring to us live.
Yeah, well, if I could figure out how to do it. It's my phone's hooked up right now, charging anyway. The one I got, what footage I do have. I got about 40, maybe 45 minutes before I ran out of memory. So I'll be as soon as I get any kind of internet that'll allow me to upload it in less than, 8 hours. Or I guess the end of the month when I pay my bill, I'll get my high speed back. So I'll upload it then. Was a good one though.
Well,
explosions.
Yeah, you've definitely piqued my interest again, and I'm looking forward to trying getting back there in October. The weather this time of year and then is really ideal for that part of our country, and it's near my birthday in October, so yeah, I'd love to get back there. And someday I do see a Gun Channel's table appearing at a big sandy.
And a shooting spot.
Well, that's $250. 150 is a little easier to pull off. And you can do business as a table with a shooting spot. You're expected to just be sitting there participating. So here's a quote from the Sean Connery in this movie. Why don't you stick a broom up my ass so I can sweep the floor on my way out? Where the hell does that come from? You don't expect James Bond to be saying that shit.
It's Sean Connery, though. I mean, he was like in the 80s going, some women just need a slap across the face.
Why don't you stick a broom up my ass? I could sweep the carpet on the way out. Haven't
Yeah, he's even talking about sweeping a carpet. I mean, I've never heard of such blasphemy. But maybe this was before they had vacuum cleaners.
No, he would have said, why don't you just slip a hoover up my ass and I'll vacuum the carpet on the way out. Because in England, they call all vacuum cleaners hoovers.
Yeah, I mean, it's downright offensive if you go back and you watch some of the movies from the 70s. Like the shit they say. You're like double taking. You're like, what? Did people casually just say that shit?
Oh, yeah.
All right, Bob. So just a quick schedule itinerary for the next 6 months. You're heading up north. You're gonna maybe what are you doing after Wanamaker? Are you gonna hit NRA? When are you heading back to Canada?
Wanamaker, I think I'm going to head down to Texas to catch Edge. And then from there, probably just slowly work my way back up to Canada. But yeah, it's nothing planned real far ahead yet. I was thinking NRA, but because it's in Georgia and it's going to be stupid hot, I'm sure. I don't want to do it. I don't have air in my truck. So yeah, it's just like, yeah, not going to be doable.
So okay, you want to get out of America before summertime, apparently, because we're not good enough for you when it gets hot. But
no, I actually have to get home because the fishing starts.
well, okay, I'll buy into that. But so I've got a couple of questions. Like, do you ever want to go to NRA? I mean, the test of a true American is one that.
Yeah, I wanted to go to NRA last year. I just was running out of money last year and stuff. But
Okay.
yeah, I was going to go this year and then started figuring out what time of year it was going to be and where it was. And I was like, oh, wait, that's really hot and humid and shitty.
Well, you get a pass because you went to SHOT Show, and I'm glad you had a good time there this year. And NRA is basically SHOT Show, and I would like to get to NRA, but I would like it to come west where it's a little drier.
Yeah.
Because I don't like the humidity myself either, but I don't think it'll be that bad next month, and I'm sure that's why they hold it in April and not in July or August. So, anyways. I hope that we're going to be a bunch of Gun Channels members at NRA this year. But what's up with your truck not having air? Is it broken or is that something?
No, it never came with it. I
So-
bought a stripper truck that
It's
doesn't
a
have
Canadian
power
truck.
windows.
They don't even have air.
Oh, because they don't need air conditioning in Canada. I get it.
Well, I mean, you need it, but for about 2 weeks out of the year. So it's one of those things you can kind of do without.
Do you have those like crank up windows too?
Oh yeah. Well, my truck does. I mean, like
Back when I was a little kid, you up north, they didn't put air conditioning in cars unless it was like whatever. That was considered like a South option.
Yeah, well, it was a luxury thing too, eh?
No, I'm totally cool with that. I've got a 94 Jeep Wrangler that came out of Michigan, and it just has the crank up windows. and it's it's fine when if and when I'm living by the coast, it's fine. But as soon as I go inland, it's like an oven because it's got a black hard top. So
Yeah, well, my truck's silver with a black interior, so. But yeah, my truck was it's like manual transmission, manual locks. It's an 05, but it came with a cassette deck.
no
In
shit.
05. Yeah.
You have like the same truck, except mine's a 2-wheel drive.
Oh yeah. Cool. No, my on the way, like my clutch has been the odd time I've been hearing, the release bearing rattle a little, And coming through the hills today, by the time I got into Big Sandy, it was rattling a lot. And I'm like, oh crap.
Well, that trailer must put a shitload of wear and tear on excuse me, the powertrain.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does. But
so
yeah, I don't know how many more years I'm going to use it. It's I got almost 250,000 kilometers on it now, so that's
okay, and that's like 150,000 miles.
Like 68 feet.
Yeah, 160. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, because mine only has 50,000 miles, so I'm pretty psyched. I can tool around for another decade, and
you should be able to.
yeah, I mean that engine is a workhorse, and I don't tow anything with it. So I mean, I'm sure you could probably get 200,000 without any problems if you weren't hauling that huge trailer. When you start putting all that load on the frame and the transmission, the engine, it's like quadrupling the wear and tear on it, I imagine.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Yeah. So I'm probably going to replace both the trailer and the vehicle. I really, really want to start driving my Ranchero because I spent all the money to restore it and everything. And it's a 429, 73 Ranchero. So it's
you restored it twice now, right?
Yeah. And I need to do some body work again. So
And
bad luck with that thing.
So you need to get a really lightweight modern trailer for that.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm thinking about, a 20-foot or 25-foot modern super lightweight one. And well, it'll pull the same as a half ton, right? It's got the same drivetrain as a standard Ford F-150 from that year. So it's rated for 1,500 pounds. The only thing is
What about the suspension then?
Well, it's got heavy duty coils and coilovers on it right now, but I'm probably going to put airbags in it. Because if I bag it, then it's like bags inside the coils, right? So,
I feel like you could probably get away with like an 18-foot trailer. I mean, you're just a single retiree.
Yeah, no, because I want to get one that's got a toy hauler in the back part. So that's why I want a 25 footer, because I want to have room for putting the motorcycle back there. Because I'm going to put a cap on it. I found a cap for the Ranchero. So it's
like a camper shell?
Yeah. So I'm going to put a camper shell on so that I can keep, tools and compressors and stuff like that in the back of the truck.
I'll tell you this right now. The camper shell is a great thing. I got one for my truck a couple years ago, and it's phenomenal. I use it for work. I use it for play. It's safe and secure. The dust will still get in there. You have to do some modifications to keep the dust out. But if you're going to get a camper shell and a trailer, then look at the larger type of camper shells that have like a higher section in the back, and that should force the wind over the top of the camper. And you can, I haven't tried this myself, but this is my plan. If I do get a camper, a trailer, is to get a trailer that fits behind the camper shell aerodynamically.
Yeah, well, that's a neat thing with the camper shell, the shell I found is it's one that it comes off the roof of the Ranchero, And the Ranchero being one piece body, the camper shell seals right to the roof line and everything, but it comes off that and then it bumps up about an extra foot, and it's got windows in there like a Vista Cruiser station wagon, and then it zooms back, and so it's quite a bit taller than a normal camper shell for the Ranchero. So that should make a big difference for aerodynamics, as well as it gives more room for the dog, and then I'll just put a slider window. I've got my brother's got an extra slider window for a Ranchero, so I've got a slider in between so the dog can stick his head through there. Probably he'll crawl through it, but I'm trying to keep the dog out of the inside of the car because the car's got really nice houndstooth, expensive interior in it. And the dog will be happy back there in his own little space.
Yeah, that that sounds great. And so the camper shell needs to have the slider, because
Well,
but
the camper shell doesn't even have a window, like it doesn't have a front to it because it attaches right to the back
I
of the
see
cab.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, because mine there's like a little gap.
Right.
in between.
Yeah, that's because your box doesn't attach to the cab, whereas on the Ranchero it's all one piece.
Huh. Well, yeah, that's cool. Like, it's kind of a cool look too. I mean, it's not the most aerodynamic if you're not driving with a trailer, but it's actually not that much worse than just driving with an open tailgate. I mean, like a solid tailgate in the upright position. With an open, that adds a lot of drag.
Yeah, well, Rancheros are really bad for that too because their tailgates actually lean inward because they're they're a station wagon tailgate, so they've got an inward tilt. So instead of it just being a flat surface, it's actually curved to trap the wind. So yeah, if you don't have a tonneau cover on Rancheros, you can really feel it. Like you got to put your tailgate down.
And it seems like a no-brainer, but I see so many people with pickup trucks towing trailers that are just like these big boxes sticking up into the wind, and I'm like, wow, if you just put a camper shell on that would make, I can't even imagine how much gas it takes to haul one of those things around. I don't want to know right now, but I'm glad that you're on our team and you're headed out and you're gonna give us some live footage from Wanamaker, if only outside the show. And when you did the Browning Museum tour, that was like the highlight of the year on Gun Channels. So
that was cool. That was a lot due to Dead Horse going, ask the guy, because I was like, I'll just kind of not be obtrusive and not get in the way. But yeah, Dead Horse was, you should ask that guy if he can show you around. And I went, okay, and went over because normally I'd be just like, I don't want to bother him. But Dead Horse said, you should ask him. And I went and asked the guy. The guy was so happy to do it, And it's made the show. This guy knows all about the museum.
Yeah, I mean, that guy totally loved his job. You could tell. And like, what a cool job that would be, just to hang out with all those cool old original guns all the time.
Oh, I know. I mean, just to see like the first Browning semi-automatic and learn how he came up with that idea, by seeing the muzzle blast move some grass or flowers or something, and just go, what if I just took a lever from the lever action and did that, and it worked, and it gave him that inspiration to design the gas system and everything. Just so cool to know that's how his mind thought.
Well, yeah, there's that museum in Tulsa also that has all those guns. I don't think you've been there before, have you?
No, G-Webs went there and did the tour, and I was on the show when he was doing the tour. So that's really cool. I think Dano's been there. Because Dano was there. Dano and who the hell else was there? Pinks? Was Pinks there?
Oh, yeah, and Raphael was there too. That's right. But you're going to that museum, right? Yeah, you're going to do that.
Mm-hmm. Like I say, I'll hang around Tulsa for a few days, and then it's going to be. I don't know where I was thinking we'd go, but I'm going to end up like dribbling back up through Colorado because there's all kinds of places in Colorado that are there's one for sure that we're trying to find, or I want to find that where they did Heroes Rock. It's supposed to be in Colorado.
Partisan Rock.
Right, Partisan Rock in from Red Dawn. I want to see that for sure. And I was also looking at you can come up through Dodge City, like when you leave Wanaheimer, you could. I think Dodge City.
I thought you were going to Texas after Tulsa.
Yeah, I am going to Texas after Tulsa. I don't know. I was looking at maps for the last 2 days, trying to figure out, which way to go, and yeah, so I don't know. But yeah, I really gotta go see Edge because I said I'd go see him last year. And even I brought beer down for him last year, and then couldn't make it, so I had to drink the beer myself. I didn't want it to go bad, and yeah, so I kind of felt bad about that. So really gotta go see Edge. Although I'm sure it's gonna be stupid sweaty hot there too. But hopefully I'll be able to shoot a pig while I'm there. Wild pigs just drive me nuts. They're just like, oh, you can shoot as many as you want. It's like giant gophers that I could probably hit really easily nowadays, Because now gophers are starting to get a little challenging over open sights with a short-barreled 22.
Yeah, imagine that. You could go to Texas, the biggest state in the union, and you could shoot a feral hog with a 223 and watch the devastation that it causes on
Gopher rounds? Oh hell no! I got some special rounds for the VZ, and I've got my 30-06 with me. I'd really like to shoot one with a 30-06 because it's my dad's rifle I inherited, and it took all kinds of different game and fed the family for years and years and years because he's had bought it in '59 or something. So I'd really like to get a pig with it just so I could say it's gotten all these different animals from North America, and maybe if the pig doesn't look too bad, maybe take the back straps off it and eat some wild pork. Depends on how old the pig is, I guess. Just so I could say that this gun's got meat for the, for Biker Bob's family since 1959. And it's a semi-automatic, which my government wants to take away from me, so screw them.
You think modern day is 2 words? It's 2 words, huh? Looks weird as 1 word.
Yeah, modern day is 2 words, I'm sure. Yeah.
When you're describing something, this is like a modern day such and such. You'd say 2 words, modern day.
Yeah.
Yeah, a good synonym for that would be newfangled.
Would be what?
Two words. Newfangled.
Oh, yeah.
So since Mika left, Charlie's been all depressed because Mika has a dog and was petting him all the time. So he was getting extra loving, and yeah, that's just his thing.
Oh, your dog likes to be petted and attention? Weird.
Yeah.
Weird. Who would
All
ever
the time, though. All the time. Otherwise, he sits and
You
whines.
can't get enough of it. Like, that's a unique dog you got there.
No kidding. Well, if you don't pet him, then he sits next to you and whines and drools on you.
Well, that's a bad dog. Then you fostered it.
Yeah. Well, I got him already full grown, so it's not my fault. I don't take any blame. Somebody else's dog taught him to whine. When I first got him, he was the quietest dog ever. After having been abandoned for 6 months in the pound. Now he's really fat again. He was fat when I got him. I got him all slimmed down. Now he's getting fat again. All these damn little lizards he keeps eating.
That's how it fucking works. That's when it works good. Good. I thought I was gonna click this. I clicked this button. And I'm like, if I fucking click this button and I do the wrong thing, I just fucked over quite a bit of work. Or if I click this button and it's right, then it worked and it worked. I'm stoked. How the hell did that get capitalized? It's no big deal though.
Oh shit! It capitalized everything.
No, I can deal with the capitalization. I can fix that. But I deleted a file. It was like, delete this file or not? And I'm like, oh shit, if that deletes like everything, then I'm fucked. But it didn't, so. And my other computer, like I have, usually I keep a computer around and then a computer on backup. So computer and what? Fuck you. What? What are you fucking saying? So anyway, fucker. What the hell happened here now? Anyway, so I had my old computer. I'd use this one as my backup and my new one. And then this one lost its W. So it's gonna, you know, I have that other computer sitting here, but it lost its keyboard completely. I don't even have a keyboard on that one anymore. That's
Can you plug in a USB keyboard to it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's just goofy, and you've seen how they are here. I don't have like room for keyboards all over. I got enough shit everywhere.
That's true.
I'll probably just get, if I can get one, I want to get a Bluetooth that can keep track of multiple computers. They must make something like that. So I can just flip a switch on the keyboard and it's the other computer. You know, whatever, when I'm staring at the screen, I can just flip it over. Like a KVM switch right in it.
Oh, yeah. I have no idea what a KVM switch is, but oh, yeah.
When you used to have like a shit ton of computers and you only wanted to have one mouse and keyboard, it's a keyboard mouse switch. So it's just, you plug your keyboard and your mouse into it, and then you plug all your other computers into it for the keyboards and mouses. And then that way, you know, back in the day when computers couldn't handle multiple monitors, and even if they couldn't do anything on multiple monitors because they weren't big enough. We would have to have like 3 or 4 computers at a desk, and then instead of having like 3 monitors, you could just have, you know, your standard monitors and your standard mouse and keyboard. I guess it's keyboard, video, mouse. So your monitor would switch to. And then, you know, I could have this tower next to me. That's why I have this tower sitting next to me. I used to have like 3 or 4 computers in there, one for work, one for business, and then one for the websites. And then, one for work and one for clients and one for the websites. And then I could just flip back and forth depending on what I needed to do. The computers were always on, but instead of having like a separate keyboard for each computer, you just have the one. Use that a lot back in the day. Or we'd have like 2 computers at like one of our cubicles, and you know, not want to clutter up our desk with a double keyboard and mouse. I still have all the KVMs, but they're for old ass like when mouse plugs were round and shit, whatever the fuck that was called. So I might as well get rid of that shit at some point. I don't think I'll be going back to round ass mouse plugs with those PS2 ports. Yeah, I fucked up. I guess I should have clicked this thing to not be fucking HTTPS. So how do I fucking change that? At least I get to learn something, I guess. Edit, notify, maybe? Manage.
So what do you think? $250 or a spot on the line? We get, let's be conservative and say 5 Gun Channels members to show up for half a week. And each one brings a fully automatic weapon of their choice. And we have 5 guns and 5 people divided by 250 is $50 a pop. And that includes the entrance fee I mentioned. That's really not bad. We have Bob's camper, because Bob will be there, of course. And we all crash in Bob's camper or sleep on the ground, whatever. And okay, so ammo, probably need like 10,000 rounds of ammo. Say quarter of that is tracer. So say 2,000 rounds of tracer at we'll be conservative and say $2,000. And then yeah, the rest is like 5,000. So for under 10,000, we can have all the ammo we need. So for $250, you get your foot in the door, and then some $5,000, all the ammo you need. We could probably pare that down though if we were conservative with our shooting. Probably do like one. We could probably get away with 1,000 rounds, like, and being bored. I mean, no, $1,000. Sorry, $1,000 of ammunition being bored. Say $2,500 and like shooting enough, but not like blasting away every set. Travel expenses are going to be in the thousands. So I think a budget of $5,000 for the October Sandy shoot should be adequate. Probably just pencil that into the spreadsheet at this point. And contact them and reserve space on the line.
Well, you know, you got to look at, we don't need full autos, right? You can do the semi-auto thing. And just think, you know, everybody brings their AKs, their ARs, and we've all got ammo that we've been sitting on for a long time. So, you know, it's probably time to refresh that ammo. And
No. It's bullshit. Quit fucking trying to advocate people shooting their ammo up for no fucking reason. If you're gonna want to go shoot something for recreational, go buy recreational fucking ammo. Don't use your storehouse.
Oh, I don't know. I got a bunch of old Chinese stuff I'd love to get rid of.
Well, then bring it down here and give it to me if you want to get rid of it so bad, but don't fucking just throw it into a fucking hill. It's ridiculous. I'm not gonna advocate that.
But it was so cheap.
It's not like gasoline. You can have ammo from freaking the Civil War that'll probably still go off. At least World War II. And you don't own ammo that's older than World War II in quantity.
Well, no. But
So it's all good to go.
I don't like the way they
Leave it for a fucking commie's face or whatever. Sure enough, that's when they'll fucking attack. Oh, they all shot all their Chinese ammo up? Just walk in with some sharp sticks.
Well, I keep my Bulgarian stuff.
Hey Bob, did you notice if they were selling any tracers up there on the hill?
Oh yeah, tons of them for everything, like 9mm, 45s. Yeah.
That's so cool. You don't even need to bring tracer ammo. You could just show up and be like, yeah, I'll take a case of this stuff, and then just spend your free time loading it in to your magazines or your belts or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, probably one way to do it is like, you know, have full auto Uzis and stuff like that, which, you know, would be cheaper. Sten guns probably cheap. That's gotta be one of the cheapest machine guns to get, I would think.
Hey, was anybody selling automatic rifles there?
I didn't see anybody. There were some people that had, you know, signs for stuff like they had stocks, and like a few people that, you know, were on the gun line actually had, you know, maybe they had a really nice stock they were trying to get rid of.
Yeah, I feel like that was the same tent where I saw them selling a Czech automatic rifle in October, and it was kind of like close to the center of the line, as I recall.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it was around there. Yeah, it's hard to tell because the way they curve that line, sometimes you don't. It's hard to tell exactly where you are on when you're on the line, unless the tower's up, and then you can kind of orient from the tower. But the tower wasn't up yesterday; it was up tonight. But
yeah, it's kind of like you start at one end and then you just start meandering down, and there's hundreds and hundreds of guns, and you're just like drooling and ogling all this shit and trying not to stumble over yourself. And then you get to the middle somewhere, and you're like, "Holy shit, there's a lot of guns."
It
And
still
then
goes on. Yeah, it
you
just goes
finally
on.
get to the end, and you're like, "Oh my god, thank God it's over." That was too many guns. But yeah, I remember somewhere, maybe on the upper part, there was a tent that had all kinds of stuff for sale. Like they were selling some like flare launchers, something like that, and they had some different stuff. I don't really remember, but maybe it was stocks, or maybe it was like ammo cans or something. But they were, yeah, it was unique because they were selling it off the line instead of selling it off the vendor, which area, which is behind the line.
Well, it's behind the line, and it's also now to when you enter in to the gun line at the very start, they've now got an area to the left, right?
Yeah, they had that in October too. Yeah, it went up just maybe like 5 tables when I was there, but there was, and it was weird too, because it was like, oh, what's over here? And you wander up there, and you're like, oh, this is like bad part of town. I don't want to be up here. I mean, it was fun. The people are fine. It just seemed like out of place.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's the maybe where they're, because they're in behind those are vendors that are also, I think, on the gun line. So it might be just people who just want to be vendors, then they get put off to the left, and then people who are on the gun line and are also vendors, maybe that's part of being on the gun line, is you can also put a vendor booth up. I don't know, but it seems like there's preferential spots for vendors where they've got ammo and stuff like that. That one guy.
Yeah, you must be right.
The one guy with the nose art, like he paints the nose art on chunks of aluminum, like looks like an.
Oh yeah, that dude is. I didn't even want to know how much those things cost, because they look amazing.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, it's aluminum is not right, but well, you're not paying for the aluminum, really.
Wait, so those aren't actual pieces of airplanes?
No, he does. They're replicas. Yeah, so he'll take a piece of aluminum and put appropriate holes in it, so it looks like it came off the nose of an airplane. And yeah, because if you go and look at the aluminum, it's not the right aluminum.
Well, that's interesting. I'm glad I didn't ask how much they cost. But
yeah,
so did you have to ask them what the prices were on some of that stuff?
Not really, no, because I wasn't really interested. What do
you think? It's like $100 or $200 a piece
for that?
If they would have been made out of sheets of stainless steel and weighed like 5 or 6 times as much, Bob would have been like, "Oh, now I'm interested. Put this up in the camper."
Nah. I don't know where I would even put something that big in the camper. I need a bigger camper.
Bob would weld another bumper on the back.
I am putting another bumper, and actually it is going to be much heavier than the one I have now. If I keep this trailer, I might just like get something else when I get home. Start looking around. If I buy one here, I got to pay tax, and I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm all kerfuffled because I'm worried about my clutch. I'll be very happy if I make it out to the highway, and
So a clutch, what does it cost? $500 to have repaired?
$1,500 probably, because they got to pull the transfer case, then they got to pull a transmission, and I had a clutch put in a couple of years ago, and they should have replaced the release bearing, because that's kind of part of doing that, and it was $1,500. But I don't know that they did. I don't remember whether I saw it on the bill or not. And I'm thinking, if they didn't, that's kind of shitty, because that's why my release bearing's going. The release bearing, so the clutch is probably salvageable, but if the release, depending on how, if the release bearing actually grenades, it could damage the clutch. So I don't know. Sucks. But I mean, right now it's just noisy. But it's way noisier than it used to. Occasionally it would kind of rattle when you're letting the clutch out, you'd kind of get a little bit of rattle, a little bit of noise.
You're talking about some drive line vibrations?
No, it's because it's not driveline. Like once the clutch is out and you're moving, it's okay. But it's when the clutch is slipping, there's a release bearing. That's what keeps the pressure on the plates. It's a bunch of springs and shit. And if it goes, clutch doesn't work anymore. So
here's plan B. If Wanamaker seems to be too far out of the way for you, just leave. Okay. First of all, take your guns out of the trailer, put them in the bed of your truck, and then leave the trailer at Big Sandy and just drive straight north to Canada. And that way you can get your government mechanic to repair your truck for free up there. And then
only it worked that way.
At the end of the summer, come back down in October and go back to Big Sandy, and then you can pick up your trailer there. And
it would be out in the target area at that point.
Yeah, the pieces that are little fragments that are left over would be you could pick up. That's what you mean.
Yeah, I think pretty sure if you left something here, they would push it out into the target area and light it up. And hey, it's private land; it's within his right. I wouldn't blame him. But no, it should be fine because I think it's
well down here when like illegals are out there doing their thing in the desert, and they leave like let's say they make like a what do you call it, like a meth lab, or they make like a spotter hole where they'll sit up on top of a mountain in a little cave or a little thing they make, and then they sit there watching the Border Patrol do their thing, and then let's say you startle them and they run off. That's considered abandonment of their shit, so that's no longer their property. Plus they're illegal, so I don't even know if they have that status, but whatever. They leave it there, it's garbage, and when it's garbage you can do what you want with it. So I would imagine if it's like that on public land, why wouldn't it be the same on private land? So if Bob, an illegal immigrant, came down here, left his shit laying around, and then abandoned it, I would consider that garbage and it's your property then, if it's on your property.
Yeah, and who knows? They could probably sell all my fancy hats and stuff and make a pile of money.
To some sort of like research group, like what the hell? Here's a good example. People in Canada wear these for hats.
But no, I'd never do that anyway. I mean, that's just It like I say, it should be fine. Like once the clutch hooks up, then the release bearing really isn't doing that much, so it should be fine. So it's just going to be like starting and stopping. So as long as I can keep a good roll going through the road, fingers crossed. That's all I'm going to say, and hope that Dodge Engineering holds out.
well, you know that engine was made in Mexico, right?
No, not the 5.7. Not the Hemi. That's a should be a American national hero.
It was made in Nuevo Leon.
That's probably why the spark plugs blew out. Stupid ass aluminum engine. I don't know why they quit making engines out of cast iron.
So, Bob, tell me, at what age does a man stop changing his own spark plugs?
When he buys a new vehicle that has 16 of them, and they're all stuck underneath accessories.
So when technology just makes him throw in the towel, what you're saying?
Pretty much, yeah. Like on the 429, not a problem. Even stuffed into that Ranchero, not a problem. I had a 73 Dodge Charger with a 440. Wouldn't have had a problem changing those, even though you got to take the front wheels off and go through the fender wells to get it to them. Not a problem. That's not that bad. It's when you've got to take your whole master cylinder and everything off And that was the one that actually blew out that had to have a helicoil put in it. And I'm like, just, I'm going to be sitting in this, RV park. I've only got 2 days to get these changed so I can pull out because somebody had rented the whole RV park. I'm just like, nope, not going to happen.
Yeah, and I know you probably have a reputation of classing up the joint when you pull in there, but what does what the hell does the master cylinder have to do with changing spark plugs every 30,000 miles? I think nothing.
Well,
Look at the way he said you have to take it off to get to the spark plugs. Then yeah.
Yeah, it
You
sits
both-
right over top
both,
of the spark
both
plug.
have drank too much Kool-Aid.
Well, look at his fucking truck. He's got a Dodge.
Yeah, I have the same truck with the same engine, and
Okay.
all you need is a wrench that can get back in there. You need like an articulated ratchet or a knuckle wrench, a knuckle socket, and
Well, then that's refusing to check out new tools.
No, it's got to do with there had to be a helicoil put in, so you would have had to basically get in there. Number one, you got to get in there.
I get that. The helicoil is fine. I wouldn't do that myself either. But what I'm trying to say is that you had somebody else changing your spark plugs.
Oh, that was because the guy at the dealership owed me for a bunch of work I did on his deck, and he said, "Oh, your truck's due for a tune-up. You want us to do it?" And I was like, "Yeah, what the hell."
So normally you change your own spark plugs every 30,000 miles.
Not on a new vehicle because you don't change the spark plugs every 30,000 miles.
Whoa, wait a second. Are you telling me that a 2005 Dodge Ram 1500 Hemi Magnum 5.7 doesn't get new spark plugs every 30,000 miles?
Yeah, I am. I'm telling you, it gets them every 100,000 mile or 100,000 kilometers, which was, when mine were done.
See, that's the problem. The
No,
engine
it's not the
made
problem.
in
They're
Mexico.
expensive platinum spark plugs. They don't need to be changed every 30,000.
Platinum schlapping.
That's what the factory recommends. So that's
You
what
telling me I should change the spark plugs in my cop car since I've never changed the spark plugs in my cop car?
Some people change the oil on their vehicles every 1,000 miles too.
Well, if you have a motorcycle, that makes sense.
I do it like twice a year.
So there's this thing called the repair manual, and it has a maintenance schedule on it. And then there's also this thing called the owner's manual, which also has a maintenance schedule. And you can cross-reference the two and then Google the motherfucker. And platinum plugs, I don't think that solves the problem. This is a Hemi we're talking about after all. And you're hauling, what, 8 tons of trailer?
Yeah. It's a Dodge. It won't have a problem with it. I'm more worried about trying to haul a 6,000-pound one with my Ford.
Yeah, it's a Mexican Dodge. Let's not forget.
So what's that mean? It's got to take a nap every day? No. I drive the shit out of this truck. It's fine. It's been good.
So what about the transfer case? When is that due for service?
I don't service transfer case. I just change the oil in it once in a while, or not even change it. Just check it.
The 4-wheel drive transfer case?
Yeah. Same with my axles. I mean, I just, if they're not leaking and the oil doesn't look too bad, they're good.
What about the brake fluid?
Brake fluid, unless I just change my brakes. Change my brakes, I change my brake fluid. You have to, my vehicles, you have to replace the pads every, not even 50,000 miles. Yeah, but like, I mean, I'm fine. I don't have a problem with changing the plugs on my older engines every, 10,000 miles because they need them every 10,000 miles. They're older engine, usually running points ignition, most of mine, because EMPs won't kill those. So, I mean, that's fine. But the modern stuff of, according to them, what they tell you is doesn't need to be redone that often. It's just like you can put synthetic oil, and I've heard of people doing this, and they'll put synthetic oil in their car or truck or whatever, and they won't ever change the oil. They'll change the filter, but then they'll change the filter, put 2 new quarts in or whatever to top it back up, and that's all. They just continue on using the same synthetic oil. So I guess it's the partial oil change every time they change the filter, but never seems to give them a problem.
But if you pull the oil filter out, won't that just drain a bunch of oil out with it?
It's in the oil pan, so and the oil filter is above that. So you're going to have whatever's in the oil filter and whatever's sitting there in the line, but very much because all your oil when the motor's not running is sitting in the pan.
Yeah. Plus, for me, I jacked up the front and took off the.
Whatever was saying, the internet didn't like it.
Yeah, that'll teach him to talk about auto mechanics on here.
I had to jack up the front to get to it anyway, so that made the oil go backwards.
Yeah, I feel like the oil level would be at that height anyways, but I've never changed the oil filter on vehicle.
I not only took off the oil filter, but the whole housing that it goes on. So like the oil filter screws onto a housing that has the oil cooler things and something else. So I took that part off of the engine block and it barely dripped, like drips of oil. Like Bob's saying, it's just whatever happens to be coating the engine block right there.
Yeah, because your oil pan, you got to remember when your engine's running, it's the pump's just sucking the oil up from the bottom of the oil pan because it's designed to all pool down there. And when you shut the engine off, your oil pan has to be big enough so that when all the oil, which it does by gravity, runs down, it has to have somewhere to go. Unless you've got a closed sump system, which that's if you're going to be a rock crawling or something like that, you'd want to have. So that no matter what angle the engine was at.
Well, that's interesting. I never thought of it like that in terms of just simple terminology. But yeah, when the engine's sitting there, you want the oil to be in the oil pan and no higher because then it'll start to seep out through the gasket eventually.
Yeah. So yeah, it's so I like you get a high performance engine is going to have a lot of stress, like like a big diesel engine. It's got a huge oil pan because it has a huge amount of oil. Smaller, like a motorcycle holds 2 quarts, but the oil filter is right in the very bottom of most of them anyway. And you take it out and it only holds maybe a 1/4 cup of oil.
Hey, I got another car question. Would you go with Monroe or Ray Bestis for brakes?
I think either one's good. Ray Bestis has probably been around longer.
Well, yeah, just by the name, it sounds like they were making brakes when they used to put asbestos in them.
I don't know about Monroe. I know that Ray Bestis puts police logos on the brake pads, but they cost $10 more. But they have police logos on them.
That's just yeah.
No, I like that because then when I was took them in to get my brakes done the first time, like I knew they were buying police brakes. You know what I mean? Because that's one of the reasons you buy a cop car is because of its oversized brakes, and I don't want them to put fucking Crown Vic brakes on there. It wastes the point. Or then I don't have because I got a heavier vehicle. I want my bigger brakes. Anyway, so that's why I'm sure these other ones are still because they say they're for police, taxi, fleet, but they don't have the actual logo on there. Anyway, so I just don't know if I should save the $10. Actually, the $20 because it's $10 on each.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say
Monroe is known for making shocks, aren't they?
Well, I know they've been around, so they're reputable. I don't know. I just figured I'd ask in case anybody has a experience with one or the other that's good or bad. But I'm glad you guys brought that up because I had not thought about spark plugs. So I'm here on my Rock Auto wish list, and it's cool. They keep track of what you like. They have all my shit from the last time I was poking around in here, so I'm gonna add spark plugs to my shit. What's
Yeah,
that under?
probably.
Engine, electrical? No.
I don't know. Electric is part of the electric.
Engine probably.
Yeah, more like the engine.
No.
Tune up. Is there tune up?
Oh, tune up would be one.
Sounds like by your maintenance records, you could probably use some spark plug wires as well.
Ignition. It's under ignition.
Okay. Yeah, and check out
Are you
wires.
saying I should get spark plug wires also?
Yeah.
You're the one with the 2,000 Crown Vic, right?
Well, I didn't know if you're talking about because he has an old shitty truck. Spark plug.
The spark plug wires on the Hemi aren't really spark plug wires, so no.
Yeah, because they use the coils are actually right.
Here's it goes spark. It says like standard / copper, and then it goes platinum. Last up to 2 times longer than standard copper. So Bob's all like, "Oh no, you never have to ever change platinum. Once you put them in, 100,000 miles done." You can get double platinum that lasts 3 times longer than copper, and then iridium, which lasts 4 times longer, but you get cancer.
Maybe it's iridium. I think it might be iridium.
Iridium is only 4 times longer. That's no fucking 100,000. Or maybe
Well, if you got to change every 30,000 miles.
Then that's 100,000. So
4
you
times 30 is
100,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers is 60,000 miles.
I like to lick my spark plugs though, and then that seems like it'd be dangerous if they're made out of iridium. What the fuck? You know how much iridium spark plugs cost for my car?
No.
They keep in mind they last 4 times longer than standard copper ones.
Uh-huh.
How much would you guess that they cost?
4 times as much?
I need $8. I need 8 of them. They cost $3.87.
Yeah, so that 4 times longer, I don't know, because you're going to get fouling regardless.
No,
So-
because it's iridium. It's going to nuclearize the fucking carbon, and then it fucking goes off into the atmosphere to be breathed by children.
Yeah, but it makes your car go faster.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Iridium, yeah.
Gap is preset. Look at this. I don't even have to gap this shit, and it costs $3.87.
Oh, I would buy them then.
Yeah, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Of course I'm going to buy these.
Yeah,
Even
if you're
the most
spending
expensive
$3 a plug, you don't want to start trying to gap that stuff because you're just going to break it.
Well, let's put it this way: the least expensive one, the cheapest auto light one, is $1.14. So who the fuck cares? It's $2 difference times 8. That's $16 difference, and I have to worry about my plugs being shitty. I think I'm going for the extra $16. I'm cheap, but that's freaking seems like good math there.
Yeah, and you probably buy the premium gas too, don't you?
No,
You don't need to buy premium.
I'm
Unless
talking
you're going through the
$16 for tens of thousands of miles. That's not like a frivolous thing. I'm getting plugs that are supposed to be super good.
Yeah, now if those copper ones were like 50 cents a piece, okay, then 4 times the amount, that's $2, right?
Yeah, but these are $1 something. So yeah, there'd be $4 or something. So this doesn't even cost that much.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
So
$4.
it is a saving as long as they actually do last that long.
I mean, I thought they were gonna be like $16 a piece or something. So Bosch or Autolite
Bosch.
or Champion, I guess. Champions are a little more expensive. Bosch, really?
Champions or Bosch?
Which ones are gonna be blue? Autolites are gonna be orange, right? What's Bosch's color? Are they blue? Whatever.
What colored?
Spark plugs are white porcelain.
Yeah, but they're gonna have some kind of trim. 8. Right? That would be 8.
No, not really. Well, they'll have writing on them. Bosch is usually red.
Well, this car's costing me some money. All right, so let's see what we got here. Oh, I was going to actually go in and look at the whole fuel pump now instead of just the
Gasket?
instead of just that gasket. Because I figure, what's the odds of just the gasket squirting out onto the bumper? I mean, I think it's probably either the sending unit, the little venti part that goes from the hose, or the pump itself. And I figure the tank or the whole assembly, I bet you is going to end up costing, not that much. I'll get to find out, I guess.
Yeah, a new fuel pump. I mean, if it comes with a new fuel pump and everything, I would consider that. Yeah, if it's a reasonable price. But
I'd say $50.
I say more like 75.
Maybe you can't buy the whole damn thing. What would you call that whole thing? It's got fuel pump strainer, fuel pump. Let me see what fuel pump. Any of these are the whole thing. No, these are just the pumps. No, here's the whole thing.
Fuel pump sending.
Complete pump assembly is like $100. 300 for Motorcraft and 100 for no names. 150 for Bosch. 150 for Yeah, I don't want to pay 120. First, I'll do the what the fuck was it, like the $6 gasket? Yeah, and then
I just goop the gasket with some gas-resistant silicone or.
well, I'm sure it's the original gasket from 2000, so it's a 17-year-old freaking gasket that fuel's been touching every minute. So I'll just replace the gasket, see if that does it. I'm just concerned that it's not just splashing out of there or like just weeping out of there. It's hitting my muffler or my exhaust pipe. So if it's got enough energy to get a span of like 6 inches away, then that sounds more like a pressurized stream, being pushed out. And that would be the fuel going up.
Yeah. Are you going to drop the whole gas tank?
No, don't need to.
Wait a second.
Like how good can you see it under there?
Pretty good. My gas tank goes up it goes up in the air. It's vertical to the trunk. So all you got to do, what I did last time to drop my axle, is you lift the car way the fuck up so you can crawl under there, and then you drop your axle so you can work on it. And when you do that, it opens up the area where the fuel tank's at, the fuel pump goes in. And then all I got to do is unconnect my exhaust pipe at the very end, a little rubber dealie that holds it up, and then take a ratchet and pull it over out of the way about 2 or 3 inches, and then I have complete access to my fuel pump.
Okay.
The only issue there is
how big is the fuel pump and how much of it is inside the tank? Therefore, when you
pump's about the size of like a can of soda. It's like the can of soda or maybe a can of V8, like those little tiny cans of V8.
What up?
You have enough clearance to pull that out?
Yeah, there's like shit tons of videos of people doing it.
Yeah.
What
I'm wondering,
drop the tank.
if you want to find out where it's leaking, like, would you feel comfortable with getting everything jacked up like that, starting the car and getting underneath it and just taking a look at what it's doing?
Yeah, I ain't comfortable with doing that myself. So I tried turning it on and looking, but no. I'm going to shove the camera under there and then go turn the car on.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is what about getting one of those little GoPros and a light? So you got lots of
Well, I
light.
got that camera that you gave me and I tried it, but I was doing it at like 3 a.m. So the lighting was shitty. I need to go out there during the day and then put real lights out there, but it ain't. I mean, I just went up to Phoenix, almost all the way to Phoenix and back on a tank of gas. So it's not like it's leaking so much that it's an issue. It's just that it does have gas on my pipe.
Yeah.
Anyhow, so I don't know. I'm gonna have to take out all apart to get to the fucking gasket. So I'm just thinking if I'm in there, I was just looking. If it was like $25 to replace the whole assembly, I would, but I'm not.
Yeah.
I might
Well,
buy
I mean,
things they call the sending unit, which is the
your gas gauge.
the little.
It tells you-
Oh, is that what that is?
I think so. It just
No,
tells you gas
no,
gauge.
it's like just a little. It's the thing that comes out of the assembly and does a right angle and connects to your fuel line. So I figure if the part has got shitty where the fuel line connects with that fancy connector,
Yeah.
then I figured it might just need a new connection or something, or it could, I don't know. I don't know how much
Wouldn't that be the float?
No, that's all in the inside of the gas tank.
Yeah, the float is the sending unit I would, I don't know what the way sending you. I'm thinking sending unit. That's the little thing that tells your fuel tank. But you're saying there's a fuel line coming out of there. Looking thing?
Basically, there's a wall of the well, here, the fuck. You just there's a there's the wall of the gas and fuel tank, and then there's two hoses that go in through the hole, and one of them is the gas getting sucked out of there, and then there's a return gas line for some reason. So there's two hoses going in, and then there's some wires that run the pump. So anyway, they go in through a right angle piece of metal, like pipe, I mean, and that's where I think it's leaking, like where the plastic part covers the hole, and then where the little metal comes out and takes a bend and connects to the fuel pump. I think that's where it would. That's the only way it can be squirting out, because it's got to be under some pressure every time it pushes gas out, right? And,
right. Well, and that's because you've got a fuel injected engine, which means like an engine with a carburetor has a gas line that comes out. And that's it. They don't have another one that comes back. But with fuel injection, you have a line that goes back, and it's something to do with it equalizing pressure or something. I don't understand about fuel injection for shit. But yeah, for some reason, when you get fuel injection, you have to have something going back. So yeah,
the sending unit is the float. That's the main part that shoves into the fuel tank with a little float on it, and then it tells the car how much gas there is or whatever. But I guess what I'm talking about is a piece of it, really, is what I think is broke. The part where it's connects to the gas line. I think it's probably fucked up there, and it's, when you have a bad connection, it leaks a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's squirting out of there under pressure.
Like I say, yeah, great idea is to put that camera under there with a couple of lights so that you can see what's happening, and then just start the car up, and you'll be able to see, where the leak is.
I'll use candles because I like the intimate.
I don't know if I'd use candles though. No, I'm pretty sure I would use like regular type lights, that maybe LEDs even.
So if I'm down there, should I get a new? Where's the spark plug wires at?
I would get new wires if you haven't put them on.
What does this say? Spark plug coil on plug boot. Is that the same thing as wires?
Yeah.
Because it only looks like a little.
A better question when you're fixing your gas tank is, do you prefer the aroma of 92 octane or 87 octane?
Prefer the aroma of neither, personally. Although when I was a kid growing up, I did have friends who really liked to sit on their skidoos and open the gas tanks and sniff deeply before they went out and tried to jump them.
But then, arguably there is the beautiful bouquet of diesel fuel, which we haven't even begun to discuss.
Yeah, and I don't want to. Diesel fuel is disgusting. I hate diesel fuel. It's one of the reasons my truck's a gas engine. Not just because they're really expensive to fix when they break, but diesel stinks, man. And as a motorcyclist, I used to hate it because trucks would leak fuel on corners all the time. The guys that overfill their saddle tanks, and they go around corner and it slop out through the vent tubes and stuff. So if you're on a motorcycle and you're coming around a corner, there's nothing better than hitting nice greasy diesel fuel. I don't like.
What's another word for spark plug wires? I'm not finding them in here.
Ignition wires.
Oh, ignition wires, maybe?
Or just plug wires.
Yeah, plug wires. Yeah, it's kind of getting noisy out there. They must be partying. I gotta go take a peek outside, and actually I'll take the dog out for a whiz while I'm there and just see how many campfires we got going. Come here, Charlie.
Need coil wires too. But it's really not a big deal. Like, they should have them just as many as they have spark plugs.
Ignition coil wire is what they're calling it, yeah. Is this one at a time or what?
It should come as a set.
Yeah, I would think so. No, they're selling them one at a time. What the fuck?
Well, that doesn't make any sense because they're
Shit.
all different lengths.
Well, yeah, they have to buy each length. 12-inch, 14, 25, 18. What the hell?
Good luck with that. Good luck.
Yeah, seriously. Spark plug wire set. How about that? Oh, there it is. How come I can never find shit when I'm looking? It's literally its own thing. Spark plug wire. What the fuck? How did I not see that under ignition? Swear to shit, they just find shit and then they don't show it to you originally. All right, well, how do I know this is for my car?
I mean, honestly, like you can order all that shit online and that, whatever. I don't know how much money you're going to save on plugs and wires, but if you just go to like your local supply store, they'll have that shit for the same price because they sell it every day, all day.
No, they won't. You freaking have never shopped online. When I was buying shit for the van, it was like $175 and it was like $250 at any store. Same stuff.
Listen, I'm not talking about we're completely rebuilding.
No, I'm talking the spark plug wires, the oil filter, the little stuff. Like my headlights were $26. They were less than $50 shipped by buying them on Rock Auto. If I would have gone to the store in town, they don't even sell them. I'd have to order them through them, and they were like $40.
Yeah, headlights are part of the trim. What I'm talking about is consumables.
Well, all right, so everything, the oil filters and all that shit is cheaper. Oil filters are cheaper.
$5. You know, you go. I just bought an oil filter. It was like $5.
All right, well then don't fucking buy nothing online. But don't tell me what's cheaper than not, because I've been freaking saving $75 every time I need to buy over $100 worth of stuff for my car. The only thing I couldn't buy so far was my axles, and I probably could have if I would have kept digging. I just didn't feel like waiting. Anyway, I would knock it. You can save quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine to order stuff online. I do it all the time. But it's also fine to be able to drive your vehicle into a store and
I
walk
do that
in there
for like
and talk to
fluids.
somebody and say, hey, how you doing?
I do that for my fluids
Look,
and
there's
my
windshield
tools.
wipe washer fluid. I could use some of that.
Well, I just said I do it for my fluids and my oils, and then I do it for my when I need to rent a tool off of them. They get my business. And they're always going to get everybody's business when you don't have even 2 days to wait when something happens and you just need it. So
Yeah, I mean, if they can stay in business selling windshield wiper fluid, then that's great. But otherwise, that's, you know, money going back into your community. So for stuff, for consumables, I feel like that's a good way to support your economy.
It's like the difference between buying guns online or going to a local gun shop. That's what I think. Although sometimes
they sell them just individual wires here too. That's annoying.
Yeah, why don't you just promote like all the online gun dealers on the Daily Gun Show?
I think what you should do, G, was is look at wire sets, or I can't believe because I know I always used to buy my spark plug wires as sets, not as.
I did too. I bought them off here for my van. I'm just maybe searching the wrong thing.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe it's got to be something with the search parameters, because you should be able to just buy a wire set or a spark plug wire set.
Well, I feel like you already found the set, didn't you, G?
No, I found the set, but all it is was a list of individuals. I'm going to switch cars and see what it says. It's probably just for that car. They don't happen to have them.
Or you could go into your local auto parts supply store and say, I need a set of plug wires, and let them fiddle fuck around on the computer and go here and go there and find some in the back shelf and sell them to you and put money back in your computer.
If the price wasn't a big difference, I would do that. But right now you're just trying to figure out how much it's going to cost you to get what you want done, right? That's why you're doing it all on that wish list.
Plug wire should be like $25.
No, here they are, $7.21. Mr. Everything's cheaper at the store. $7.21 for a Bronco V8, 1986 Bronco V8. They just don't have them for my particular car for some reason. But if I look at other cars, they got sets in here.
So same
AC
engine.
Delco, $31.
Well, just look for,
Motorcraft, $30.99.
look for plug wires for the Crown Vic for that year and see what you see.
I want cop wires though. I want a fucking Crown Vic wire.
You just look and see if they got them for just the regular, and then and then it might even say, heavy duty, which is the same as police pursuit.
Oh shit! You can subscribe to an RSS so that every time they add a new item to the inventory for your car, you'll get like an alert. That means I could set this up for my website to just be a constant RSS feed. That'd be cool. I wish I would get like a kickback or something, then I would consider doing it. Oh, look at this. You could type the thing in here. So wire. I'm like, wire? What the fuck are you on? Oh, wire.
Well, it sounds like you could make copcarlife.com start making money for you.
It already does make money. Because of all the chicks that date the Cop Car Life are always buying me food. It's like I don't have to buy food anymore, so that's making me money.
Motor Trend has a new show on it. I don't know. It's they do free YouTube videos once in a while, drop out. And right now, is it Hot Rod Garage or something like that? But right now, they're doing a body swap where they're taking a 66 Ford F100 and dropping the body from that onto a 2007, the last year of the Crown Vics, which was the best one because it had.
No, 2011 is the last year of the Crown Vic.
Okay, well, 2011. It was the first year that they came out with the new suspension package, and it's got 4.6, 250 horsepower, 4-speed overdrive transmission, super like discs front and back, and
yeah, I watched that video too, Bob. They did it pretty swiftly. The first video they got about halfway through the swap, right?
Yeah. The easy part was getting the Ford body off the Ford truck body off the frame, and then the hard part is getting the Crown Vic body and keeping the wiring more or less usable.
But they had pretty good luck getting the Crown Vic body. No, wait, the Ford the Chevy truck body on the Crown Vic frame.
No, it was a Ford truck body.
Was it a Ford?
Yeah, it was a Ford.
I thought it was a Chevy, but whatever. They all they had to do is fab up a couple plates, and the mounting hole fit right in between the frame mounting hole, and so. But
they had to cut some grooves in the cab and stuff, but.
Right, but they were like behind where the bed would conceal them, so.
Right. So that was all good, and yeah, it's good. It's a really neat swap, because like they were saying, is like for your dollars that 2007 Crown Vic was a lot of car for what you're spending the money on because of the performance and the handling and the braking and all that stuff. It was like considered to be like, I mean, I've always said the Crown Vics were a good car.
Yeah, and like before they tore into those vehicles, they actually drove them around and filmed them driving and giving their opinions on how they handled and acceleration and performance. And
so the trucks underneath there are called the Panther platform. They've built it for 33 years, it says, and it's
everything from what the hell? LTD, the Crown Vic, then the Mercuries, the station wagons, the Marquis, and the
Lincoln's.
Marauder, the Continental, and from Lincoln and the Lincoln Town Car. They're all built on that same chassis. And then they said that there's an Aston Martin built on it, and then the car for Bush, the limo for Bush, was built on a Panther.
Yeah, and there was just different levels of it, and the cop car was probably the best performing one. I mean, I know my brother's boss built one, and then put a
It says prior to '93, police cars use the same model codes as the. Oh no, yeah. So they starting from the beginning, they had a fleet taxi model that the police used, but then in '93, the police one switched to an even heavier version because they kept beating it up. And so from '93 to 2011, the cop cars had their own chassis, their own Panther.
Hey, you looking in the chat? Ahmed make some mention of the
Pomegranate.
coil configuration on plugs.
Has a coil on each cylinder instead of a set of wires. Oh, okay. See, so maybe that's why it's telling me. I can just get a one wire at a time, I guess. And they're only like $3, so I guess 8 of them comes out to be about $20. I just have to go buy one of each, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
I like it once I got underneath there and started looking at it more, watching all these videos and shit. I mean, as far as things go, it's not that hard to work on. Knock on wood. There's not too many places, except for 102 sensor. I haven't heard of too many places like my van. There was all kinds of horror stories about, like, I don't know why they designed it like this. You got to take this off and remove this to get to this. I took out my starter. That's been the worst thing so far.
Yeah, starters can often be a pig.
Yeah, just because it was up underneath the shit, but like on my truck, it was fucking right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the thing is vans are often quite easy, but cars are often a pain in the ass. My Ranchero, it's horrible because you got steering rods and everything in the way. You gotta, after you get it unbolted, you have to kind of jiggle it this way and turn it that way and hold your tongue in the right side of your mouth just to squeeze it out through there. And, it's just a pain in the ass.
Well, that's why those videos are nice because they're mechanics making those videos now. So they'll be like, this thing's a pain in the ass, or go get this socket, and then now it's easy.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So because you go to the store and you see all these weird ass looking tools, who the fuck knows what they're for? But when they tell you go buy this particular one, that's a nice tool to have in your toolbox then.
Well, I have a lot of elbow, because what they used to do is instead of making a particular tool, they would make an articulated joint that would go on any ratchet and socket. It would go in between your socket and your extension, and then you could put 2 of those on or whatever. I got a bunch of those, but I mean,
Yeah. I'm talking like, I guess for my O2 sensors, they're like, they got a wire coming out, so they make a socket that has a slot for it, so you can just wrap the socket around instead of trying to put a wrench up in there, and then it makes it a million times easier. Like you're saying, you just articulate it a few times, and now you're just ratcheting it down here and unscrewing it, or before you had to try to figure out how to get a wrench up in there and do like 1/8 inch turns a billion times.
Yep. And that's the way I used to do things, but then, after I inherited all my dad's tools, I had all those articulating bits and pieces because he was a mechanic. Because that's what they used to have. Instead of having the specialized tools, they would have these, all these articulating joints that would go on your regular tools. Now that with, the way, because tools have gotten so cheap now, you can just get a specialized tool.
China.
Yeah, exactly. Because like all the tools I've got that I inherited from my dad, they're all stack-on. So there's basically a lifetime guarantee. Any of those break, I can take them back, even though they're 50, 60 years old. Give me a new one, which unfortunately will probably be made in China. But as long as they keep their lifetime warranty, Although, you know, a lot of cases I don't want to take the tool back even if it breaks just because it's my dad's. But I can't believe how good the screwdrivers are. I have snap-on screwdrivers, you know, where the black plastic handle is just beat to shit, so you know it's old. And yet the tip on it is just as sharp. You know?
Now, if you see one of them Snap-on trucks, usually they'll rip off your old ones and just have a new one on there. The handles, they're just like jammed on.
Oh, handles?
Yeah, they don't care about giving you new handles. That's what they're for. So they'll just put the, you know how there's like that little socket looking thing, you know, the flats on your shaft. They'll just stick that in a vise and pop it off and then hammer a new one on.
Why would I want new handles?
Because then you get cool orange ones instead of stupid black ones or whatever they are.
Yeah. All right, I get it now. Never mind. I'm a little slow tonight.
I don't know. I keep my old Craftsmans because if you turn them in, like my old wood Craftsmans I keep around, because if you turn those in, they'll give you new ones, but then you get new shitty plastic ones, and I don't want those. I mean, I got those too, but I want my wood ones. Those are my grandpa's.
Yeah. Well, same thing.
Well,
Yeah,
if you're back,
old tools are cool, especially if they're made in the USA. But my
grandpa's set is my grandpa's set. They're worth keeping. Old.
Yeah, I mean, they're your grandpa's, or they're my grandpa's, or they're someone else's grandpa's. But my theory is if those tools get used and they get worked in and broken, and they did, you know, they were useful for a period of time, but now they're not so much, I have no problem getting rid of them. I mean, sure, there are some value if you just put them aside and keep them as antiques, but I'd rather use the tool till it broke than just set it aside. Now, this is not the same. I don't have the same philosophy for firearms. I believe firearms are better antiques than tools. So I'm not so sure what that says about me, but
Well, I'm not even gonna go there, dude.
tools are implements of destruction, in my opinion.
I'm not even gonna go there, dude, man. Yeah. Anyway.
Tools are like symbols of servitude. I don't know. I think they're meant to serve a purpose and then be recycled or discarded or whatever. But I don't like hold tools in high regard, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I just assume burn a tool out and recycle it and keep it around and say, oh yeah, this is the tool that, you know, did this and that. I'd rather just forget about what that tool was used for.
I have a circular saw I think it's a Sears Craftsman that my dad used to build 2 of the houses I lived in, and I'll keep that forever. Like, I mean, you know, it's got a few things wrong with it, but it still works, you know, and yeah, I'll never get rid of that ever. I mean, that's just, you know, my dad built a house, 2 houses I lived in with that circular saw, because my dad built houses like from sticks. You know, he got the 2x4s ordered. He ordered the sheets. He cut everything. He did everything himself twice. And I'm just like, well, that saw is staying in my family forever. I'm sorry. That's that kind of stuff, you know, because, you know, you can almost see worn, like the fingerprints worn, or, you know, the finger grooves worn into the handle from his hand from cutting that much shit with it. And I'm like, that's a family heirloom. I don't care if it's not a gun, but it's showing a man who just went, I'm not going to pay somebody to build my house. I'll build the damn thing myself. And it might have took him half a year, but he built his own damn house, and really nice houses, well built. Actually built the half of the first house with a handsaw. So then my mom went and bought him a circular saw. Just, you know, like, because you imagine building, like, cutting your own 2x4 studs with a handsaw, like every stud, because the cheaper way to buy the lumber was in, you know, bigger length, longer lengths.
Once in a while, I'll break out the handsaw to cut a piece of lumber for whatever reason. It seems to make sense at the time. And I do it, and I'm like, okay, that's enough of that for a while.
Yeah. I actually, last year, that's all I had in the camper. And I did some stuff and kind of went, oh, this sucks. Because I hadn't used a handsaw in years. So yeah, this year I've got my recip saw. I didn't bring a circ saw. Just brought my recip saw and
What kind of sawzall do you have?
jigsaw. Sawzall? No, it's some cheap Ryobi. Like corded. I wouldn't get a cordless for one of those. I mean, but it's a decent saw. I've used it for cutting. Had to bury body it in the winter one time. I was going to bury it under the tree, and there's all these roots. So I mean, really, I was just using use the axe to dig out the dirt, and then you use the recip saw to cut through the roots because frozen tree limbs suck to cut, or roots anyway. Limbs are okay because they're frozen, but it was a cat. Okay, it wasn't like a human. It was a cat. You have a cat dies in the middle of winter, and you got to bury it in the backyard. Sometimes you have to dig out roots.
I think one of the most undervalued tools out there is a cordless circular saw. Now, it can be a trim saw.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm just starting. I've had one now for years, and it's a little bit underpowered, but it's great for trim, one buys, whatever.
Yeah.
But what I'm discovering now is that I can, put that in my truck and drive to the hardware store and come out of the hardware store with 16-foot pieces of trim and trim them to what I need, and then fit them in the back of my 6.5-foot bed, and now no problem.
Yeah, I was just hanging.
I never trust any of them lumberyard workers to measure nothing for me.
No, I wouldn't
Oh
either.
man,
Most of them are university students, and they're can't understand inches or feet or nothing.
I'm going with a cordless reciprocating saw. It's a little bit more effective than a circular saw. No offense.
No, you know what? I know what he's saying about the little 5-inch circ saws. It kind of almost use the same battery as your drill.
Yeah, I
Those
got one
things
of
can be
those.
so those can be so handy.
I have one.
The recip saws, I've had a couple of the battery recip saws, and the problem with them is they're bloody heavy. Like you can get a corded one is way lighter and has way more power.
Oh yeah, the whole rotational force behind the matter, right? The circular saw is going to be more efficient.
I missed the saw conversation. Where did that come up?
Oh, he was saying that he thinks that a circular saw is a very good, a cordless circular saw is a good thing to have, which it is. I just find that the reciprocating saw is a little bit more effective in multiple uses.
Like a sawzall?
Yeah.
Even more useful is the cordless grinder, which you can use to cut through hardened steel shackles if you happen to need to
Now we're
get
talking.
to the gate for whatever purposes.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
Actually, that's true. The cordless grinders can be great. Get a good one though. You want something with a DeWalt or something with a really good battery system, because they are energy hungry because of the speed they spin at.
Them lithium ions.
Mm. Yeah, it's funny. It's just like the same problem with the circ saw. The one disadvantage with little circ saws is they eat batteries, whereas a recip saw for some reason will last a little longer. I still don't like them.
Well, I mean, look at the action the motor's doing, right? Look at the action of the whole system, right? One
And the amount of
big
friction.
motor, one big ass motor that's just spinning as fast as it can and chewing something up is going to be more effective than something that cycles in and out like a recip saw.
Well, yeah, recip saw is a small motor, but it's moving fast, but because of the way they gear it, right? And
right,
then,
the gear, it's all gearing.
Yeah, and it's how hard you want to use it. A recip saw, is going to be slower cutting steel than a circ or a grinder, but it's probably going to cut through more of tin and shit like that. That's why they're so good for modifying bodies on cars, like any kind of reciprocating saw, because it will just keep going. Whereas circ saw, you've got a short depth of cut, So you're gonna have to do it twice, and yeah, it just burns the motor out.
Well, that
You
makes
know-
sense. You get a bigger depth of cut on thinner material with a Sawzall.
Yeah.
You know what though? I like the idea of a cordless grinder. That's a really good idea. Having one of those around is a really good idea because you could always pop on a cutting wheel, and you could go to town on that.
Oh,
That's a really
it's,
good idea.
it's why people love Dremels. It's why everyone loves a Dremel because it's basically that's what it is. It's a circular cutting wheel.
Yeah, but that's not the same.
They're different. I love them.
People like Dremel. The only reason they sell Dremels is because they do effective marketing to wives and moms. So that
please. You know what you can do with little Dremels? I mean, if you've got, say, you've put a new door on or something, you can put your striker plate up, mark the square that you need to router in there, and instead of like doing a bunch of shit with a chisel, you can just put a round ball grinder disc on a Dremel and go.
Anytime you want to have a similar face head-to-head, just like you and Hosh did, you can have whatever the hell Dremel setup you want. Give me one chisel and a hammer, and I'll be done before you even start figuring out what the fuck you want to do. I'll bet.
Oh, please. All right. We'll
See what you really want to mortise lock.
That's the plan for next year. We're gonna mortise the Dremel versus the hammer and chisel. Now I'm not talking
Mortise and
hinges.
tenon.
I'm just
Mortise and
talking the
tenon showdown.
striker.
We're gonna mortise off.
Yeah, I'm just talking the striker, not the mortises where the hinges go, right? Because that's
Doesn't matter.
a little trickier. No, the striker's easy, right? Because it's a plunge.
I don't care. Yeah, any of them are easy. They're all easy. They're just all little tiny shelves you cut. It takes like 8 chisel blows, 8 hammer blows.
Yeah, and you're gonna like gouge wood, and you're gonna
Nope.
make a big mess. Yeah, you are.
No, not at all.
Yeah, we'll see.
I grew
With the
up
sharp
with-
chisel, though, with the sharp chisel, you're all right.
Yeah.
Shut up! Don't give me hints.
I don't need any hints. I grew up doing that shit. Can't even count how many times I've done that shit. Doing my eyes closed.
Honestly, though, like if somebody said put some hinges on this door, the last thing I would grab is my fucking Dremel. Are you kidding?
Yeah, but I'm not talking hinges. Hinges, yes, okay, because that's such a long area. But for where the latch for the doorknob goes in, like it's so easy to just take and put your striker that latch is going to catch against, put it up against your door frame, draw it out, and then take your little Dremel with the little plunge and just go, and you're done in no time. And it's nice and clean, and it's rounded. It's perfect, right? And then you just.
I've got a little Dremel chiseler, if that's what you're talking about. I have one of those too. That's almost the most useless thing I ever got.
No, he's talking about the Dremel router attachment.
Yeah.
Well, little Dremel router. Never bought that because nobody ever bought it for me. Thank you.
Well, no, and not even you can do it freehand if you know how to hold a
I
Dremel.
mean, I don't mind having a Dremel around. The only kind I like a Dremel for, though, is to put it on a flexible shaft up on the ceiling.
Yep.
And then hanging near you. So, like, every once in a while, you have to do something with it. It's okay.
Like a jeweler's tool.
Yeah. But
Well, and that's cool. And the whole thing is you can use all the cutting blades and everything with that little drive. You can use anything, and it's just, and you know, that's great. But I'm saying you can use it for something like that. It works really good. It works really fast. I've done it dozens of times now since I discovered it the first time. And I think, and I can use a chisel. I've got chisels. I got sharp chisels too. And I know how to use one. I did woodwork pretty much all my life. So it's not that. It's just that for doing that one thing, Dremels are great. And I like little Dremels. They're all kinds of cool for doing all kinds of different things. I use my little Dremel to carve out welding channels on the steel that I was attaching my bumper with to the trailer.
Is that a competitive website for this one? Grinding channels?
Grinding channels. That's a good
All right, how many of you have actually burnt out the motor on a Dremel?
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
Many.
Not the one. Well, my battery powered one I did.
I burnt
I've
out
had
the
Dremel
motor.
brand, and I've had Craftsman brand, but I've
actually Dremel brand.
No, I've only had Dremel brand.
As long as you're spinning it fast enough, you're usually fine. Like that's the thing with Dremels, you got to spin it as fast as possible, and you got to let it not chew up as much material as you can. You got to be real like soft with it, kind of. The problem is when you do it soft, is then you got to keep it from walking on you.
Well, and that's a matter of your grip and stuff.
Well, no, yeah, I understand. I'm not against Dremel at all. I've got one cord fed one that I've had for over 10 years now. And whenever I use it, I just crank that thing up almost as fast as it can go, unless I'm working on plastic or something like that that's softer. And then it's just a matter of like making sure it doesn't walk on you.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, you go slow, but that makes you go fast, right? Because it's, slow is fast. It's like driving a race car. Everybody goes, "Oh no, you gotta just pound and blah blah." No, slow is fast. Smooth. Slow.
Yeah, I think it's
makes it
slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
Right. Sorry, yeah, I misspoke that. So, Mika bought beer to bring. And
so we met Mika, Osh. We got to meet Mika. We went up to Phoenix. Me and Jimmy hung out with them in Phoenix and went shooting for a little bit. And then Bob and Mika hung out at Big Sandy.
Yeah, I would have. I was super into that, but then I realized my kid's birthday was today, so that wasn't a go.
Yeah, that's too bad, man. That would have been really cool if you'd been here too.
So he says that it's not like he can never do it again, but his plans are to go to Japan next. And then he said after that, potentially he'll come back and go like specifically to Big Sandy or to do stuff shooting wise, because this time it was more of a targeted opportunity with some people he met were going, and it was going to be cheaper or whatever.
Yeah, and plus, he got the people he came with, he was invited to go with. And so then it was kind of like, oh, I kind of feel bad to leave them to go do this. Because, they invited me here. They gave me a car to drive, and they gave him a Mercedes to drive. He showed me some pictures.
I would have just driven it out here. Been like, where were you at for the last 3 days? I don't know. You didn't charge me mileage on that car, though.
Yeah. I guess it was just quicker to fly out. But yeah, he had to leave again today. So I mean, I don't know how many hours. And then him and I sat and drank beer, and he brought a dozen beer, and he had a couple and was like, "Oh, I'm kind of getting tired." He says, "Bob, you just drink the rest of those beer." And I'm like, "Yeah, okay." And then we, sat and talked some more, and then we got into the war, the winter war about Finland, and because I'm really into the airplanes, so I was talking to him about the Brewster airplanes, and he was, "Oh, I've heard that the pilots loved it," but I mean, that was all he knew about it, was the Finnish pilots liked that American airplane, and so I'm telling him, "Oh yeah," and the rest of the world hated it, right? Because the British had it, and the Americans flew it. It was terrible. They got torn up by the Japanese Zeros, and they decided it was a terrible airplane, and the only people that ever liked it were the Finns.
Which plane?
The Brewster Buffalo.
Oh.
The Navy was flying them right at the start of World War II.
Did you ask Ketch before you started this whole conversation if he even knows how to fly a Cessna?
You guys can't talk about that.
Yeah, but anyway, we ended up talking about the Winter War and how the Finns feel about the Soviets and the Germans and all this. It was great, man. We ended up talking till 4 a.m. So there was no beer left. He had no beer left, so he drank a dozen. I'm pretty sure I drank a dozen. But man, we had some good conversations. 4 a.m. I'm like, oh crap, man, we gotta get up to the shoot at 9. And he hasn't slept in 20 hours yet. Like, it'd been more than that. Would have been 26 hours. He hadn't had any sleep yet. So he's like, okay, I'm going to go sleep now. And then he says, I'm not going to get up for the morning shoot. Well, we're at Big Sandy, right? When the morning shoot starts, the trailer rocks.
Yeah, he's waking up.
When the explosions are going off and stuff. So it's like, okay, I guess we're going to the morning shoot. And then he slept in the lull in the afternoon and kind of went, no, I got to go away. I want to make sure I have time that I can pull over and rest and stuff. But man, nicest guy. Like, I mean, Yeah, just a really nice guy, and it's so neat to talk to somebody from Finland, right? Who knew about Finland? He gave me a book about Finnish jokes. Oh God, they're hilarious. They're really subtle. They're cartoons, but yeah, and then a bunch of Finnish candy and stuff.
He give you salmiak? Did he bring you salmiak?
What's samia?
Salted licorice.
I think there might be some of that in that package. I put it in the freezer because I'm scared to actually open it. But it's like there's some kind of gummy bear stuff and some kind of it's kind of neat. I got
Does he just carry that around to give to people, like as an obligatory? I'm from Finland. Food, or is that what he actually eats?
If he's a guest, he's expected to give you gifts. Yeah.
So he literally brought those as like a custom thing. Like, this is the food of my people.
Yeah, food of my people, and this is a joke book from my people, and just have gifts, little gifts. And like I said, take any patch, and the only patch he took was the Biker Bob patch.
The naked one?
No, I didn't have one of those left. My girlfriend and her girlfriends took all those. Which he thought was really funny. When I said, "Oh, my girlfriend's girlfriend," he was like, "Your girlfriend's girlfriend?" He was like, "What?" Because apparently, like girlfriend there, it means like they're lovers. And I was like, "No, she's just her friend who's a girl, right?" So you know how girls have girlfriends.
Yeah, I think he didn't realize you were a swinger, Bob.
Well, he's pretty much figured that out now. That I have, lady friends.
Female callers.
I have a stalker. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, no, that's not fun. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not a good thing.
No, it is hilarious. I'm pretty sure it's my ex-wife, but which makes it funny because it's like she's my ex-wife. Loser. But it was really cool to meet a Gun Channels member from Finland. And he slept on my where Oro normally sleeps. He slept there because the couch bed on the other side was on the high side. So if you try to sleep on that, you fall out. But yeah, it was great. Charlie loved it. He had somebody to cuddle with. Because I always kick him out of the bedroom. Tell me, fucking sleep on the floor, you damn dog. And Mika has dogs, so. Although he did go and buy a T-shirt at Big Sandy just so he could have a clean T-shirt to wear on the plane that didn't have dog hair all over it. It was really funny.
Was there shirt looking this year? Did you get one? What's the design look like?
What the hell? It had a. Can't remember what it had on it now.
Did you get one?
I'll look tomorrow. No, got no money. Not gonna afford one. Look at how
They're like $25 or something. They're not giving them away.
Yeah, I know. They're $25. The hats were $15, which I think this is the first year for Big Sandy hats, and I was like, really want one because I'm into hats, but I want to make sure I can make it to Tulsa. So, yeah, loan that spark plug out. Fucked my budget. Something fierce.
You blew out a spark plug on your car, on your truck?
Yeah.
Dodge.
Yeah, blew one right out of the head on a Dodge, which is like when I phoned up the shop and said, "Yeah, a spark plug blew out of the head. You got a Ford?" And I was like, "No," because my brother had said the same thing. "Oh yeah, the Ford truck engines, they always do that. You just put a helicoil in, it's no big deal." It's like,
yeah, I think V8 invented the helicoil.
Yeah. Well, no, they were around for years because motorcycles used to do that all the time. I remember as a kid, like helping a buddy put one in, and he had a Mako 250. It was a Mako, something like that. A 250 dirt bike. And yeah, it used to blow spark plugs out all the time. It was just, high compression aluminum cylinder head. But yeah, Dodges don't usually do that, so it was kind of unusual. And then when they changed my plugs, they found like 6 other plugs that were loose. It was like, yeah, that's because the dealership changed my plugs for me because they gave me a free tune-up because I helped them build this deck.
That's their scam. Put everything in loose and then come back sooner.
You know, I mean, they did last probably, I don't know how many thousands of miles, like thousands of miles, like tens of thousands of miles. But modern spark plugs, you don't have to change it often. What, Clay?
So I guess Catch is saying that he's already looking into flights. He can go to California. There's no way to go directly to Finland, Arizona, but he can go to California.
Oh yeah.
He's already looking at, maybe he's bored at the airport or something, looking at flights.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, just tell them to fly into LAX, and then Haas will pick them up, and they can tour around Orange County, or wherever the hell he lives.
He lives in Beverly Hills, right outside of Beverly Hills.
Yeah, right.
You, like half an hour away.
Oh, I'm actually was looking at the thing and I'm close to California. My phone actually says I'm from California right now. Like I sent a picture to someone and it said I was in California. Because I guess the phone goes by its whatever the tower. It must because yeah. I'm on California wireless towers right now.
Yeah, California owns the entire western United States, from the Rocky Mountains to the Mexican border and up towards Canadian border.
Huh.
So, there's that.
Weird.
Google Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals.
Okay. Sorry, that was me, I guess. Switched over.
Oh.
What'd y'all do for that little kid's birthday then?
Oh man, it was pretty sweet. We had a lot of food. Definitely a lot of food.
Is that like special one for everybody because it's one?
Yeah, it was a combination of a traditional Chinese red egg and ginger party, which is normally supposed to be after the first 30 days of a child's life. You do a traditional red egg and ginger party, but we just do it all at 1 year old. So it was kind of like the announcement of the child and their Chinese name and Vietnamese name and all that stuff.
And his is something similar to Ben?
Ben is...
Or I mean, do they do them like in relation to each other because they're brothers kind of thing?
Not necessarily. Their names are different because they're different. They're different astrological animals. Like Ben is a snake, and Edison is a monkey. Like Leia is a monkey. So his Ben's name is Ming, and Edison's name is Fukong.
Oh, because when you were saying what they meant, I thought that had maybe something to do like in relation to each other, and show that they're brothers kind of thing.
No, I mean they have they're of course they're related. They've got that whole thing going on, but their names aren't necessarily tied.
So like when they go with the monkey thing, that's like, is that got something to do with the Chinese? They have the year of the monkey.
Yep.
The year
Yep. Chinese zodiac.
Right. I think my buddy's wife's Chinese, so I think she told me one time I was a monkey too.
I mean, you can look it up.
Yeah.
Does it matter for anything, or is it like having blood type, or?
It's kind of like, you know, if anybody ever tells you your what your horoscope is, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Similar kind of deal.
Yeah, it is. It is like astrology almost, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. There's a year aspect. So your year depicts what your animal type is, and then the month of the year that you're born in depicts like your the elemental type. So I was born in the year of the dog, and the month that I was born in, which is April, is the element of water. So I'm a water dog.
Ah, so Cocker Spaniel.
Yeah, right. Or a Labrador or something like that.
Poodle.
Something that likes water. Leia is a monkey, born in the year of the monkey, and her elemental whatever attribute is metal. So she's a metal monkey, which I think is pretty badass. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds badass.
Sounds bad. Way better than a water dog.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'd rather be a metal monkey. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
A monkey made of metal? Who's gonna fuck with that? Monkeys can already rip your balls off.
Well, not kind of. G-Web figures he can take one with a knife.
Oh, holy shit! I remember that. We had that discussion, right?
Discussion, yeah.
Holy shit! That was a while ago.
Oh, it's still kind of trends once in a while, but yeah, trends.
I feel like a tiger could take a monkey.
No, well, like
Sure.
a Bengal, like a full-size Bengal tiger.
Any tiger.
A monkey with a knife, yeah. A full-size Bengal tiger will take a monkey with a knife anytime.
I mean, if we're talking, so monkey means a lot of things. Like we got to dial it in. Like, are we talking weight for weight? Like if we're talking
No,
weight for weight,
we're talking full-size chimpanzee with a knife. Say just a regular bayonet type knife, or like some kind of big, large-bladed fighting knife. You know, like.
well, like a chimp. I mean, you can't really train a chimp to be good with a knife, but at the same time, like a chimp,
chimps could do martial arts.
I don't know that they actually can learn it though. Like to use that in a high-stress situation.
For God's sake,
How do you find
That's
out
not a high-stress situation.
How do you find out where those Chinese months are?
Oh shit, I can look it up.
I'm looking for Chinese months, and I just keep getting other stuff like fish.
You're not printing in monks? Because Chinese monks should come up. Shaolins and stuff. Those are Chinese. Right?
Well, so the fixed elements of each Chinese zodiac sign. China's 5-element philosophy and culture.
Oh, so it's not really a month; it's just a sub-year kind of category.
It's some crazy bullshit. I'll post it in the internal. So let's see. Yeah, it's a lot of feng shui. So my mother-in-law sat down and like did this whole write-up on Leia and I and Ben and Edison. Now I don't know that she's done it for Edison yet, but it's based off of like when we bought our house. Like Leia's mom got really well. She's always big into feng shui, but she dove into all the books, these like different tomes of fucking knowledge of feng shui to figure out what the proper house would be for us as far as alignment of where the door faces and all that stuff, like crazy stuff. I'm not even kidding, dude. We went to like 12 houses before we found a couple that would meet our feng shui requirements. And most of the time, whenever we found one, there was Chinese like families from China that were just paying straight cash to buy the house, and we're like, well, we can't even compete with that. Are you kidding? Get out of here.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
Buy a
So
house in
okay.
Vancouver.
So I'm the
Just
dog.
Like feng shui.
So how do I figure out if I'm a? Oh, okay. So no, never mind. How do I figure out what?
See, now everybody on the panel is going to expect you to tell us what we are.
Oh, okay, cool. So all right. So this is pretty easy actually. The link that I posted, I'll post it on the in the gun websites chat. So you need to know your animal first of all. So I'm a dog, like I said. If you click on them though, you'll get a pretty good idea. So if you go to the Chinese zodiac, the first one, it'll tell you your year and the animal that you belong to. So that, actually, let me just take this one. This is a better one here. All right, internal chat, new link. And for the gun websites chat, here's the new link. Pick the new link, and then go a little bit down, and then it'll say, like, it'll have all the animals, and it'll tell you the year you were born in. So I was born in 82. So I'm a dog. And then if you click on your animal, and then if you scroll down, the 5 types of dog, which are you. There's a wood dog, fire dog, earth dog, gold dog, and water dog. I was born in 82, so I'm a water dog, and the characteristics are brave and self-centered, which, all right, even seemingly selfish, well-versed in dealing with financial issues, water dog. Famous water dogs are, there are no famous water dogs. Apparently Winston Churchill was a wood dog. Mother Teresa was a gold dog. Elvis Presley was a wood dog. Bill Clinton is a fire dog. Donald Trump is a fire dog. George Bush Jr. is a fire dog. Steven Spielberg is a fire dog. So there you go. So then if you scroll down further based off of your animal, it'll break down like feng shui stuff to you. So lucky directions are northeast, east, and south. Unlucky directions are southeast. So if your door, like if you open your door to the front of your house and it's facing in a southeast direction, that would be bad for you as far as feng shui is concerned. So there you go.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
That would explain why my life is so shitty.
Why?
Because my fucking door opens southwest, and I'm a tiger.
So then if you scroll down further, it'll show you a compatibility chart. So if you are a certain animal type, it'll tell you like what other signs you're compatible with.
I'm an earth pig.
Pig. I'm compatible with a monkey, which is Leia. So
I have a strong sense of timekeeping. Oh wait, I'm usually on time.
I don't know. How the hell can you be a pig? What year were you born in?
59.
Oh, that thing rotates every so often, huh?
Yeah. Pig is. Oh, you got to go back further. No, wait, what? 59.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's a fire pig. Hillary Clinton's a fire pig. Oh, for God's sake! No, I'm an earth pig. Earth pig. Okay. Oh, thank God. Hugh Laurie.
Dr. House. Who the fuck is that?
Hugh Laurie is Dr. House.
I don't know who that is.
TV show.
I'm also a pig.
Well, there you go.
It says I'm easily fooled. I don't think I'm easily fooled. You fooling me right now?
I might be.
Probably. This is not. There's no science behind any of this.
Oh crap! It says I should be careful of accidental injuries. Watch my step when you're
How are you careful of accidental injuries? It's accidental.
Not having a Sharpie marker fight with a fucking water or a fucking earth dog or whatever.
Don't get into a Sharpie marker fight with a water dog.
I should take care of my bones, spleen, and urinary system.
Fortune in 2007.
More social interactions in 20. You need to avoid dangerous activities.
No.
I like how Bob goes straight down to social interaction. I'm looking at the fortune. Not good. It is not a good year for pigs to accumulate wealth. However, you will spend more energy on your career. Great.
Oh yeah, no year. So once you figure out your animal, then the year of other animals could totally fuck you up. Like so, like if you're a pig, like the year of the dragon, I'm just guessing, the year of the dragon could be really bad.
Oh man. I don't like being a pig.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Like some of this stuff is just fucking wild. Like
There
they
is
go
no good
deep
luck
in
when it
this
comes
shit.
to investments, partnerships, or guarantees. Be careful when you do these. Like there's no good news in this list.
So more health in 2017, dogs should pay attention to their physical condition, especially their respiratory system, cervical vertebrae, and urinary system. When you feel uncomfortable, you'd better go to the hospital. Also, pay more attention to the health of seniors in your family. You are recommended to go out for fresh air and spend time spend some relaxing time with your family to relieve some pressure. You can also make some charity donations to increase your good luck. We're very big in the Asian culture, particularly if you're a Buddhist. I love in 2017. No improvement.
Yeah, I'm at too.
I'm good to go. 2018 is an unlucky year for dogs. So watch your ass, dogs.